Testing mic 1 2 3. 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 Oh, they're suited. Oops. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Oh, they're suited. Oops. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Oh, they're suited. Oops. Testing 1 2 3. 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 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. 3. Testing 1 2 3. 3. Testing 1 2 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 3. 3. Testing 1 2 3. 3.
You have shown. Yeah, no. Show it could. Are they booty shorts? No, my God. There's a tie. These booty shorts, bro. What are they? You gonna surprise me? I guess I won't ruin the surprise. You'll like it. You'll love it. You'll love it, kid.
what my business is to those who don't get to experience it in person. Squarespace, in a lot of ways, made me an actual business. I think it's the first thing that people look at. Without that platform, it doesn't really seem that legitimate.
To the Empress of Russia.
Worst part to land for me ever.
Russia goes to the Empress.
Because I'm straight.
I could kill you. You are a bad person.
What? They folded me off the pot, bro. Oh, trip 3s would have won anyway. I mean, trip 3. Trip 10. Why would you go all in on a 3-4, kid?
Yo, what's up, Serpa Squad? I'm back with another aquarium build. In this one, I'll aquascape the water box Clear 16 for the gold ring Danios, green Kubota Raz. Clear 16 for the gold ring Danios, green Kubota Raz. Clear 16 for the gold ring Danios, green Kubota Raz. Bora, and perhaps a few other inhabitants. We'll address that in a later video though. For now, let's get to work. Before even thinking of escape, I taped off the edges around the back of the tank. I'll be painting the back of this tank with Rust-Oleum flat black acrylic latex paint. I poured some into a tray and applied it with a nap roller. It took 4 coats of paint to get the desired look. Afterward, I removed the tape and got the tank on the stand. Let's go over some of the materials I'm using. For some, I use a mix of Fluval Stratum and Seachem Fluorite Dark. I find that Stratum on its own is hard to work with because it's so light. The rocky nature of Fluorite makes the process easier. For hardscape, I'm using Pagoda Stone. This is a great stone with a lot of texture. Before use, I scrub them down to remove any excess debris. I'll also be using Mupani wood. This is a great hardwood that generally sinks right away. The downside is that it leaches a lot of tannins. To reduce this, I soak the wood for a few weeks in a bucket and periodically change the water. I'll also be using some gravel for accent pieces. I like this kind because the angular pieces blend well with a lot of stones that I scape with. However, it needs rinsed thoroughly before use. I also have some garnet sand for use in the foreground. Lastly is a piece of egg crate light diffuser. To start, I place the egg crate in the aquarium. This will help evenly distribute the weight of the stones and reduce pressure points. From there, I poured in a base layer of stratum to give the hardscape something to rest on. I used a paintbrush to distribute it throughout. Per usual, I created a slope up toward the back for a more dynamic layout. With a layer down, I could place my key elements, those being the largest stones and wood. It took me a while to get these to fit right, but eventually I came up with something. Big elements dictate where the smaller items go, so I placed a few of those to ensure I liked the layout. Everything was good, so I took out the largest piece of wood to remove unneeded branches. I made sure to distribute the cut end so it didn't look like a man-made feature. I also pulled a few smaller pieces of driftwood from the current Danioscape. Next, I placed the big piece back into the scape. Smaller stones and driftwood were then worked into the design. In doing so, I had to be conscious of a few things. First are the defined striations on the stones. It's best to keep these features in a consistent direction throughout. It keeps things looking cohesive and natural. I also tried to follow the shapes and flow of the driftwood. The idea is that these are roots or branches that have had a consistent pattern of growth over time. This scape is no different than any others I've done. I let the materials tell me how I should scape it. I go in with a general idea of what I want to create, and the materials do everything else. For me, that's the fun and art behind scaping. In a way, I find it very spontaneous. After placing most of the items, I redistributed the layer of strata. Then I poured in a generous amount of the mixture from earlier. like before I manipulated the look with a paintbrush.
Don't
I need running
overpay
hearts
for
or running
best
cards.
buys. WikiBuy
Northern Illustrator
save you
Flush,
money.
that's not that
It's a
good.
browser
Any bets
extension
I'm
that
probably out.
automatically applies coupon codes to your shopping cart. It's super easy to use
Heart.
and it's free. So do yourself
Jack.
and your wallet a favor and try WikiBuy.
For this tank I'll be using an Aqua Clear 30 hang-on back filter. One of the reasons I designed this tank the way that I did was to hide the filter. As you can see, when it's in the tank, it's hidden quite well without being obstructed. Anyway, here's the completed hardscape. I think it turned out pretty well. Now then, let's fill the tank up with some water. I added a scoop of Fritz ACCR water conditioner, which was provided by our channel sponsor, and went to filling. I'm using the plastic dish to divert the water and make the fill-up process as clean as possible. Once the tank was full, I primed the filter. I also added some activated carbon to remove any excess tannins, and filter floss for fine debris. Let's bring the tank to life with our plants. Everything I'm using here will be pulled from the previous tank. With some of the larger plants removed, I trimmed down the roots and dead foliage to stimulate new growth. First, I planted a few Nubius caufifolia in the background. That was followed up with a few Nubius short and sharp. It's important to note that I'm not actually planting these into the substrate. They were just shoved between the driftwood. Next, I wedged needleleaf java fern in crevices throughout the scape.
Building the nanofish nanofish?
The same was done with the standard java fern in the background. I proceeded to pull even more plants from the previous scape. These are all smaller plants including Bucephalandra wavy green, Bucephalandra black purple, and Anubias nana petite. I broke these up into smaller pieces for better distribution. After processing the plants, I wedged them into crevices like the plants from earlier. The combination of the three will help create good variation in texture. After that, I got several Cryptocorn Wenti bronze and planted them throughout. I also added a few handfuls of Suswasser tongue to the foreground of the scape. My long-term vision for this is to create a carpet of sorts. From there, I added 3 dwarf aquarium lilies. These are all still pretty small, but they will help add some nice variation as they grow. Lastly, I planted several stem cuttings of Rotala rotundifolia. With all of the plants addressed, I dropped handfuls of gravel in the foreground. They stand out a little too much, but they help add some texture. To make things look more natural, I sprinkled garnet sand throughout. I put the fan brush to work and cleaned things up. I also got another piece of driftwood to finalize the scape. From there I wiped down the glass to remove debris and did a 30% water change. I also added some Fritz 7 live bacteria to get the cycle going. While that settled into the tank, I removed the carbon and floss from the filter. I then took the cycled media and sponge filter from the Borneo's current tank. I stirred these in some dirty tank water to remove excess debris. The cycled media was combined with new media and put into the filter. Since we added live bacteria and cycled media, we can lightly stock this tank to start. Before doing that, I put a Niker LED light on the tank. This worked really well on the tank I had previously, so I figured I'd give it a go here as well. Then came the tedious task of wrangling all the ring danios, 5 Amano shrimp, and various snails. Both tanks are kept at room temperature in case you're wondering why I wasn't acclimating the fish. Oh yeah, I also added a Bulbitis hutalotai.
Yes. Thank you. You block.
Lil Dicky.
I'm Lil Dicky.
Lil Dicky.
Call me Dave.
Yes, I know that I'm a rapper at the end of the day, but I think it's time you knew me by my government name. Hi, I'm Dave. I'm Lil Dave. Hi, I'm Dave.
Another one too. This is the Diamond exclusive.
And there you have it, Danioscape 2.0. Even with just the initial setup completed, I think it turned out really well. I can't wait to see it in a few months when the plans grow. Considering note that I'm not actually planting these into the substrate. They were just shoved between the driftwood. Next, I wedged cedar-leaf java fern in crevices throughout the scape. The same was done with the standard java fern in the background. I proceeded to pull even more plants from the previous scape. These are all smaller plants including Bucephalandra wavy green, Bucephalandra black purple, and Anubias nana petite. I broke these up into smaller pieces for better distribution. After processing the plants, I wedged them into crevices like the plants from earlier. The combination of the three will help create good variation in texture. After that, I got several Cryptocorn Wenti bronze and planted them throughout. I also added a few handfuls of Süßwasser tongue to the foreground of the scape. My long-term vision for this is to create a carpet of sorts. From there, I added 3 dwarf aquarium lilies. These are all still pretty small, but they will help add some nice variation as they grow. Lastly, I planted several stem cuttings of Rotala rotundifolia. With all of the plants addressed, I dropped handfuls of gravel in the foreground. As is, I think they stand out a little too much, but they help add some texture. To make things look more natural, I sprinkled garnet sand throughout. I put the fan brush to work and cleaned things up. I also got another piece of driftwood to finalize the scape. From there, I wiped down the glass to remove debris and did a 30% water change. I also added some Fritz 7 live bacteria to get the cycle going. While that settled into the tank, I removed the carbon and floss from the filter. I then took the cycled media and sponge filter from the current tank. I stirred these in some dirty tank water to remove excess debris. The cycled media was combined with new media and put into the filter. Since we added live bacteria and cycled media, we can lightly stock this tank to start. Before doing that, I put a Niker LED light on the tank. This worked really well on the tank I had previously, so I figured I'd give it a go here as well. Then came the tedious task of wrangling all 8 of the gold ring danios, 5 Amano shrimp, and various snails. Both tanks are kept at room temperature in case you're wondering why I wasn't acclimating the fish. Oh yeah, I also added a Bolbitis hutalotai. And there you have it, Danioscape 2.0. Even with just the initial setup completed, I think it turned out really well. I can't wait to see it in a few months when the plants grow in though. Then you'll see what this vision truly was for my tank. As you'd probably expect, I'm looking for a densely planted setup with a lot of texture. In time, I know this one will look the part. The water also needs to clear up some, but that's to be expected with a new tank. As many of you know, I have a school of 10 green Kubota Rasbora that will also go into this setup when they're done with quarantine. I don't think I want to stop the stocking there though. I have a few things in mind, but I'm curious what you think. What is another nano critter that would be perfect for this setup and compatible with the current stock? Let me know. I had a lot of fun with this aquascape and can't wait to do it again. I'll document my care process for this tank and show it in a later video for those of you who are curious about long-term care. If there's anything specific you want to see in that video, definitely let me know. Anyway, I'm going to sit back and enjoy this living work of art. If you want to see more nature-themed builds like this, then stay tuned. I have several aquascapes, vivariums, and other projects lined up in the near future. Until next time, Serpo Squad, take care and peace.
That can't be real. Dude. That's interesting. The 9. I'm in 10. Wait. Can't land with 10. I have jacks. I'm gonna fold. Fours. There's 3 over target. Hold that. Should not have gone into his left hand, dang it. Is he really real? Fold.
Alright, plugs it in.
The
Perfect.
Super Mario
Start the
plants are
card.
real? There's
I
no
need
way.
a tap to begin the scan. Now my $2,000 scan tool said it was a catalytic converter. Let's see what this little device does for us. Wow, incredible. Same reading. Same reading.
So I've been going to the same mechanic for a while now, and the last time I took the car in, my husband swore he was ripping me off. Well, okay, so Fix is telling me I have a problem, a bad oil pressure sensor, and should only cost around $100. I'm gonna see if my mechanic is ripping me off. So, what's the damage?
Well, ma'am, it looks like what we got here is you ran your motor low on oil, and this is definitely pretty severe. It's going to cost you $1,900, but I definitely wouldn't leave here today without getting the work done.
$1,900?
Yes, ma'am. Like I said, it's a
Kidding
pretty
me?
big issue.
I have to talk to my husband about this.
Sure? Alrighty. Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe that the mechanic we've been going to for years has been ripping us off. But my new mechanic shop is trying to fix the problem for less than $100. Fixed is the reason why I knew what the issue was and how much I would be paying.
I just had someone come in with a check engine light on, and they let me know how much it stresses them out. They don't know what the problem is, how big of a problem it is, or how much it'll cost. This is good for everyone, even those of you that don't know anything about cars. This is fixed. And over here we have another scanner, costs a lot of money. How this works is you plug it into the car, then the car lets me know what the problem is with the vehicle. This little guy does the exact same thing. Not only that, it sends the information directly to your phone. Now you have your own personal mechanic in your pocket.
Well, this is a new gadget. It's called Fixed. And basically, you plug it into a little socket on your car. It connects to your phone, and it will tell you exactly what that light means.
The light can mean many things, from a simple gas cap not seated properly to an engine misfire.
Any little thing happened to your car, the check engine light will be on.
Now, thanks to a gadget called Fixed, you might be able to decode the mystery of the light thanks to your phone. Fixed founder John Gattuso says the information, which includes parts to do it yourself and an estimated repair shop cost, should help consumers.
They're not feeling helpless if they go to a mechanic shop. They understand what's going on, so they can be prepared for that conversation and be really confident when they go into that interaction.
Fixed is a device that plugs into any car since 1996. Every car has this little port just under the steering wheel that our device plugs into. It's the same thing that a mechanic would plug their big scan tool into. And then it connects via Bluetooth to an app that we've created on the user's smartphone.
This is Fixed.
This is Fixed.
It.
Yep.
And this is essentially the onboard computer inside your vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Fixed gets plugged in and it extracts the information, one of the many tens of thousands of things that could be going on with your car.
Exactly, and then we take that information and send it over to your phone. We digest all that really complex car terminology and car data, and then put it into terms that anybody can understand.
This is a huge one. It lets you know how much it should cost to get fixed. If you're getting taken advantage of, you'll know it. So there you have it. That is how Fixed works. I mentioned how cost-effective this was earlier. This little guy costs less than what I would charge you to scan your car one time, and it gives you a lot of the same information. So I don't...
Welcome to Top 10 Archive. Earth's abundance of flora and fauna often seems perfectly suited for people, with its multitude of fruits, vegetables, and other edible vegetation. But Mother Nature isn't always so kind. Throughout Earth's history, its vegetation has created defensive mechanisms to ward off potentially harmful insects or predators, including the human race. From a beautiful ornamental plant to a group of deadly perennials, these are our top picks of deadly plants. Number 10. Angel's Trumpet. Brugmansia suaveolens, formerly called Datura suaveolens, goes by several nicknames, included Sacred Datura, Hindu Datura, Indian Apple, and Thorn Apple. Angel's Trumpet occurs naturally in southeast Brazil, but it is widely grown as an ornamental plant that has been established throughout much of South and Central America, Mexico, and parts of south-central Florida. The plant is noted as having a sweet fragrance, but having an unpleasant taste, and is usually consumed in tea for its alleged medicinal benefits or hallucinogenic effects. Symptoms include hallucinations, dry mouth, muscle weakness, increased blood pressure and pulse, fever, dilated pupils, and paralysis. The only saving grace from this plant is that one must consume massive quantities to cause death. Number 9. Doll's Eye. Actaea pachypoda resides in the eastern United States and parts of Canada within deciduous woods and thickets. This medium... Hi.
Piranhas. Small, carnivorous fish possessing sharp teeth and powerful jaws, inhabiting South American waters. Plants. Photosynthetic life forms that can turn sunlight into energy through chloroplast, which makes them appear green in color. In the mushroom kingdom, the piranha plant appears throughout the many environments that our Podgy Plumber protagonist explores. A designed vicious enemy that can be known to balls, grow legs, juggle spiked balls, and even uproot itself entirely from its pipe. But did you know that they actually exist? For real? My name is Rach, and welcome to Pockets Lore from What Culture Gaming. This is the truth behind Super Mario's Piranha Plants. The piranha plants in the Super Mario games are large, carnivorous plants found throughout the franchise. Making their home inside pipes, much to the annoyance of the local plumber, I'm sure, they pop out at regular intervals to snap at you. First appearing in the original Super Mario Bros. In 1985, they were fairly common enemies placed throughout the land by Bowser in order to inhibit Mario's progress on his rescue mission to save Princess Peach. Over the years, they have taken many forms, from heads in Super Mario 64 to the skeletal bone variants in New Super Mario Bros. 2, and most recently as the first generic Nintendo enemy to feature as a playable character in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Super Mario Bros. Is a prime example of simple game design often being the best. Repeat what works. Concentrate on simple gameplay elements, jumping and running, and then introduce an enemy that you cannot defeat by jumping. One curious aspect of the Piranha Plant enemy in these games is that they will not, in fact, attempt to come out of their pipe if Mario is standing on top of it. Strange case of cold feet, indeed. However, the truly horrifying thing is that we actually have our very own Piranha Plants here on this sunny green earth. Although these ones don't exactly live inside pipes. Hydnora africana. Ladies and gentlemen, could this have been the inspiration behind Mario's speckled snappy plants? It grows underground, with its big, toothy, jaw-like flower sitting out in the open. Old Nora here is an achlorophyllous plant, which means that this has been the... Although these ones don't exactly live inside pipes. Hydnora africana. Ladies and gentlemen, could this have been the inspiration behind Mario's speckled snappy plants? It grows underground, with its big, toothy, jaw-like flower sitting out in the open. Old Nora here is an achlorophyllous plant, which means that it doesn't have that nice green color from having chlorophyll, and therefore does not perform photosynthesis. Instead, she gets her nutrients from a separate host plant that she constantly roots around, stealing that plant's energy like a parasite. As if that wasn't horrific enough, Nora's flower literally smells of feces. It smells like shit, plumbers and princesses. When an unsuspecting dung beetle smells the awful stench and investigates, they'll find themselves trapped within the maw of the flower. The beetle could be trapped for up to several days, all the while getting covered in the plant's pollen, before the flower will pull apart its teeth and let anything trapped inside go free, where it can spread the plant's pollen to other flowers in the area. I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that this is absolutely terrifying. Damn, nature, you scary. That is the real story of the real piranha plant. How many nopes out of 10 would you rate this beauty? Would definitely gift for Valentine's Day. Let us know what other games you'd like us to delve into and whose silent stories need to be sung from the rooftops. I have been Rach. This has been Pocket Lore from What Culture Gaming. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
If you've played a Mario game before in your life, this scene should be pretty familiar. You're happily frolicking about the Mushroom Kingdom, making your way to wherever you're headed. But then, out of nowhere... Ugh, creepy, right? But let's rewind for a second. Listen carefully again. That's a bark. Why is this giant, horrific, toothy chunk of metal barking like a dog? Well, there's actually a very good reason for it, and it's something you really wouldn't expect. Let's take a look. Hi there, welcome to Thomas Game Docs. So today, we're talking about the origin of these creepy things, the Chain Chomps. They've been around for every recent Mario game, giving players around the world horrific chomp-filled nightmares. But where exactly did they come from? Well, first let's track down their origin. Maybe track down a little melodramatic. Chain Chomp first appearance? They first appeared in Super Mario Bros. 3. Okay, well that's our first question answered. The first game that these creatures appeared in is the much revered NES game Super Mario Bros. 3. This game brought a multitude of important aspects to the Mario series that would eventually become mainstays. The Tanuki suit, Toad houses, the world map. But one aspect which I'm not so keen on is the Chain Chomp. But that doesn't answer the question of how these things even came about. I mean, they're super weird looking, plus they bark like a dog. So how did the game's developers even come up with these things? Well, to find out, we're going to have to look into a tragic event in the childhood of one of the game's creators. This guy, Shigeru Miyamoto. I would be pretty surprised if you didn't know who he is, but just in case, he is the game designer who birthed Donkey Kong, Super Mario, and Zelda, among many, many others. And when he was younger, he experienced something which scarred him. One day, Miyamoto was outside his house in the small town of Sonobe, Kyoto, where he grew up. Suddenly, a neighbor's dog appeared out of nowhere and started ferociously barking at him. It grew closer and closer, sending shivers down the young Miyamoto's spine. Then it took one final leap, only inches from the boy's face, with its mouth open, teeth glinting in the sunlight. Bam! It was jerked back by its leash. Moments later, Miyamoto opened his eyes. To his amazement, he had escaped totally unharmed. He knew back then that he would never forget that event. Fast forward 25 odd years, and Miyamoto was now working as a game designer at acclaimed game development studio Nintendo. The game he was currently producing was Super Mario Bros. 3, the third entry in the much revered Super Mario series. The development team, that includes producer Shigeru Miyamoto, co-director Takashi Tezuka, and lead programmer Toshihiko Nakago from SRD, this team were currently in the midst of brainstorming new ideas for the game. They started with power-ups. As I've mentioned before, the team first wanted to include a power-up themed around becoming some sort of creature. They liked the idea of including something mythological, eventually settling on a centaur. If you're not up on your Greek mythology, that's a half-human, half-horse. Before long though, the team decided to give it the axe, and
If you shop on Amazon, you should use Wikibuy. It's a browser extension that automatically compares Amazon's prices to other sellers to see if there's a better price out there. It includes tax and shipping in that price, so you know you're really getting a great deal. Plus, it's totally free. So, do yourself and your wallet a favor and try Wikibuy.
Okay guys, let's just jump into this real quick before we start to actually make this thing. Let's go over what we're looking at right here. So this is a pretty small Paludarium style tank. There's the brand name. I ended up getting this at a kind of like a local fish store, but not really local, so I don't know if you're going to be able to find this exact thing online. Same with the light. So I get a lot of questions about this light. It's kind of like a knockoff Denalair light. It's really cool, and unfortunately I just don't have a link for this exact one. It's cheaper, but it's still really great. If I find one, I'll throw it down in the description. I've already moved the pitcher plants and the Venus flytrap out of the tank, and I've also already made the first cut on our glass. So this right here is some 2.5 millimeter glass that you can get at any Home Depot. That's exactly where I got it. It just comes in a square that looks like this. And again, I've already made my first cut. So I have my glass cutting wheel somewhere. I actually think it's out in the garage where I did the cut. But all I did was measure this to where this fits into the tank and will go all the way to the back. And now we need to decide how we're going to make the next cut, where that needs to be. Disclaimer though, with any kind of glass like this, the edges are super sharp, so if you decide to work with any kind of glass, get some sandpaper. As soon as you get it out, file down the sides. You're going to save yourself from a trip to the emergency room, but you know, just be really careful, guys. Like nobody needs to be cutting themselves because they're trying to do something fun on the weekend. And I hope I already said it, guys, but this is 100% an experiment. I don't want to say that I don't know what I'm doing, but I definitely haven't done this before. So we're going to probably go through a little bit of trial and error here with sizing and the way that we do this, but just know that we're kind of doing this on the fly. But okay, let me grab something to help support the back of this. So not the sturdiest thing in the world, but I think this will give us an idea of the height that we want things to be at. Let's see if that'll support it. Yeah, we should be good. Okay, so what we're trying to do is create a bottom tray. And I mean, what we're going to do is we're going to build a tray in this, basically like a planter box out of glass in the top of this paludarium. Our carnivorous plants are then going to sit in this box, and they're not going to have any access to the water below because I don't want the peat and the color associated with that to leach down into the water. And because this will be made out of glass, we'll be able to see how much water is in it. So I'm not concerned about drainage, but who knows, it might end up being a problem. Water is in it. I don't want the peat and the color associated with that to leach down into the water. And because this will be made out of glass, we'll be able to see how much water is in it. So I'm not concerned about drainage, but who knows, it might end up being a problem. I just don't know. I guess that's the experimental part of this whole project. Right now I'm just trying to figure out the height that I want the bottom of the box to be, and then I need to figure out how far out I want it to come. I don't want it to come out too far because I don't want to limit the amount of access we have to the water portion of this tank, and I also don't want to be blocking too much of it from light because we want to plant the bottom of it, and if this comes out really far, then not a lot of light's going to get down there. And actually, the piece that we cut off from the main piece, I think is going to work really good as the front portion of the planter. Height-wise, I think that looks pretty good. So that's essentially what we're going to have. Maybe we'll push it in a little bit farther, and then we'll make a cut here, and then we'll just have to silicone everything into place. So with the bottom portion of the planter cut, we need to decide if we want it to sit here flush with this front lip, or if we want to raise it up a little bit higher. We can always bring the light up taller to accommodate for taller plants, but if you can imagine this sitting here, gotta kind of hold it flush with the water, or
Psychosocial, put the focus on. Let me try that in a second. By Slipknot.
you know, very close to flush with the water? Or do we want the whole thing to be raised up and bring the light up? So that's where I'm at right now. Don't really know what I'm going to do. Or I just thought of this. Do we want this whole piece to sit lower? Since we're going to build a box, as long as the front is taller than where the water line's going to be, we could actually recess this down into the tank water. Or do we just make it a heck of a lot easier and only cut one piece of glass and make it fall back? I I told you this was an experiment, guys. Like, I started filming this before I really even thought through what we could do with this project. So, I said it before, but I got even more thinking to do. Okay, guys, so this is what I ended up deciding to do. We're going to build the planter pot, and it's going to be raised up to about the level of the front panel. And the reason why I did this is because if we just put a straight piece in the back here, we'd be reducing the water volume.
In today's video, we're going to look at how to remove
scratches from your aquarium. Now, the two most commonly used materials for an aquarium viewing panel are both glass as well as acrylic. Now, we're going to take a look at how to remove scratches from each one. Now, they're both not the same, but the methods are quite similar. So let's start out with the material that has the most supplies to remove scratches, but tends to be easier, acrylic. Now, the best part about acrylic is no matter how deep the scratches are, you can generally always remove those scratches. The downside is acrylic tends to scratch easier than glass, so repairing an acrylic aquarium of its scratches is definitely going to be more common than repairing a glass aquarium. Now, that doesn't mean acrylic scratches quite easily, because it really doesn't. It does take effort to scratch it. With proper care and maintenance, you probably never will scratch your aquarium. But this video will show you exactly how to remove those scratches in case you do. So let's start out with the materials you're going to need to remove those scratches. Having access to water is going to be beneficial due to the fact that acrylic starts to melt after you start to work with it. Whether you're sanding it or cutting it, it starts to heat up and it will melt. So having a little dish of water handy is going to be beneficial for this removal. You're also going to need sandpaper, but you're going to need wet dry sandpaper. Typically any hardware shop will carry wet dry sandpaper. Now I suggest starting with 400 grit sandpaper, getting some 800 grit, 1,000 and 2,000. Now, the smaller the number means the more grainier it's going to be. The higher the number, the less grit it's going to have, and it's going to be much more softer. Now, as you can imagine, we're going to start off with the smaller grit, and we're going to work our way up until the higher number. You'll also need some Novus. Now, Novus is a product that is going to help remove it. You're probably not going to be able to, just once you've identified, remove half, and acrylic starts to melt after you start. It tends to scratch easier than glass, so repairing an acrylic aquarium of its scratches is definitely going to be more common than repairing a glass aquarium. Now, that doesn't mean acrylic scratches quite easily, because it really doesn't. It does take effort to scratch it. With proper care and maintenance, you probably never will scratch your aquarium. But this video will show you exactly how to remove those scratches in case you do. So let's start out with the materials you're going to need to remove those scratches. Having access to water is going to be beneficial due to the fact that acrylic starts to melt after you start to work with it. Whether you're sanding it or cutting it, it starts to heat up and it will melt. So having a little dish of water handy is going to be beneficial for this removal. You're also going to need sandpaper, but you're going to need wet dry sandpaper. Typically any hardware shop will carry wet dry sandpaper. Now, I suggest starting with 400 grit sandpaper, getting some 800 grit, 1,000 and 2,000. Now, the smaller the number means the more grainier it's going to be. The higher the number, the less grit it's going to have, and it's going to be much more softer. Now, as you can imagine, we're going to start off with the smaller grit, and we're going to work our way up until the higher number. You'll also need some Novus. Now, Novus is a product that is going to help remove any haze that the sandpaper is going to remain. Now, I suggest getting at least Novus 3 and 2 for deep scratches and then more minor scratches. In my opinion, they're a must. So, let's get started with removing the actual scratches. Once you've identified a scratch, as you can see, I'm going to have to scratch this up first. It's a new piece of acrylic. It's 12mm cell-cast acrylic. In order to see the scratches, I'm going to have to put it in the sunlight because the camera won't pick it up indoors. We're also going to mask off half of the scratches so that you can remove half and still have half the scratches left for a nice comparison. So you can see the job really works. I'm also going to sign the back of the actual can of acrylic so that you can see that, we're not switching out this piece for a new piece. Fate Actor reenacts actual real-life true events.
I was just a normal guy with lower than normal stoke levels. So when someone suggested one wheel, I was skeptical until I tried it.
With low stoke levels, you never know when you're going to be stoked again. Do not use without a helmet. Side effects include smiling, laughter, confidence, new friends, a generous sense of freedom, finding your aura.
Now, my stoke levels stay up all day, every day.
Call a doctor if you're stoked longer than 4 hours. One wheel. Stay stoked.
And that protects our customers 24/7.
Sorry I'm late, everybody, and apologies for my appearance.
You're fine. We were just talking about how customers...
I look like a wanted poster. I didn't have time to get my beard routine in this morning, so...
What beard routine?
Well, the key is maple nectar. Gives it that sheen.
Is there something wrong with my screen?
Jamie, what are you talking about? You're right, Alan. We should be talking about bundling home and auto with Progressive, not this luscious mane of mine.
Okay. Jamie, do you know what a beard is?
I'm doing that due to the fact that this is not a continuous shot. I had to do some of this outside, some of it inside. So now that we have our scratches in place, we have some painter's tape to protect some of the scratches so we can remove later. We're going to start off with 400 grit sandpaper, but first we're going to make sure the surface is clean, and we're going to wet that sandpaper first. We're going to start sanding the scratch in a circular motion. We're going to do it until the scratch is no longer visible. We're not worried about scratching or sanding the surrounding areas. In fact, it's fine. Now you can notice that I'm doing this by hand, and by doing it with hand is for small scratches. If you have larger scratches, I suggest using a palm sander, or if you have a larger area, like you want to do an entire tank, get a palm sander or some sort of an electrical sander. That's going to make the job a lot easier for you. After 400 grit, we're going to wipe the surface clean. We're going to move on to 800 grit. And we're essentially going to repeat these steps until we get up to the 2000 grit. Now 2000 grit is still going to leave a haze on the aquarium. So that's when the Novus comes into play. We're going to wipe the surface clean and we're going to apply Novus. And we're just going to, again, apply it in a circular motion. Starting with Novus 3, you'll notice a big difference. Now I used way too much for this tutorial, but I wanted to make sure that I got enough on there. Obviously you will not need to use this much. Finally, once that's removed, we can go ahead and apply the Novus 2. Now the Novus 2 is going to polish it out to a nice shine, to the point where all the scratches are gone. If you like, you can also apply Novus 1. Now, Novus 1 is going to protect it from further scratches to an extent. It's also going to make it static-free and give it a nice shine. It's going to make it a really nice-looking piece. Now, the extent of a scratch when you're working with acrylics is not going to take you very long. If you only had one scratch, I would say only about 5 minutes of work to buff that out is all it's going to take. For an entire aquarium, you're looking at a couple of hours. But for an acrylic aquarium, and for the ease of removing scratches, it's definitely worth the effort. Now, as you can see in the comparison here, while I removed the tape, you can see that the buffing job that I did with the sandpaper did a really good job. Now, if I spent some real time on it and really did some work instead of just doing a basic demonstration, I could have did it a lot better, and so could you. But for all purposes of this video, you can see that it works. Now let's move on to glass. A lot more people have glass aquariums than acrylic aquariums, typically due to price. However, removing scratches from a glass aquarium is not going to be as easy. There's one telltale difference if you're going to be able to do it yourself or not. I would suggest feeling the scratch first. If you can get your fingernail caught in the actual scratch, you're probably not going to be able to remove it at home. Now, there's a ton of products on the market that might claim to be able to remove it. However, with aquariums, you tend to have a lot of scratches. You're going to need a lot of that product. It's probably not worth the effort. For this demonstration, what I did was used a 6mm piece of plate glass, which is most commonly used in aquariums. I took some 400 grit sandpaper and sanded it down, which would simulate sand, for example, rubbing up against the aquarium glass over time. It really does some damage to it. However, in these types of scratches, they can still be removed based on the idea that I can't run my fingernail through it and get it caught, so these are more easily removed than not. We'll also go ahead and tape off the bottom half of these scratches, and I'll sign the back again, just so we know that we're working with the same piece of glass. So now that we're ready to actually remove the scratches, we're going to need a tool of some sort that's going to allow us to buff these scratches out, because doing it by hand is just not practical. You need to do it for quite a while. So I suggest using a hand drill with some sort of a buffing wheel attachment to it. Of course, I'm using a 4-inch buffing wheel, but it's all I had at the time, so that's what I went ahead and used. Now, you'll also need cerium oxide. Now, cerium oxide is the compound that we're going to be using, or I'm sorry, we're going to create a compound to buff out these scratches. Cerium oxide is basically just a powder that is non-soluble in water, so it retains its form once in water, which creates a nice abrasive liquid that's going to allow us to buff these scratches out. A lot of jewelers use it to polish stones and glass, or definitely fine jewelry, etc. It's basically referred to as jeweler's rouge. Now, to mix up the cerium oxide is very simple. We're going to need 2 parts water to 1 part cerium oxide. I suggest you putting in a container that's going to allow you to control the flow of it coming.
Hi Stampers, I'm Tara. Today we'll be working on improving our stamping skills. I have tips on centering, grounding, letter spacing, and stamping multiple words on one token. From our maker's kit, I went ahead and set up our lamp, our hammer, letter stamp, stamping plate, and the token and bracelet that I will be stamping. Notice that each letter stamp is engraved with the actual letter on the front of the stamp. Make sure that this letter is facing you when you stamp. This way you can avoid the common mistake of stamping your letter upside down. To find the center point on the token, look between the inner edge and outer edge of the token. Make sure that your letter isn't hanging too far off the edge, but also make sure that your letter isn't leaning against the center part of the plate. Now that your letter is centered, go ahead and slide your fingers down the stamp until they meet the plate. This is to firmly ground your stamp. We want to firmly ground our stamp so that when we take our hammer and we hit the letter, it won't jiggle or move or bounce. If it has any room to bounce, you could potentially end up with a double stamped letter. Next, take a look at your stamp from above and make sure that it looks straight. Take your hammer, point your elbow out, take a deep breath, stay focused, and stamp. You want to keep your hammer as flat as possible so that when you stamp the letter will be engraved evenly on the token. Rotating the token the same amount between each letter creates equal spacing across the word. When you have a shorter word, you can space it a little wider. If you have a longer word, you can tighten it up. Everyone has a unique style, so practice and find what works for you. For necklaces, the token is hanging from one fixed point, so if you're stamping multiple words, you can actually stamp the letters continually all the way around the token. If you're stamping multiple words on a bracelet, the first word will go on top, and the second word will go on the bottom. This way, the sides of your bracelet won't get in the way of your intention. Start with the longest word first. So for
Okay.
example, if my intention is to stay focused, I'll start stamping the word focused first. Now that I stamped focus, I'm going to go ahead and flip my stamping plate 180 degrees and then spin my token so I can create space to stamp the word stay. If that word had an odd number of letters, I would take the center letter and align that with the center letter in focus, which is the U. Stay has an even number of letters, so I want the space between the T and the A to align with the letter U. It's all about getting comfortable and gaining confidence. When you practice mindfulness and stamping, the centering, alignment, and spacing is going to get easier and even become automatic. And maybe you'll increase those virtues in your life as well. We thank you so much for tuning in today.
Out. However, you're going to make a mess with this anyways once the buffing wheel starts. So I just used a sippy cup because it's all I had at the time and I thought it was a great idea. So I put it in my sippy cup, shook it up, and I was able to squirt out as much as I wanted and shake it up. You have to continuously shake this stuff because the cerium oxide actually settles at the bottom of the water if you don't. To remove it is simple. Dump some cerium oxide on the scratch and start buffing it out. It takes a long time to buff these scratches out if you can get them out at all. For the scratches that I did, I buffed for maybe about 3 minutes just for the purpose of the video. But if I really wanted to get them out completely, it probably would have took me about 10 minutes. However, after I'm done, I just wipe everything off and that's it. There's nothing else to do. So that's it. Removing scratches from your aquarium, whether it's glass or acrylic, is not that daunting of a task. However, if you have an acrylic aquarium, don't sweat it. Those scratches can be removed. With a glass, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult. However, we've taken a look at 2 ways you can do it. There's certainly much more ways out there that you can explore to remove your scratches, but I hope this sheds some light into some of the ways that I do it. Now, the cost of removing, for the supplies to remove these scratches were not that much. For the acrylic aquarium, we needed much more supplies. We needed sandpaper, we needed Novus as well. And those 2 things together cost me about $15 total. But I had enough to remove scratches from several aquariums. As for the glass, well, the buffing wheel, if you already have one, great. If you don't, borrow one or buy one when they're on sale. These little tools that we're using throughout my videos will come in handy eventually. You will use them again. The cerium oxide is actually surprisingly cheap. You don't get a whole lot of it, but I got mine on eBay. I know you guys are going to ask me where I got it, and I just got it on eBay. In fact, I got it all on eBay, so you guys can just go there and find it. The cerium oxide was not that expensive. I think it was like $5 for the amount that I needed. So that's it, folks. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. I definitely want to thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Hi everybody, Joey here again, and welcome back. So in today's video, we're going to talk about leaking aquariums. We're going to cover not only how to repair a leaking aquarium, but also when to do it and how to prevent it in the first place. This video will of course be about glass aquariums. The first thing you want to ensure is that the tank is sitting on a flat and true surface. Now it's fine if it's not actually level. That's more of an aesthetics thing. But what you want to ensure is that all 4 corners of the aquarium are touching. The reason being is simple. If all 4 corners are not touching and or one slightly lifted up, that's going to cause twisting in the frame of the aquarium, which is going to lead to the seams pulling apart and then leaking. Secondly, you want to know how old your aquarium is, because around the 10-year mark, the silicone on your aquarium has aged considerably. And because of that, a bit of shrinking and hardening can happen. Finding the actual tag of when the tank was built will tell you the age. Now this is generally located on the bottom of the aquarium on the outside, or it could be at the top underneath the lip. If your tank is 10 years old or more, you need to seriously consider resealing it. At least you could do it on your own time this way and not have to be put on the spot with a random leak. Now, if your aquarium doesn't have a tag, you'll want to look closely at the seal on the inside of the tank. And what you'll be looking for is that if you can slightly slide the nail of your finger underneath the silicone and it lifts up easily. If you can do that in a few spots, that's a telltale sign that the silicone is aging. Another thing you'll want to look for is if there's any bubbles on the inside seal as well. Typically speaking, again, that's a sign of age. And because of that, it could be time for a reseal. Another thing I like to consider is how the aquarium was stored, and this really only matters if you're buying your aquarium secondhand. Now, if you live in an area where the temperatures drop during certain times of the year, like I do, you need to know if the tank was actually stored outside or in a cold area at any time. If it was, the tank's going to simply have to be resealed, which isn't a big deal. A tank's age actually has nothing to do with this. And there's no signs of how it was stored, so you really need the seller to be truthful with how it was stored. The cold will in fact shrink the silicone slightly, not by a lot, and you probably won't notice it, but it's enough to cause a leak. Now those are the top things that I like to consider for resealing an aquarium. There are times when a tank is in such bad shape though that it simply needs to be taken apart, cleaned up, and built back together. Doing so isn't as difficult as it sounds. I have shown you exactly how to take tanks apart in the past and of course shown you how to build them. When you need to is pretty simple. When you look at the seams in your aquarium, you might see some bubbles, and don't worry, most of those are completely normal. For the most part, they're just trapped air bubbles from the time it was built due to poor craftsmanship. Even if you see a lot of them, they're not that much of a problem. However, what I like to do is take a black marker or a Sharpie and kind of circle where the bubbles are and monitor them over the next few weeks and see if those bubbles are getting any bigger. If they don't, it's no problem. What you're really looking for is white or foggy areas. Basically not clear like the rest of the seams will be. This is a clear sign that the tank is under more stress than the seams can handle, and it's pulling apart. This has to be pretty bad though, and what you'll be looking for is this to be occurring on over 50% of the tank. When it gets to that point, you're in some trouble, and you'll definitely need to take that tank apart as soon as you can and rebuild it. So what happens if your tank does have a leak? Do you have to reseal the whole aquarium? The short answer is yes. But you can buy yourself some time depending on where that leak is. You see, if the leak is coming from the top 25% of the tank, you can simply drain the water below that leak, add a little dab of silicone to the seam on where that leak is coming from, leave it for about 24 hours, then fill the tank back up, and you'll be able to get by for quite a while. That is, of course, if it's a slow leak and there really isn't any issue. A lot of the times, that'll probably be the only thing you'll ever have to do. Now, for any other type of leak, for example, if it leaks below that, or if it's leaking around the bottom of the tank, the whole tank needs to be drained and resealed. No, you can't just reseal where the tank is leaking. Old silicone and new silicone do not stick well together. Now you could try to seal that leak with a little dab of silicone if you can find where it's leaking, like we did for up top, and buy yourself some time until you can arrange where your fish is going to go while you drain and reseal that tank. If your leak is relatively fast, like 1 drip a second, then you have an emergency situation on your hands. And the number one thing people worry about is where am I going to put my fish while I reseal this tank? Well, you shouldn't have to worry about that because in the past I've also shown you how to have an emergency setup on standby. All of you should have done that. Resealing the actual tank though is easy to do if you have a handheld scraper and some one-sided razor blades. You scrape the razor under one side of the seam at a time and then the other. Now where the razor meets in the corners, slices the silicone right off. The trick to this is, though, you do not want to get that razor blade into the seam of the tank where the two panels of glass meet. The seal is just what stops the leak. The seam is what holds it all together. Once finished, I remove all the silicone with a shop vac, and at this point, I run a fresh razor blade over all of the seams once again, trying to get anything I missed. A lot of times, this removes a lot more residue than you think you would have left behind. Even when you think you got it all, what you should do is take a cloth and a dab of some acetone. Or in this case, I use some nail polish remover. I then scrub the seams with it. Now this dissolves and removes the silicone residue and anything you might have left behind. You don't want to use a lot though, because it could start to seep into the seams and compromise that seal. Give it a few minutes for that acetone to evaporate, and then we get to move on to the easy part. To make it look good and keep the seal straight, I use some painter's tape to act as the guide. This is applied to each side of every seam. Depending on the thickness of the glass that you are repairing, to get it to look its best, I suggest using a space between the glass and the tape on each side to be 1 to 2 times the thickness of the glass the tank is actually made of. Now in my case, this tank is made from 6mm glass, or 1/4 inch. So the space on each side of the seam I left range from 6 to 12mm, or 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch. Now don't worry if you overlap the tape at first in the corners either. You can always come back and fix that with a razor blade, and in fact I would actually recommend overlapping them because you can make a much cleaner edge with that razor blade. As for how much silicone you actually need, here's my formula. Add up every seam length in feet. So for example, I have 3 feet here, 3 feet over there, a foot, 1.5 feet, 1.5 feet, 1.5 feet, 1.5 feet. Every seam that you have. And in this case, it ends up being 14 feet total. Now take that number and multiply it by the thickness of the glass. And in my case, it's 6mm glass. So 14 times 6 equals 84, meaning I'm going to need 84 milliliters of silicone to reseal this tank. Yet when it comes to silicone, I always suggest for you to buy twice as much as you actually need. It's okay if you end up with a little bit of extra silicone, but it's a nightmare if you don't have enough. Now this will obviously also allow for mistakes and in case you use a little bit more than you should in one spot. I would also suggest that whatever brand you use to simply ensure that it's 100% silicone with no additives. For example, mold inhibitors. Personally, I use GE Silicone 1 window and door. I've also been using a Canadian brand called Weather Shield that has aquarium safe in big letters written on the front. So when in doubt, jump on eBay, Amazon, go to your local fish stores, shop online at some aquarium stores, and just spend the extra couple dollars for aquarium silicone. Nowadays, aquarium silicone's going for like $10, whereas the stuff that I've been buying at hardware stores is $5 or $6, so the savings are no longer that big. Nor does that $5 really matter to me for such an important job like building or resealing a tank. Apply the silicone starting with the base, followed by the sides in an upward fashion. This makes for a much more cleaner application. The amount laid needs only to be enough to spread out the entire area that you created within the tape. Another little tip is to use a bead the thickness of the actual glass panel you're using. So for example, this tank, I would have used a 1/4 inch bead all the way up. And then once I smooth it out, it would fill up the entire gap. And that's what you do when done. Use your finger to lightly smooth out the silicone. You can use various tools to do it as well, but I personally just prefer using my finger. Now you do want to move quickly while laying the silicone before the silicone gets a chance to cure. The first thing it does when it cures is it forms a bit of a skin on the outside, and when you attempt to smooth it out or adjust it, it creates a big mess. So you'll have about 5 or 10 minutes before this happens. Now as soon as the silicone is smoothed out, we remove the tape. Again, making sure that we remove it before it's cured. The waiting time is about 24 hours for tanks built out of 6mm glass or less, and then 48 hours for tanks that are built with thicker glass than 6mm. The reasoning is simple. The bigger the tank, the more silicone it's going to use, and the thicker that bead will be, the longer it's going to take to cure. Not all thicknesses of silicone cures at the same rate, unfortunately. Now, silicone's going to give off a very strong smell, almost like vinegar, but it's more overpowering. But that's only going to occur for the first few hours. However, you do want to do this in a well-ventilated area. When you no longer can smell that silicone and it feels solid, chances are it's cured and ready for water. Sometimes the time frame isn't enough. Removing the silicone and cleaning the tank up is what takes the longest. But generally that only takes about 5 to 7 minutes per foot of aquarium. So for example, for me to remove all of the silicone from this 3-foot tank, that only took me 15 minutes. To do it for a 6-foot tank, it only takes me about a half hour. Taping and laying down all the silicone doesn't take long at all. It's also not that difficult, and it can even be a good thing. Once you get the tank empty and before you reseal it, use this as an opportunity. Maybe you should clean it like I showed in the past video and make your tank look brand new again. Then when you fill it back up, you got a really clean tank with brand new seams. Anyways guys, I hope that you enjoyed today's video. I also wanted to thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next week for a new do-it-yourself project.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Trapfish Aquatics. Today I am going to be resealing this aquarium right here. This is a 55-pound aquarium. I picked this up for $30, and the previous owner said that it had a leak in the silicone. I was looking at the silicone. It doesn't look too bad, but I'm going to take his word for it and reseal this tank, and I'm going to show you guys how to do it. The reason you want to reseal a tank is it's a lot cheaper than buying a new one. A new 55-gallon tank runs anywhere from $75 to $120 depending where you live. And to since I got this one for $30, it's only going to cost me $5 to reseal it, and $35 for a brand new to me 55-gallon tank. So in my opinion, that is very much worth it. It's also a very good thing to know if you have a tank at home and the seam goes on it and it starts leaking water, that you don't have to run out and buy a new one. You can fix it. It does take a little bit of time, about an hour to do it, and then the tank is going to take about 48 hours to fully cure on silicone, and then you can go ahead and use it again. But I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to show you guys some tools that you're going to need to do this, and it's not very complicated. So let me show you what you need to do. The first thing that you're going to need is you are going to
significantly, almost cutting it in half. And by doing that, we don't really even have room to put any kind of a pump or anything. Let me give you a better idea of what I'm talking about. So if we put in a piece like this into the back, then you can see we lose almost half of the water volume. And then if we want to put any kind of a a pump or something to circulate water, it's going to be very visible, take up more room. And so I think that this is going to be the way to do it. I don't know though. If we had a bigger tank, then we could probably just make a false back and it would look just fine, and we'd have enough room. But because the tank is so small, I think this is just how we're going to do it. Alright, check it out. So everything is just sitting in here. I got the bottom piece on top of the Febreze candle, which is actually like the perfect height, and then the front piece here is just ever so slightly off, but it allows it to stay put. So now it's time we bust out the 100% clear silicone. I gotta go grab the caulking gun, and we're going to silicone this thing shut. It's going to prevent any water from leaking down into the tank or vice versa. But again, we don't have that problem because it's actually sitting up above where the water level can even be. So that's a plus. No need to mask off anything because we're just going to get in here, and it doesn't need to look super pretty. I think just by running a small bead and using my finger to smooth it out, I think we're going to be just fine. And because it's not an actual tank, well, we don't need to use a ton of silicone. We don't have to make sure everything is sealed in between. We don't have to brace for any tension that's going to be put on this thing because there's going to be such a little amount of force on this thing. So that makes it really simple. Let's go ahead and get set up here. Get a bunch of paper towels. Silicone's really messy. Let's finish this thing up. Alright guys, so we finished the silicone and we let things sit for about 24 hours, and I've filled this back portion up just to make sure that everything is sealed and it holds water. Again, it's not going to be holding a ton of water, but I just want to make sure there's not going to be any drips down into the main tank. So this is looking pretty good. The silicone job that I did on here, wasn't the best. I was just kind of freestyling it, if you will. Not a huge deal. I wasn't trying to go for perfection or anything. But yeah, I think we're all ready to go with getting our plants repotted into this portion. I'll drain this water out, but I mean, just looking at it right now, I'm imagining how cool it would be to have like a two-tiered tank, right, with this filled up. So if these plants don't work out up here for whatever reason, then I'll just gut it and we'll run a double aquarium. That might be kind of cool. And just like that, guys, we are done with the terrestrial plant portion of this little setup. Just to recap it, we got lava rocks down at the bottom to increase the drainage and help with aeration. And then the plantum medium itself is just a mixture of sphagnum moss as well as a little bit of peat moss and some perlite that was in some of the existing plant containers. And so this media is going to be really airy and to help prevent any kind of waterlogging or anything that would be detrimental to the very sensitive roots of these plants. I also added in a little bit of the moss that was in a couple of the pitcher containers, and hopefully that stuff kind of spreads around the top. I think that would look really cool. So the plants are definitely going to be in a little bit of a shock. One of the Venus flytraps got a mouthful of dirt and closed up. Hopefully that doesn't turn out to be a bad thing. But I'm excited to see what this does. In the next episode, we will finish up the bottom portion of the tank and get that rolling. So I'm still thinking of ideas as far as how I want this to look and how I want it to function and what I want to put in it, but I have a pretty good idea. So make sure you guys are subscribed and you have notifications on so you know when the next video on this little tank comes out. Thanks again so much for watching, guys, and we will see you next time.
For the past 2 years that I've been consistently active on YouTube, a lot of you have asked me to do a setup for carnivorous plants, with a lot of those requests being for Venus flytraps. I kept saying in comments that I would eventually do something with them, and the time has finally come. The reason that I put this off for so long is that there are some logistical issues with keeping Venus flytraps in a terrarium. As a result, this is an experimental build that may or may not be successful. I will talk more about that as we work through the build, but I think we may be able to pull something off. Anyways, let's get into the build. I've been in and out of Walmart several times in the past few weeks. They've had Venus flytraps in the garden section, but no one was buying them. Naturally, I felt sorry for the plants because no one wanted them, and I decided that it was finally time to do this build. So I bought 3 of them at $5 a piece in hopes to make a cool terrarium. As I said earlier, there are some issues with keeping flytraps in a terrarium. This is largely because these plants have specialized care requirements. Since they are a temper plant, they need a cool, dormant period to survive long term. This is by far the thing that has me most concerned, but it may be less of an issue than I originally thought. Keep this in mind because we'll revisit it near the end of the video. Another specialized aspect about caring for flytraps are their substrate requirements. Unlike most plants that obtain nutrients through the soil, flytraps, like other carnivorous plants, receive their nutrients from eating insects. Therefore, any nutrients present within the substrate will actually be harmful to the plant, so we're going to have to mix up a custom substrate blend. Much like the substrate that we typically use for terrariums, we want this substrate to drain well, resist compaction, and stay moist without becoming soggy. To achieve this, we're going to use 3 components, including dried sphagnum moss, peat moss, and quartz sand. When choosing these components, it's extremely important to find ones that aren't enriched with nutrients. The reason being that we want this substrate to be as absent of nutrients as possible. Now then, we'll get roughly 1 part of peat moss, 2 parts of dried sphagnum moss, and 1 part of quartz sand and mix them together. After everything is thoroughly mixed together, you should end up with something that looks like this. There are other substrate mixes that could work, but this one seems like it would work well for a terrarium and it will fulfill the plant's needs. Of course, we're also going to need a suitable container. I already had this awesome jar in my stockpile, and although I was saving it for something else, I knew it would be perfect for this build. Plus, that gives me the excuse to buy another one later on. When choosing a container for this build, you're going to want something that's decently sized because these plants can get somewhat large. Now we're ready to build the terrarium. First, let's start out with a false bottom. We'll make this just like we would for other terrariums using gravel and carbon fiberglass window screen mesh. Here I just have a bit of black gravel and some spare window screen from previous builds. When cutting this out, I find it easiest to use an object that's slightly larger than the diameter of the container as a guide. in this case a bucket. So in combination with an X-Acto knife, I used this bucket as a guide and cut out the mesh. With the mesh cut out, we can dump the gravel into the jar, which I did using a folded piece of paper. I recommend going more generous on this layer for fly traps than we would for other plants. Just like in other terrariums, this layer will help keep standing water separate from the plant's roots, among other things. After getting a good layer of gravel down in the jar, the window screen was then put in place. Now we'll move on to the substrate layer. To add this component, I used a piece of paper again. As I dumped it into the container, I also evened it out with a fan brush. Before we move on, you may be wondering why I didn't add a charcoal layer. Well, I suspect that charcoal will add unwanted nutrients into the terrarium, and as I expressed earlier, that's not something that the fly traps will take kindly to. As I dumped it into the container, I also evened it out with a fan brush. Before we move on, you may be wondering why I didn't add a charcoal layer. Well, I suspect that charcoal will add unwanted nutrients into the terrarium, and as I expressed earlier, that's not something that the fly traps will take kindly to. After getting a nice layer of substrate in the container, we could then unpot the fly traps. In doing so, you want to be as gentle as possible to avoid overstressing the plant. As such, I'm leaving some of the existing substrate around the base of the plant. From here, I planted one of the fly traps in the back of the container using various tools. I only started with one so that I could get a feel for how I wanted to hardscape everything from there. Afterward, I got some black lava rock and hardscaped a portion of the terrarium. I didn't really have a set idea in mind for this, so I just let the scape take shape on its own. After scaping for a bit, I placed an additional fly trap. Then I continued to scape the terrarium. Eventually, I got to the point where I could start adding some moss and liverwort. Like the fly traps, these are temperate mosses, so they shouldn't have any issue going through a dormant period. However, my only concern with adding these mosses is that they may contaminate the setup with unwanted nutrients, but I guess we'll see what happens. Using my tweezers, I went through the terrarium and placed patches of moss in a way that I found aesthetically pleasing. During this process, I also added some more lava rocks and a third Venus flytrap. Eventually, I ended up with the final design seen here. That said, we're going to have to add some water before we can call it quits. In doing so, you will have to use distilled water, reverse osmosis water, or rainwater. Pretty much any other type of water is going to have minerals in it, which unfortunately would kill your fly trap. I picked up a gallon of distilled water at Walmart for around $1, so it's not hard to come by. If you plan this out ahead of time, you could just as easily get some rainwater totally free. Finally, when watering your terrarium, you want to add enough to moisten the substrate, but not so much that you create a soggy environment. Also, since this is an open container, I'm going to have to periodically add more water.
So I ran into my ex last night, and his girlfriend. He's been back for 3 weeks, and he's met someone. What do people who have been together for 3 weeks even do? They have sex. Constantly have sex.
Your face is your money maker, so why would you pair it with cheap plastic? And why does some plastic cost $500? Time for you to rethink your face. Man, I look good. These are William Painter, the finest sunglasses ever made, and the last pair you'll ever need. Is that a bold statement? Yeah, it is. We analyzed and perfected the classic styles you already know and love. They look good in board shorts and headed to the boardroom. You can dress them up, dress them down, even undress in them. William Painter was the He invented the bottle cap and bottle opener, then said,
The only way to do a thing is to do it.
We decided to honor his legacy when we created the Hook. Our patented pair of sunglasses that let you pop bottles and look like a model.
But here's the inventor's magic. In order to create this unique pair of sunglasses, we had to make our frames out of aerospace-grade titanium.
We just create the most durable pair of sunglasses ever? Yeah, we did. And as an independent sunglass company, we sell them directly to you, which means no middleman and no expensive markup. Head over to WilliamPainter.com and find your pair. Maybe you've never bought sunglasses online. You'll feel confident about looking good without all the fuss of trying on endless pairs. And remember, the only way to do a thing is to do it. Ain't that right, Willie?
That's right, Willie.
So head over to WilliamPainter.com and do it now. If you lose them or your girlfriend steals them, we'll even replace them at a discount. No! Plus, we give you a full lifetime guarantee. Nice looking shades, old man. No wonder Life Hack Guru Tim Ferriss.
I had that hand.
They're stylish, great. They're also very durable.
The dude only works 4 hours a week. You'd never disgrace a delicious steak with a plastic knife, so why would you do the same to your face? So if you or someone you love has a face, go to WilliamPainter.com today. Click now to start your 100-day trial of life-changing sunglasses.
1, 2, 3, stop.
They click the link yet? Because, I can pop bottles all day. Nope, this one's mine. Go to WilliamPainter.com and make a mess.
Overall, I like how this terrarium turned out, and I'm hoping that we can get it to last long term. As I said, Venus flytraps are a temperate plant which require a dormancy period. If you want your plant to last more than a few years, there's absolutely no way around it. During this period of time, the temperature will more or less cause the plant to go to sleep, where it will reawaken in the spring. To replicate this natural cycle, I will most likely put my terrarium in the garage, just in front of the window. I'll keep my terrarium there for around 3 or 4 months before bringing it back inside. To be more specific, I'll put it out there in November and return it to the terrarium shelf in late March. During this period, I'm not going to do any updates or anything. I'll simply document the process and then release a single video when it comes. Again, this is an experimental build, and I'm not sure if it will even work. I think it very well could, but we're going to have to be patient and wait and see what happens. And that about wraps it up. I know that a lot of you also wanted to see a tropical carnivorous plant terrarium, but we'll save that for another video. I just wanted to start here, since a lot of you were
This is what fresh looks like. And this
is what fake supermarket fresh looks like. Say goodbye to supermarket fresh and say hello to AeroGarden fresh. This is AeroGarden, and this is everyday fresh. No herbicides, no pesticides, always non-GMO. Who knew fresh could have no off-season? Who knew locally grown could mean 5 feet away? And who needs farm to table when you have plant to plate? With AeroGarden, grow delicious herbs and heirloom vegetables right on your counter in a beautiful and sleek garden that's right at home in any kitchen. There's no sunlight necessary and no green thumb required. So you get the harvest without the hassle. AeroGarden has everything you need to get growing in minutes. Just drop in the pod, add water and plant food, and watch them grow. With our easy-to-use control panel, you'll always get the right light, and no worries about when to add water or how much to feed.
Another good hand that I missed
AeroGarden
out
Fresh
on.
means all year round natural fresh. You'll grow 5 times faster than soil. Watch it sprout in days, harvest in just weeks, and enjoy over and over for months. You can grow the freshest herbs, the tastiest vegetables, even the most beautiful flowers. There's an AeroGarden for every home and every budget. And AeroGarden makes a great gift with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Come see what everyone is talking about. It's easy, it's fresh, it's AeroGarden. So don't be fooled by fake supermarket fresh. It's not really fresh unless it's AeroGarden fresh. Get growing today with AeroGarden. Available at Amazon and these fine retailers.
For the
Oh, is this one?
There's this idea that in portraiture, it's the photographer's job to set the subject at ease. I don't believe that. Robert Penn Warren was writing about dying and death, and I just asked him to take his shirt off, but it was more like I wanted to see
Another
his
one he
skeleton.
had. Look at that.
He didn't have any guard or shield. One of my favorite photographs, Agnes Martin sitting in her painting studio. She said to me, I sit here and I wait to be inspired. I love that. And so I said, would you just sit there? Isn't that what we all do? We wait to be inspired. All the work that I've ever done, the ideas emanate from that person. Stand over here, present yourself. We're so complicated as human beings. There's so many parts to us. That's where the ideas come from. Even in the most set up situation, I believe there's something real going on. I'm so not a technical photographer. If that's what you're thinking about, you're not taking pictures. When you first start off, stay with one lens and see what it does. You may want to open up, have more latitude, so when you go back, you can actually bring it back down and go dark. I'm constantly trying to emulate natural light. Where's the light coming from? She should fall into that tree. Actually, like that. Photograph the people close to you, your family, your friends. That's how I learned. When you photograph people, it's about history. It's about looking at our time and our culture and our society through portraits. You never stop seeing. You're seeing all the time. Don't be afraid to be obsessed. Take the camera, go out in the world, find a way to tell a story that means something to you. I'm Annie Leibovitz, and this is my masterclass.
Paid actor reenacts actual real-life true events.
I was just a normal guy with
Noise,
lower than normal
baby,
stock
noise.
levels. So when someone suggested one wheel, I was skeptical.
Noise,
until I
noise.
tried
Then
it.
I got the clubs. Noise, noise, noises.
Again.
Yes, Slush, baby. Boom.
Side effects include
Got it.
smiling,
Ha!
confidence,
In the face.
a generous sense of
In
freedom, finding
face.
your aura.
Now, my stoke levels stay up all day, every day.
Doctor, if you're stoked for 24 hours, one wheel, stay stoked.
Okay guys, let's just jump into this real quick before we start to actually make this thing. Let's go over what we're looking at right here. So if we just put a straight piece in the back here, we'd be reducing the water, bust out the 100% clear. It's really simple. Let's go ahead and it holds water. Again, it's not going to be holding a ton of water, but I just want to make sure there's not going to be any drips down into the main tank. So this is looking pretty good. The silicone job that I did on here, it wasn't the best. I was just kind of freestyling it, if you will. Not a huge deal. I wasn't trying to go for perfection or anything. But yeah, I think we're all ready to go with getting our plants repotted into this portion. I'll drain this water out, but I mean, just looking at it right now, I'm imagining how cool it would be to have like a two-tiered tank, right, with this filled up. So if these plants don't work out up here for whatever reason, then I'll just gut it and we'll run a double aquarium. That might be kind of cool.
Lava rock.
Oh, Jack King.
And just like that, guys, we are done with the terrestrial plant portion of this little setup. Just to recap it, we got lava rocks down at the bottom to increase the drainage and help with aeration. And then the plantum medium itself is just a mixture of sphagnum moss as well as a little bit of peat moss and some perlite that was in some of the existing plant containers. And so this media is going to be really airy and to help prevent any kind of waterlogging or anything that would be detrimental to the very sensitive roots of these plants. I also added in a little bit of the moss that was in a couple of the pitcher containers, and hopefully that stuff kind of spreads around the top. I think that would look really cool. So the plants are definitely going to be in a little bit of a shock. One of the Venus flytraps got a mouthful of dirt and closed up. Hopefully that doesn't turn out to be a bad thing. But I'm excited to see what this does. In the next episode, we will finish up the bottom portion of the tank and get that rolling. So I'm still thinking of ideas as far as how I want this to look and how I want it to function and what I want to put in it, but I have a pretty good idea. So make sure you guys are subscribed and you have notifications on so you know when the next video on this tank comes out. Thanks again so much for watching, guys. We will see you next time. Shock, one of the Venus flytraps got a mouthful of dirt and closed up. Hopefully that doesn't turn out to be a bad thing. But I'm excited to see what...
Here's where you feed them.
Welcome back, guys. Today we are going to finish. Welcome back, guys. Today we are going to finish up the carnivorous tank, or paludarium, or whatever the heck this thing ended up being. I don't know what you classify this thing as. If you guys didn't see the setup video, I'll put a link for it at the top of the description, pin comment, all the usual places, so you can check that out if you want to see that video. But you know, we really just replanted some Venus flytraps and some pitcher plants into this little portion of the tank, this glass planter box that we cut and siliconed into place here. This doesn't have any drainage. This is like a self-contained thing, and I just fill it up with distilled water and try and keep sort of a small level in here. It's very airy. The planting medium in here is sphagnum moss. It makes for a really airy but yet moist environment for the plant roots, and these things aren't the easiest things to grow. These plants do require a fairly specific environment in order to do well, and so I tried my best to provide that. So if you want to learn more information, you can go watch that other video, and I'll probably sprinkle in a few facts about these plants as the video goes along. We're going to be finishing this up, the bottom portion specifically here, and it's going to be a cold tank for my shrimps. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with the desert tank, right? And so down in here we have a bunch of black rose shrimp that have bred out multiple times, and now we have Bloody Mary shrimp in here. We also have some fantasy blue shrimp in here. We need to cull them out, as well as the more brown shrimp we want to make sure that we keep specifically here. And it's going to be a cold tank for my shrimps. I'll in a few facts about these plants as the video goes along. We're going to be finishing this up, the bottom portion specifically here, and it's going to be a cold tank for my shrimps. I'm sure most of you guys are familiar with the desert tank, right? And so down in here we have a bunch of black rose shrimp that have bred out multiple times, and now we have Bloody Mary shrimp in here. We also have some fantasy blue shrimp in here. We need to cull them out, as well as the more brown shrimp. We want to make sure that we keep these nice black shrimp in here. We only want those. So this is just going to be one of the coal tanks. This tank right here, because it's so small, we don't want to put fish into it. I thought it would be a good opportunity to use this as the coal tank for the Bloody Mary shrimp. So later in the video, once we set this thing up, we'll go.
Build custom industrial machines in days. Design your machine in the simplest online CAD. Get inspired by our public designs, or build your own in minutes. Program and simulate the machine directly in your browser. Build a broad range of automated equipment, no matter the complexity. Upon completing your design, review your bill of materials, select shipping options, and order. Receive your part kit within days. Assemble your machine using a single tool from beginning to end. Simple, quick, and efficient. Design your machine today. Receive it tomorrow.
And we'll pull some out and then fill this tank up with as many as we can find. Other coal tank is going to be this one, and this one's going to be for the Fantasy Blues. Let's get this old can out of here. But yeah, we just need to get started. So let's go start on the other one. We'll get to this one another day. So let's talk about the feeding of the shrimp to the Venus flytrap. Of course, those shrimp were already dead. I'm not feeding live shrimp to these plants, guys, but really it was just an experiment, because as we all know, this is a plant that is a carnivore and can eat insects in the wild. That's what it does. That's basically the only way that it can get its main nutrition, because it's not a plant that extracts nutrients from the soil. So every once in a while, these things will need to eat. I think they can go a really long time without eating, though. I wanted to run the experiment and see if they would eat shrimp. I mean, I don't have a lot of bugs in my house, right? Like, every once in a while, but the odds that a fly ends up in here, or an ant or something, I don't know, is probably not very likely. So I thought maybe I should supplement with the shrimp. I saw the opportunity, and so far, I mean, it's been like a month. It's taken forever. This is the big one that we fed that big shrimp to. It's been like a month, and it's still digesting it, but I mean, this trap, the stem and everything, it looks good. It looks healthy. There's a little bit of marking on the outside of it, but so far so good, guys. Like, it might be a viable option. We'll see what happens with this.
Your face is your moneymaker. So why would you pair it with cheap plastic? And why does some plastic cost $500? Time for you to rethink your face. Man, I look good. These are William Painters, the finest sunglasses ever made, and the last pair you'll ever need. Is that a bold statement? Yeah, it is. We analyzed and perfected the classic styles you already know and love. They look good in board shorts and headed to the boardroom. You can dress them up, dress them down, even undress in them. Dun 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 dun. William Painter was the man. He invented the bottle cap and bottle opener, then said,
The only way to do a thing is to do it.
We decided to honor his legacy when we created the Hook. Our patented pair of sunglasses that let you pop bottles and look like a model.
But here's the inventor's magic. In order to create this unique pair of sunglasses, we had to make our frames out of aerospace-grade titanium.
We just create the most durable pair of sunglasses ever? Yeah, we did. And as an independent sunglass company, we sell them directly to you, which means no middlemen and no expensive markups. Head over to WilliamPainter.com and find your pair. Maybe you've never bought sunglasses online.
Oh no. AC family, we have a serious crisis on our hands. How many ants are filling this massive tank, the Hacienda del Dorado, the home to our active colony of yellow crazy ants? This is the Golden Empire, our fastest growing ant colony on this channel. In fact, this 8-queen super colony of yellow crazy ants is so fast growing, they are set to outgrow this huge vivarium soon if they continue on this path of rapid, unchecked population growth. Of course, on this channel, mass execution and culling of ant populations is definitely not our style. So, I turn to you guys, the AC family, and on our Twitter page, I asked you if you felt it would be ethically okay to introduce carnivorous plants into the Hacienda del Dorado as a natural form of population control. And to my surprise, by 65% margin, you guys chose the ant-eating plants. AC family, you won't want to miss these mind-blowing scenes of epic ant versus plant action. And guys, you won't believe the incredible plot twist. So keep on watching until the end. In a world where not animals are on top of the food chain, but suddenly plants are in the Hacienda del Dorado Ant Channel. Please subscribe to my videos and hit the bell icon. Welcome to the AC family. Enjoy. So here's how this all went down. Lately, the sheer numbers of ants that come to the surface at every feeding has been staggering. Watch what happens whenever I lay down a tray of honey or some feeder insects. Fat Rat, you just won a free Omninest Small Formicarium from our shop.
I look like a wanted poster. I had to get my beard routine in this morning, so...
What beard routine?
For this week's AC Question of the Week, we asked, what is the technical name given to the lip on which insects can find the sweet secretions? Leave your answer in the comment section. You could win a free AC Test Tube portal from our shop, perfect for offering a mini outworld, especially for those of you with new ant colonies right now. Hope you can subscribe to the channel as we upload a new ant video every Saturday at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you enjoyed this video, it would truly help us out if you liked, comment, and share. Thanks guys, it's Ant Love Forever. In a world where not animals are on top of the food chain, but suddenly plants are in the Hacienda del Dorado, I welcome you to another episode of the Ant Canada Ant Channel. Enjoy. So here's how this all went down. Lately, the sheer numbers of ants that come to the surface at every feeding has been staggering. Watch what happens whenever I lay down a tray of honey or some feeder insects. At first, a few members. And then a few minutes later, more. And soon, much more. And then, droves more. It isn't long before a blanket of ants appear on the surface, clamoring for the food, like hungry savages devouring whatever I place into their territory. There's no denying that the Golden Empire had definitely exploded in population. Perhaps it is due to the extra hot weather we've been getting here in the Philippines, as it has currently been summer for a few months now. This is the Golden Empire's first summer, in fact. And that, coupled with the fact that the colony has 8 egg-laying queens, and has been receiving a full supply of insects and honey daily, it is no wonder the Golden Empire is quickly filling up the Hacienda del Dorado. The Hacienda del Dorado itself, so far, has been good at self-sustaining. The organisms within the terrarium seem to establish a nice balance and working relationship. Springtails, which you guys officially named the Spring Cleaners, by the way, do a great job at taking care of garbage. We have millipedes from a previous video eating up decaying plant matter, but nothing existed in our little community of creatures to keep our ant population in check. And now, I have been noticing more and more ants testing the security baby powder barriers for weaknesses. And based on past experience, we all know what that means. They may be planning an escape. AC family, we have a serious crisis on our hands. The Golden Empire's population absolutely needs to be controlled, and immediately. Now, adding a predatory insect or animal into the Hacienda del Dorado to eat the ants was definitely not an option. I considered possibly a toad or a gecko, but no. Such animals would undoubtedly end up being devoured by the ants. Although it is true that the ants of our Golden Empire here are harmless to humans and seemingly non-aggressive, they are actually pretty savage. Their acid sprays can be lethal to other animals. This week, my pet bird managed to get into the Hacienda del Dorado, and the ants practically blinded her for a good 2 days. You can see what happened on a vlog on my other channel. There have been many cases of dogs and other animals here in the Philippines with severe eye injuries and even swollen tracheae due to the formic acid sprays of ants like these. I highly doubt an antlion would even be able to survive the Golden Empire. It would drown in the swarm and fall prey to these ants. So you see, unless we're talking about a full-out anteater, placing any kind of predatory animal in here would not work at controlling population cells. The predator would simply not survive. But what if our predators were not animals inserted into the Hacienda del Dorado, but instead were plants? AC family, meet Nepenthes, the notorious carnivorous pitcher plants. Let's take a closer look, shall we? Here we have 2 hybrid plant monsters. These ominous plant beasts belong to the genus Nepenthes. To the left, we have a stout crossbreed product of the species Nepenthes mirabilis, thorelli, and campanulata, all native to Southeast Asia. And to the right, a more slender hybrid of Nepenthes ventricosa and alata, both native to the Philippines. These plants are gorgeous, but don't be fooled by their beauty. Make no mistake, these plants are lethal to insects. Let's go over how these pitcher plants work. At the end of several of the leaves exist tendrils from which pitcher-shaped plant parts hang. Located at every pitcher's peristome, the name for those glossy-looking lips of the pitcher, are honey glands, which produce a liquid secretion that act as the pitcher's bait. This secretion is sweet, perfect for luring in a potential unsuspecting ant. In fact, these particular species of pitcher plants specialize in feeding on ants above all insects. So when an ant or other insect comes to drink from the sweet secretion, the peristome's slippery surface causes the ants to fall in, and inward-pointing microscopic hairs keep the ants from being able to climb out. At the bottom of every pitcher, waiting for the falling ants, lays a liquid called phytotelmata, which drowns the ant and digests it. A shielding flap covers every pitcher, keeping debris and excess water from falling into the pitcher, which could potentially render the pitchers ineffective. Let's take a peek into this pitcher, which is midway wilted and doesn't have its covering flap. You can see the liquid phytotelmata inside. And wait a second. There's a tiny spider living in there. I assume it's mooching off the pitcher of any extra small insects that might fall inside. How funny. It seems some creatures are able to hack the pitcher plant's evolutionary devices. Now the reason I chose to go with pitcher plants and not something like Venus flytraps is because first, these pitcher plants can consume more ants than a Venus flytrap can. Venus flytraps can only capture as many ants as they have traps, which is usually a small number compared to the number of ants we need eaten in this case. These pitcher plants, on the other hand, can consume a larger amount of ants, pretty much until the pitchers are full. And as each pitcher eventually dies and rots away, new pitchers grow with every new leaf. Pitcher plants seemed like the better option for what we needed. Also, I was surprised to find that pitcher plants happen to be hardier than Venus flytraps. As a child, I owned a Venus flytrap on 2 occasions, and both times, they died. Venus flytraps are notoriously delicate plants, while these pitcher plants are a bit more tolerant of various conditions. The only instruction I had regarding their care was to give them only distilled water and provide them with good lighting. I was told they grow well in humus, coconut husk, and peat moss, which was perfect because those media were exactly what I used for the Hacienda del Dorado. Pitcher plants, like most carnivorous plants, evolved their feeding behaviors in order to acquire needed nutrients, mostly nitrogen and phosphorus. In their natural habitats, pitcher plants and many other carnivorous plants grow in soils that are too poor in minerals and or too acidic for most plants to survive. So, rather than relying on photosynthetic glucose to survive like most plants, pitcher plants supplement available nutrients and minerals which plants normally obtain through their roots with the constituents of their insect prey. The idea of using these pitcher plants to control our ant population still made me nervous, however, as I have never before done this, nor ever attempted to use a predatory factor to control my captive ant colony populations. Usually, most ant keepers either lower the temperature at which the colony is at and or limit the food provided to slow down egg production. But I couldn't lower the temperature as I feared it would have had a negative effect on the Fire Nation, which are killed by lower temperatures. And limiting the food at this point would have led to mass deaths within the Golden Empire. These pitcher plants seemed like the best and most humane option. So here we go. My plan was to plant the 2 pitcher plants here and here. They needed to be in a good location with ample lighting, and every morning natural sun hits these spots of the Hacienda del Dorado. I wanted to keep the pitcher plants partially in their pots just in case I wanted to remove them for any reason, and also to help them retain more water. So I simply cut the upper part of their thin pots to better hide the pots after planting. One thing that I was told that I found rather peculiar was that the ants may quite ironically end up taking care of the pitcher plant, because some of the sweet secretion produced by the pitcher plant's honey glands actually does provide ants with food, as some ants are able to get away safely without falling into the pitchers. So, I am extremely interested to see what relationship the ants ultimately establish with these pitcher plants. It might end up being a partial predator-prey and partial mutualistic symbiotic relationship. AC family, let's find out. I've covered my arms in baby powder to keep the ants from climbing all over me and put on some gloves. Wish me luck. 1, 2, 3. I began to dig a hole for the first pitcher plant. In the soil, I also found groups of brood, which I carefully placed aside for the ants to carry away somewhere else. Hole excavated. and now placing the first pitcher plant into the Hacienda del Dorado. Alright, and now for the second pitcher plant. This corner was a bit easier, as I only needed to relocate a large rock and place the pitcher plant in its spot. Done. Both pitcher plants were now inside the Hacienda del Dorado. Let's watch. I held my breath. Ants immediately were drinking from the sweet, slimy peristome. As expected, in their eagerness to drink the delicious secretions, ants, one by one, and rather quietly, began to slip into the pitcher. It seemed the peristome was quite slippery, as ants tried their best to gain footing as they navigated the outside of the pitcher, only to eventually fall in. Some ants, however, were lucky and managed to leave the pitcher after having their drink. I looked to the other pitcher plant. This too was popular with the ants. It seemed this pitcher worked a little differently. It looked like many ants fed from the peristome, but were also lured into the pitcher. Ants entered the pitcher freely, and some were even able to crawl back out. From the looks of things, though, more ants entered than were able to leave. It wasn't long before the pitcher plants gobbled up many ants, and you could see them inside their bellies. See them? It looked as though the ants were still alive in their pitchers, but could only climb to a certain point before slipping back in. Peeking in from the top, you could see the ants, alive, within the pitcher plants. I suspect that the ants would eventually simply tire out and die at the bottom of the pitcher, and then be digested. Watching the ants alive inside the pitcher made my heart weep. This was the first time I've ever done anything like this. And honestly, though I knew this was something that needed to be done, a part of me felt so bad for doing this. Watching the ants trying their best to get out was difficult and heart-wrenching. AC family, I know you guys feel it too. But then suddenly I noticed something peculiar. Checking one of the other pitchers, I saw that the ants were drinking from the peristome, but strangely, were able to both enter and exit the pitcher freely. I looked to the third pitcher on this pitcher plant, and shockingly, the same. Ants were not being trapped inside these pitchers. It seemed as though pitchers were only in capture mode for a limited time. I looked at the other pitcher plant and noticed the same thing. Ants could quite easily enter and exit the other pitchers. It seemed the youngest and oldest pitchers were rendered safe for the ants, while only one pitcher on each plant was in their lethal prime. How interesting. Furthermore, all pitchers, both lethal and non-lethal, both young and old, seem to be providing the ants with the secretions. Even immature budding pitchers seem to be providing the ants with sweet goods. Whoa! Suddenly I realized that this was all part of the pitcher plant's completely ingenious design. You see, each pitcher plant was only consuming a small portion of the ants that visited it, while allowing most of the ants to leave unharmed and with bellies full. This meant that these surviving ants could return to the colony and let the rest of the colony members know about the pitcher plant's sweet offerings. So the ants would eventually learn that the pitcher plant was a reliable and constant source of food. It ensured ants continually visited the pitcher plants, protected from potential herbivores which might come along and eat the pitcher plants, and aerate the soils in which the pitcher plants grow. The relationship between the ants and the pitcher plant was indeed mutualistic. And sure, if you saw the ants as individuals, then yes, the relationship was partially predatory. But if you saw an ant colony as a superorganism, as a single animal, the relationship was completely mutualistic, because in sacrificing just a few members of the colony, it ensured the plant survived to give the ants a constant supply of sugar, which in turn meant the ant colony would be nourished. The ants would also end up caring for the pitcher plant via protection and soil aeration. Wow! I totally expected the pitcher plants to be ravenous beasts, consuming huge amounts of ants. But instead, it turned out the plants only took what seemed to be just enough. Perhaps the right amount to get enough nutrients it needed for its size, while still allowing the majority of ants to leave as their friends. I was mind blown by this, and it was another display of nature in its oh so familiar process of taking just enough, according to what it needs, and giving back to the other living things it depends on. It was beautiful, actually, and pretty inspiring. It made me wish we humans could one day find our similar balance, and realize that the other living things we share the planet with should be given back to and cared for so they can stick around. Because after all, in the end, we need them to survive. Thanks so much for watching another episode of the Ant Canada Ant Channel. This is Ant Canada, signing out.
This is a tomato. Think it's good for you? Think again.
There's one simple trick to controlling your weight. Cardiothoracic surgeon Stephen Gundry says he's solved the weight loss mystery.
You really have changed the way I think about what I eat.
Best book I've seen on diet ever.
If you've been struggling with your weight, I've got the solution for you.
People at home right now are saying, I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Sound too good to be true? Well, Dr. Gundry is living proof that his discovery works. So I used to be 70 pounds overweight, and I was running 30 miles a week. I was doing half marathons on the weekend. I was going to the gym 1 hour every day and eating a healthy, low-fat vegetarian diet, and no matter what I did, I couldn't lose weight. Then Dr. Gundry discovered a remarkable scientific breakthrough that changed everything.
I attribute almost all of my weight loss to the addition of one thing that I did to my diet. This is a tomato. Think it's good for you? Think again. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, author of the best-selling books Dr. Gundry's Diet Evolution and The Plant Paradox. And I'm here today to blow your mind.
You see, over the last 30 years of research and performing over 10,000 surgeries, I've discovered some shocking things about the human body. Things that hold the key to helping you feel smarter, drop unwanted fat, enjoy easier digestion, have better looking skin, control cravings for fattening foods, more energy without caffeine, live longer, and feel decades younger than you actually are.
Tell me if this sounds familiar.
When we were kids, we had tons of energy. We rarely experienced digestion, and we could eat whatever we wanted without gaining fat. But as we've gotten older, it feels like something in our bodies has changed.
You may experience digestive issues like bloating or constipation, cravings for sugar and carbs,
skin rashes, breakouts, poor immune system, frequent colds, headaches and brain fog,
excessive fatigue, weight gain, especially around the belly, and low mood or feeling like you're in a funk.
And when this happens, most doctors say there's nothing actually wrong. They may suggest cutting back on fast food or exercising more.
What if I told you it was all lies?
What if I told you there was something wrong inside our bodies?
And even more shocking, that it's not your fault. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I've made this
Wow, he called. Okay. Can't do that. Pair 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Go straight draw. Come on, give it to me. Give me any of those. I got a bunch of outs. Wow. Okay. I'm gonna call did that. I don't know why. Good call. I hurt. On 5s, yo, still can't believe it. Need the 9, good shot. And again, it's not going to give me the 10 or the queen. Watch. 3. Oh man, that ended rather abruptly, yo. Wow, that was close too. But just the best did it.
I'm Rex Moore with the Motley Fool in front of BMW's self-driving exhibit at CES in Las Vegas. Now, have you ever wondered how to invest in this revolutionary technology? Well, I'm going to give you the top 5 things that you might want to know about. And I hope you remember this short list, because I believe it's especially important if you're even thinking about investing in the promise of this exciting technology. Number 1, it's probably going to be bigger than you're even imagining, and that's great for investors. Here's what I mean. You yourself might be skeptical at the moment. Maybe you've been hearing about self-driving cars for years, but haven't seen any proof that it's going to happen. But I know through my sources that dozens of companies are working non-stop on
I had an ace 10.
Carnivorous plants are exactly as they seem, a plant that eats animals to survive. I'm sure many of you have heard of the Venus flytrap, or Peonia mesipula, a plant that lures in unsuspecting flies to land on their leaves, promising a tasty snack for the fly, only to be consumed by their jaws. In this clip here, you can see Gerald was quickly consumed with no idea what happened, but Samson shows up to try to help his buddy out. While he's trying to find a hole for his friend to escape, Peggy falls victim to the same fate as Gerald. In a giant plot twist, we learn Samson isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, as he's also consumed by the fly trap. So how exactly does a fly trap eat a fly? Let's get into this. Typically there are 3 fine hairs on each side of the trap. You can see there are 4 on the left side here, and once 2 of these highly sensitive hairs are triggered within 30 seconds of each other, the trap snaps shut. This prevents the trap from reacting to wind, rain, leaves, or pollen blowing around. The Venus flytrap is an upgraded version of more primitive types of carnivorous plants that lure an insect to have them get stuck with a sticky goo. This method works, but allows creatures like lizards to come steal their catch. By evolving a system of a closed trap, their captured fly cannot be stolen, and they can completely absorb the nutrition from the fly. This system is so smart that the interlocking teeth of the flytrap will lock halfway, allowing small bugs to escape through the gaps. This ensures that the flytrap is only spending its energy capturing large prey. A fly freaking out inside the flytrap, like Gerald here, will continually trigger the hairs over and over, which signals the trap to completely chomp and close to digest the fly. What's most surprising about the Venus flytrap, though, is the mechanism that opens and closes the trap. There are no muscles involved, but instead pockets of water in the inner part and pockets in the outer layer. It takes a while for the water to fill into the inner pockets, which forces the trap open, and as the hairs are stimulated, they send an electric charge to the cells, but will only dump the water from the inner cells to the outer cells, as mentioned earlier, if triggered twice within 30 seconds. Once triggered, the water is transferred almost instantaneously to the outer cells, releasing the negative pressure, forcing the trap shut. As the fly keeps brushing against the hairs, the cells are further drained until the trap is completely empty. Venus flytraps are found in nutritionally devoid soil, in rocky areas, or in bogs, often in waterlogged soil, but never in dry climates. Because of these living conditions, they rely on eating animals, as we've learned here, for nutrition versus pulling it from the soil. Next up we have the Gerosa angelica, or English sundew, another carnivorous plant that uses the same principle but a different technique to capture its prey. This perennial herb is covered by a dense layer of mucilaginous glands, or this sticky gland stuff. Each are tipped with a clear droplet of viscous fluid intended to lure in insects. The sugary scent brings them in, and once they start to take a drink, they'll get stuck. Depending on the size of the insect, some will easily escape or think nothing about how sticky it is. As the insect drinks from the gland, the sundew will start bending additional tentacles towards their prey and glue them in place.
Oh, that thing is cool.
Next up we have the Gerosa angelica, or English sundew, another carnivorous plant that uses the same principle but a different technique to capture its prey. This perennial herb is covered by a dense layer of mucilaginous glands, or this sticky gland stuff. Each are tipped with a clear droplet of viscous fluid intended to lure in insects. The sugary scent brings them in, and once they start to take a drink, they'll get stuck. Depending on the size of the insect, some will easily escape or think nothing about how sticky it is. As the insect drinks from the gland, the sundew will start bending additional tentacles towards their prey and glue them in place. This glue is so effective that these small plants can catch something as big as a butterfly. Once the prey is locked in, they will start to wrap a leaf around the insect, which will happen over hours or even days. The insect will be digested, and all that is left is the exoskeleton of the bug. English sundews are found in northern regions across North America, Europe, and Russia, with the odd subtropical group of them being found in southern Europe and on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. Another example of the Drosera, this time the rotundifolia. While using the same sticky glands to lure and stick their prey, this one is almost a mixture of a Venus flytrap and the Anglica. Prey will land on this. Not only will the gland juice stick to the insect, but the petal will also close on them. You can see a fly right here. These grow in the same region of the world as the previous one and will grow in poor soil. Ammonia from the proteins in the insect, along with other nutrients, are extracted from the body. The ammonia essentially replaces the nitrogen the plant would get from the soil. There are many Drosera species out there, but one more real quick, we have the spatulata. This one is a lot more hardy than most and develops a unique stack of carnivorous gland-filled leaves with a flower on top. These leaves will start reaching towards the flower, creating essentially a minefield of gooey treats for insects with no way to escape. Next we have one from the Pinucula family, the Morinensis. This unsuspecting carnivorous plant has a secret reservoir, the same sticky gland juice in the stalk of the plant. A very thin layer of this liquid is present on top of the leaf, giving a reflective wet appearance, indicating to insects to come and land for a treat. When the insect lands on the leaf, they are immediately glued down, and as they start to struggle, the Morinensis will unleash a torrent of this goo from the stalk to encapsulate and ensure the insect isn't going anywhere. As this bug is broken down, the goo and the nutrients from the insect are absorbed back into the leaf, leaving once again only the exoskeleton. What is super interesting about these plants is that they will shed their gland leaves for non-gland leaves in October to protect themselves during the dry season through the winter until it rains in May. Unlike the others, this one doesn't live in the north, but in southern Mexico, so essentially they go dormant when there's no water coming down. Coming from northern Sumatra, the Nepenthes jamban was discovered in 2004. This climbing plant produces upper pitchers and lower pitchers. The upper pitchers are able to capture larger prey like crickets and wasps, where the lower pitchers are much smaller and designed to attract and snag smaller insects. The upper pitchers are generally yellow or orange, where the lower ones vary from red, purple to yellowish orange. The trap of the Nepenthes jamban uses a pool of mucilaginous liquid as the final resting place for the insects. The inner walls are lined with the liquid, which draw in creatures tempted by the sweet taste, but become entangled in it as they slide down into the pool. To ensure success capturing its prey, jamban has a small lid on top the pitchers that'll close after the insect is inside.
To the Empress of Russia.
If the Emperor dies,
oh, wow.
it goes to the Empress.
A woman.
I could kill you. You are a bad person.
Good grammar and spelling are important, but if you want to write essays that inspire, messages that forge brighter connections, and emails that get the job done, you need to think about more than just grammar and spelling. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's wordy and hard to read. It undermines the writer's message, and the word choice is bland. Grammarly's cutting-edge technology helps you craft compelling, understandable writing that makes an impact on your reader. Much better. Grammarly works where you work, on your computer or your phone. Imagine what you could do with the secrets of the world's best writers at your fingertips, anytime you need them. Are you ready to give it a try? Installation is simple and free. Visit Grammarly.com today.
Jumping up in size, we have the Nepenthes raja, endemic to Mount Kinabalu in Borneo, able to hold up to 3.5 liters or just under a gallon of water. This makes it the largest in the genus by volume. Forget trapping bugs, this trap can capture lizards, birds, frogs, mountain tree shrew, and rats. A pair of fringed wings on the mouth of the pitcher is believed to guide animals into the pitcher. These pitchers, just like the previous plant, have upper and lower pitchers, but the upper ones are quite rare. These upper pitchers don't have a pair of fringed wings and are designed to capture insects and birds. This one works in a different way, as the gland will liquid on the underside of the lid, and as the animal drinks the liquid, it'll close the lid, capturing the prey. The distance from the lid to the fringed wings are the exact length of mountain tree shrew, which indicates that is their intended target. What is fascinating about this is when a mountain tree shrew is feeding, they'll poop to mark their territory, and because the distance is just right, that poop will go inside.
How do they trap rats, though?
Nepenthes raja, endemic to Mount Kinabalu in Borneo, able to hold up to 3.5 liters or just under a gallon of water. This makes it the largest in the genus by volume. Forget trapping bugs, this trap can capture lizards, birds, frogs, mountain tree shrew, and rats. A pair of fringed wings on the mouth of the pitcher is believed to guide animals into the pitcher. These pitchers, just like the previous plant, have upper and lower pitchers, but the upper ones are quite rare. These upper pitchers don't have a pair of fringed wings and are designed to capture insects and birds. This one works in a different way, as the gland will excrete liquid from the underside of the lid, and as the animal drinks the liquid, it'll close the lid, capturing the prey. The distance from the lid to the fringed wings are the exact length of mountain tree shrew, which indicates that is their intended target. What is fascinating about this is when a mountain tree shrew is feeding, they'll poop to mark their territory, and because the distance is just right, that poop will go inside the pitcher. So even if they are too wise to the tricks of the raja will obtain most of the nitrogen it needs just from the mountain tree shrew's poop. Being so unique and colorful, this plant, while rare, is starting to be cultivated and obtained by plant collectors, which has increased its popularity and thus its survival rate. Only found in a few remote areas of Kinabalu National Park, the Nepenthes alisapurana is closely related to the previous one, but is known for its brown or red spots. There are also Nepenthes kinabaluensis, which doesn't grow as big but is iconic for its highly developed ribs on the mouth of the pitcher. These pitchers vary in color from yellow to red and tend to produce more upper pitchers than the other species. Finally, the Darlingtona californica, or cobra lily. Named this due to its resemblance to a cobra with fangs, this carnivorous plant was discovered in 1841 at Mount Shasta in California. It thrives in poor acidic soil, in bogs, or other not-so-habitable places, and can even survive a forest fire by regenerating their roots, as their roots are a delicate organ. Despite it being a pitcher, it doesn't trap rainwater, but instead is full of sticky liquid that is pumped upwards from the root. Once the prey enters the pitcher, the Californica will curl the exit up to prevent escape, but also has multiple translucent false exits within its structure to confuse its prey. Downward pointing hairs force their prey into the trap, along with slippery walls. The cells on the inside of the pitcher are the same as the ones on the roots that absorb nutrients after the prey is broken down. 3 color morphs can occur: all green, all red, or green-red bicolor. These plants die down to their rhizomes and go dormant through the winter. In spring, a new large pitcher will develop, with smaller ones being created through the summer. Which one of these carnivorous plants did you find most interesting? Share your thoughts in the comments down below. Hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Be sure to subscribe, and until next one, have a good one.
That's pretty cool.
Everything that the American cuisine is today is because all these different people and different cultures contributed to it. This alone is reason to come to El Paso.
If you sit at my table and eat with me, you'll know who I am.
This is what American food looks like.
Need a caulking gun, You can get this for a Walmart for around $5 to $10.
Think it's good for you? Think
If you
again.
don't already have it, I already do. So caulking gun is about $5 to $10. The next thing you're going to need is a tube of 100% silicone. This silicone is, let me get close enough so you guys can see it. This is GE1
species of flowering plants
silicone,
have been discovered and named
all purpose.
so far.
You do not want to get GE2 or any kind of silicone that has mold inhibitors or anything like that, because that will kill your fish. You do not want that. You want 100% pure silicone, and that'll be good. The next thing you're going to need is you're going to need a razor blade scraper. You can get this if you don't already have one for about $2–3 at Walmart. You are going to need some blue painter's tape. This is about $1 at Walmart. And you're going to need acetone. This is 100% acetone. This is nail polish remover. This is about $1 at Walmart. And then you're either going to need a rag or some kind of paper towels to apply that acetone, but I'll show you how to do that later. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead. I've got my shop vac right here. I'm going to turn that on, and I'm going to get as much of the sand that was in this out as possible. And then I'm going to show you guys how to remove the silicone.
I'm in West Sumatra, Indonesia, on a search for the current inclusive blooms of the forest. These amazing flowers were discovered 200 years ago, but they flower so infrequently.
Alright guys, so the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to grab your
For the last week,
razor blade. So I've got my razor blade right here on my scraper, and what you want to look for is on the inside of the tank. This is your seam, or not your seam, your seal. This is your seal, and you can see here the silicone kind of peels back when I touch it here a little bit. If you can see that, that's a sign of a failing seam. The rest of the tank isn't really too bad. This is the only one that's like this. But that will eventually leak, which I'm pretty sure this tank already does. So what you're going to want to do is, when you're looking at this end of the tank, you can see that the other piece of glass is right here, and this one butts against the inside of it. So when I run the razor blade in here like this and cut, you can see it cuts right down to the other pane of glass, and then you just run it all the way to the bottom of the tank. And that's going to cut that piece of silicone right out. Now, you're going to have to do that to both sides.
And it absolutely stinks. I can already
Take
smell
a second
it
pass there just to get the excess.
Let's
Okay.
go check it out.
Now, you're going to have to do both sides. So, let me spin you around here. We'll show you the other side. Okay, here's the other side. Now, this one you have to be careful, because you want to get your razor blade in here just like you did the last one. But the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to go in past this point. Because if you go past this point, you're going to start cutting the silicone that's in between the two panes of glass, and you're going to be cutting the seam of the tank. And the seam of the tank is what holds the tank together, and we're not replacing that in this video, we're just resealing it. So you want to be very, very careful not to do that.
It's so big I can't even reach the top of it.
So what you're going to do is you're going to stick the razor blade in there just like you did on the last one, and then run it down just like you did on the other side. And you'll see, if I can get the razor blade in here, that silicone is just peeling out, and there's nothing left attached to the glass. So I'm going to go ahead and go around the entire tank and cut the silicone out. So you can see that piece of silicone, I just cut that corner out. Now I'm going to have to go back through and do a little trimming to get a little bit of excess off. But for right now, that's okay. I just want to get the heaviest off on the first pass. Okay, there's that corner. There's that corner. There's that corner. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to go around, you're going to do all four corners of the tank, get 100% of the silicone off, as well as the bottom. You want to do the bottom of the tank too. Now the reason you're doing the whole tank, say if just this corner's leaking, new silicone does not adhere to old silicone. So you have to make sure that you redo the whole tank, otherwise you're going to do all this work and reseal the sides or just the bottom, and it's going to leak because the silicone isn't going to seal. You have to do the whole tank when you reseal, and that is the most important part. You have to do the whole thing. Now the only thing I'm not going to do in this video is the top, because you don't overfill this tank all the way up past the rim to where it would overflow over the top of the glass. So what I do is when I run the silicone up the sides, I just kind of rub it up on the lid a little bit there and seal that off a little. So I'm going to go ahead and strip the rest of this tank out, and when I bring you back I'll show you guys how to apply the acetone. And the acetone is just to help remove any excess silicone that was missed with the razor blade. I got all the silicone stripped out. I used the scraper, and then I just grabbed a razor blade and went back in and did touch up in the corners and scraped a little bit extra on the edges to make sure that 100% of the silicone is gone. I actually feel it a little bit right there. So this is one of the things you really want to make sure is 100% of the old silicone is gone. The minute stuff the acetone will take care of, but the little bit of excess layers that are on there, it won't get all of that, and the silicone won't seal right. So I don't know if you guys are going to be able to see, but there's no silicone left. But if I take this razor blade and run it down along the edge here, I'm still getting little bits of silicone coming off. So you definitely want to make sure all that is gone. That one feels good. And alongside there's some here too. Okay, so you can see the little bits of silicone that are still coming off. You want to make sure you get as much of that off as you can. So once you get as much of that off as you can, check it with your hand. You'll be able to tell if there's still chunks left, because If the glass is smooth and the silicone is not, it'll kind of drag in your fingers. I have a little bit right there yet. Alright, that's not too bad. Okay, so applying the acetone. I'm just going to grab a couple paper towels here, fold them up, and just take the acetone, pour it on the cloth, and then fold it in half with your finger in the middle of it, and just use that to rub the seams down. Make sure you rub the seams down pretty good. What this is going to do is it's going to break down the bond between the old silicone and the glass. So if there's any little bits left, it will not only remove the adhesion, but also dissolve the silicone. Now there's not enough here to affect the seam of the tank, so you don't have to worry too much about that.
There's a new music streaming app made by YouTube. It has a powerful search engine that finds
I can see the corner now that he was talking about was leaking.
even that song.
Because there's actually sand inside the frame of the tank.
Restrictions apply.
For my meal kit delivery, I chose the vegetarian box, and the meals that I received were the salsa verde enchiladas, harissa sweet potato pockets, and the Mediterranean baked veggies, which you guys are going to watch me make right now. I've tried a lot of meal kit services in my day, and so I thought I knew exactly what to expect when these showed up to my door, but holy guacamole, I am not lying to you guys when I say that these meals were so much better than meal kit delivery services I have tried in the past.
Today I'm creating a terrarium for carnivorous plants. The first thing I want to do is set up my workspace to make sure I can have a controlled environment. After that, I'll lay out the materials I'm going to use to make this terrarium. I'll go into specifics later in the video of the exact items and where to find them, and I'll also add links in the description. The reason you want to build a terrarium for your carnivorous plants is because their environment is very specific. The Venus flytrap can be found in the wetlands of North Carolina, and sundews can be found in Montana, both very damp and humid areas. Step 1, you want to create a foundation. I'm using corks that I cut in half, but I've also seen stones used and sand occasionally. You want your terrarium to drain. The key to having a terrarium is maintaining humidity levels, but you don't want to waterlog the plant. I also like choosing cork because it creates a really cool contrast and I think adds to the overall aesthetic of the actual terrarium. Once I've created an even foundation, I'm going to move on to the next draining material I will be using, which is sphagnum moss. Sphagnum moss, you don't want it to be too compact, you want it to be kind of airy, so I would actually fill it up to about here, and then I would just let it fall as it naturally falls. This is terrarium sphagnum moss. I got it on Amazon. I'll include the link below. And as you begin placing it, go ahead and let it fall how it naturally wants to fall. You can break it apart in your fingers, but you don't want to press it down. I'll even try to get it in between those spaces between the cork. Again, I'm doing this because I like the contrast it creates with the cork, and eventually the ultimate contrast it's going to create with peat moss or the soil that you can use. They do sell a carnivorous soil on Amazon. I thought it was a little bit too pricey. This is peat moss I got at Home Depot. You want to follow the same method you did with the sphagnum moss and just kind of let the peat moss fall as it naturally does, twist it a little bit, but you don't really ever want to press it down. Compacted dirt can rot roots or waterlog them. The plants I'm using is a Venus flytrap I got at Home Depot and a small sundew and a small Venus flytrap I got at my local nursery. I'm going to try and be really careful while unboxing these because the heads tend to be very delicate. Watch me break the plant before it even comes out. When removing the plant to transplant it, be careful with the roots. You don't want to touch them too hard, kind of leave them as they are. And to place it within the terrarium, I'm going to use my fingers to create a hole deep enough to cover about 2/3 of the plant. I'm going to put the biggest one in the middle because I don't want the head pushed up against the glass, but mainly because I like the way it looks. Next, I'm going to go ahead and put the purple Venus flytrap I got at my local nursery, and the sundew I'm going to go ahead and put on the other side. So I'm careful not to press down on the dirt while transplanting. I'm going to use a chopstick, but I'm sure a pencil or anything else works fine, to kind of just sift the dirt around to make sure all the sides are covered, and kind of just push it up against the plant a little bit while still leaving some space. Because now I'm going to use another layer of sphagnum moss. The sphagnum moss has a great texture for the final layer of your terrarium because it can retain water but also drain pretty quickly. I'm going to use this chopstick to kind of push it around all the corners and cover the whole root system of each plant because I don't want them exposed. After I ensure that every side of the plant is covered, I'm going to swap out my chopstick tool for a makeup brush tool. The makeup brush tool I'm going to use to brush off any dirt that flew into the mouth of the plant or that's on the leaves. Try to avoid the temptation to use your finger to activate the Venus flytrap to close. This could ultimately end up killing your plant in the long run. Lastly, I'm going to use little ceramic ornaments I found at the dollar store, a little mushroom and a little frog, and I'm going to use them kind of to anchor down the corners, but also as a cute decorative additive. The final step is watering. I bought this cute little spray bottle on Amazon. I'll include the link in the description, but more importantly is the type of water you use. You should only be using distilled water or rainwater when watering these plants. Tap water could again end up killing your plant. I water my plants twice a week or whenever it just looks too dry. Ideally, you want to keep your terrarium by a window, but in my case, since I don't have a window, I set it out for about an hour a week near my sliding glass door in order to form condensation. Once the condensation starts to disappear, I know that it needs a little more sun time. Today I'm creating a terrarium for carnivorous plants. The first thing I want to do is set up my workspace to make sure I can have a controlled environment.
Yo, what's going on, Surfer Squad? Tanner here, and I'm back with another terrarium.
Closed terrarium. We're going to be using Venus flytraps and other various plants. First, we're going to show you what materials we need.
Alright, the first thing we need to do is we need to pick out a container, and this is probably about a 1.5 gallon jar, globe jar with a lid on it. So we're going to use that. And then here's another interesting piece. This is Velcro. So we're going to use Velcro on the bottom, and we're going to put that on the bottom of it, and then we'll put it on the bottom of the table in the living room. That way the kitties can't knock it over. So that's a little clever thing that we thought of. And we're going to do a false bottom in the terrarium. So first we're going to use some rocks on the bottom, and then we're going to cut out, this is like normal window screen. It's not metal because that would rust. This is just the plastic screen that we're going to put on top of the rocks. That way the substrate won't become putrid if it like mixes with the water. So we're going to do rocks, screen, charcoal, and then we have the substrate here. That's like potting soil with peat moss. And then we have different kinds of mosses in here that we'll use. And then we also did get some springtails, and the springtails, we'll show you those in a little bit. They are little tiny bugs that will eat any mold or mildew that grows in the terrarium, since we're doing a closed terrarium. And then here we have some isopods. Those are like little potato bugs. Some people call them pickle bugs. No, they will eat any kind of debris that breaks down, and they will also feed the Venus flytraps. Take a lid off here. Why don't you take the lid off there and we'll take a little peek there. So we have 3 different containers of those. Got 3 different kinds of plants here. We did pick a log out of the garden already. I thought that would be really cool because it's open on the bottom and it'll give the bugs a place to hide, like the isopods. So this is going to be a little bit too big, so we'll probably just break that down a little bit so we can fit that in there. And then we'll start the project now. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give this a good cleaning. I put 4 squares of Velcro on the bottom of the container, and that is like the soft part of the Velcro. I'll put 4 little spots on there to stick to the table later, but for now we'll just put this down and we'll do our first layer of substrate. It's the rocks.
Alright, we're putting our false bottom in.
The rock layer in there first. Okay.
I decided to use about half of the rocks that were in the bag, so that's a nice height. And next thing we're going to put this screen, some of the screen in. But before we do that, I'm going to measure how long the width is so we can know how big to cut the screen. So now we're going to cut it out, and we're using this plate as a template because it's about the right width. And we're putting a plastic bag under it so we know what the right width is. So I'm just going to trace it with a Sharpie. Now we cut out our screen, and let's put it in here. So the reason why we are putting the screen is so we have our dirt mixture, so when we put that in, they won't mix, and this time they'll have a better ecosystem this way. And we got this idea from
Serpa Design on YouTube. Yep, that'll keep it from getting putrid in the bottom.
The next layer is carbonized charcoal. And we put this in just for just a little cleaning filter.
Lightly spread that in. That'll just filter out all any impurities, make it nice and healthy.
Now we are going to put a couple good handfuls of potting soil with peat moss in. Good handfuls, sprinkle that around. And then we're going to put our plants in and put the rest of the potting soil in after, around them. And then of course we need to cut down the log to size and put that in. Okay, so right here we are putting the plants in the back other than the Venus flytraps. So we have a nice background. And then this log, we're going to put like, kind of have it tipped up like that. And then we're going to put the Venus flytraps in the front. Okay, I'm going to break this apart a little bit and get the other soil out, and glue a hole here for it. Main hair fern. Do the same thing. Break it up. Autumn fern. So it kind of like that.
Okay.
Now I'm going to use some of these little extra wood pieces that we broke off of the log, just to put around to let the bugs have it'll have something little to play in. Here we put the Venus flytraps in. Break that up just like before. Not too much though. Don't want these to fall apart.
Okay, so far we have the log, the 3 plants in the back, and then the Venus flytraps in there. And now what we're going to do is we're going to put some distilled water in there. And I put some in this spray bottle. So we'll just kind of spray that down a little bit.
Now we're going to put 2 different types of bugs in. The first one is tropical springtails, and the second is orange isopods. So springtails are little tiny bugs, and what they're going to do is eat all the mold and mildew in there, and
that helps promote a healthy ecosystem, so there's no mold or fungus growing in there. They'll keep our terrarium clean. So we'll start dumping this in there next.
Just going to sprinkle that around. The next are the orange isopods. So these guys, we put these in to feed the Venus flytraps.
Some people call these potato bugs or pickle bugs or wood lice. Usually these are found in the summertime, like if you roll a log over, and usually you find tons of them. And this is a culture, and it's full of adults, juvenile, eggs, and all kinds of isopods in there. So we'll find a nice one, and we will show you. We'll feed it to one of the Venus flytraps, and we'll show you exactly how they'll eat that. See this little isopod guy?
Yeah, springtail on the side.
This summer we'll go out and catch all kinds of bugs, and we'll put them in here to feed the Venus flytraps. Alright, so the rest of this, let me put this mossy stuff right here for now. And this, we'll put the rest of this, we'll sprinkle the rest of this in here. Because there's lots of, there'll be like eggs and all kinds of little ones in there.
Eggs and stuff. And they're going to grow, and all the Venus flytraps will be happy. Alright, we have a couple different kinds of sheet moss in here. We're just going to reconstitute it in purified water.
Okay, cut some pieces off or rip it off.
Now that that's soaked up some water, I'm going to put some in the terrarium. There. Now we just need to clean the inside of the terrarium off with some paper towels and a long tweezer.
Alright, I got the edges all cleaned off for the most part. There's a little bit of dirt on there, but that's okay. It'll fall off eventually.
Next, we can just put the lid on. So, after that, we can put the other sides of the Velcro on the bottom there, and then so we can just peel the things off, and then we just set it on the table in the other room, and it'll stick. And we do that because our cats won't knock it over that way.
Alright, check out the Velcro underneath.
Yeah.
Alright.
Velcro.
So that's the sticky side, so I'm going to take that, and I'm just going to sticky that right about here. Just there. So now that's stuck to the table, so we can still use the table, and then the kitties won't be able to knock that over. And now we have a self-contained ecosystem with the water on the bottom, the rocks, the false bottom here at the screen, all of our substrate, and then we have our springtails that are going to eat the mold and mildew, and the other little bugs are going to eat anything that deteriorates. And then we'll get
Venus flytraps are going to eat the
bugs. Yep.
The bugs.
And then as summer comes, you can see it's winter in Minnesota, so it's cold outside. We couldn't hunt for any of the materials outside, but as soon as summer comes, we can go outside and we can hunt for more bugs, and we can put those in there. And then enjoy that, watch that grow right there on the table, in the window. Thanks for watching our build, and I hope this inspires you to build another terrarium or a closed container terrarium. The nice thing about having this open top is if I do want to maintain anything or put some more bugs in there, I can just take that lid off and then put that back down. Okay, happy gardening.
It's TV night, which in the past usually meant takeout night. Not anymore. Now, I've got Daily Harvest, and it's honestly completely changed the way I eat. It's ready in minutes, so it's basically ready whenever I am. I can pop it in the microwave during a commercial break. The butternut squash and chimichurri is full of hearty buckwheat, butternut squash, and spinach. 1,000,000 times better than takeout.
Hi, I'm Dave Fluker of Fluker Farms, and today I'm going to some easy techniques to keep your crickets. First thing you'll need is a cricket keeper. This can be any container. It can be a trash can. It can be a 5-gallon bucket that you can get at any hardware store. And if the walls are slick, you really won't even need this tape, but if you really want to keep your crickets in, I would suggest using some slick packaging tape. You can tape it to the top of the container. The crickets cannot crawl past it. This is what we actually use at our own farm for our cricket containers. Now we have a nice aquarium here. This is great for keeping 1,000 crickets, and this is slick enough to where the crickets won't crawl up on it. Now with the container, you want to give them some food and water, and you can really use any lid of any jar to do this. You can also use a nice decorative dish that you can get at your local pet store. But I'm going to show you this. There are several techniques to giving the crickets water. One is you can put a little water in your dish, and then you can put a paper towel in it, which will wick it up, and the crickets will crawl on top of the paper towel and drink from the paper towel. It's easy to change out. Another technique is that you can fill a lid full of rocks, and you can fill that full of water as well, and the crickets will crawl on top of the rocks and drink in between the cracks. And of course, you can always use the most easiest method, which is just to use Cricket Quencher. And Cricket Quencher can actually be put directly on the bottom of the cage, or you can put it in a dish. Got some here. We're going to put that in the container. Next, you want to make sure that you feed your crickets. What you don't want to do is to feed your reptile crickets that have not eaten and are not fully nourished. You want a fat, healthy cricket to feed your reptile. And I recommend that you use Fluker's High-Cal Cricket Diet for that. You can either sprinkle some directly on the bottom of the cage, or you can put that in the dish as well. If you want a food and water combination, you can use our Orange Cube. It provides moisture and food in one easy, convenient method. The crickets will eat this and be very nourished. Now, when you get your crickets in, you're going to have egg crates. You want to keep the egg crates in the container with your crickets, and you can lose them as you start to get less quantity of crickets in the container, but you want to give your crickets plenty of crawl space. And what this does, it keeps them spread out and from being stressless. And lastly, one of my favorite techniques for catching crickets, you can use the core of a roll of paper towels or some toilet paper. You can take this core, you can set it in the container, and the crickets will crawl up inside for some privacy and to hide. And once they're inside, you just grab the core, you pop it over your reptile container, and there you go. You fed your reptiles.
When we get our FabFitFun boxes, we know it's going to...
You are not who you appear to be. Do you know who you are?
They know about us. You can't say anything to anyone.
It's like a twist. They're not the monsters. We're the monsters.
Hi guys, thank you for your interest in the Critter Depot. We sell and ship hundreds of thousands of live crickets and superworms each and every week. And today we want to show you how to breed and raise your own crickets. Now crickets, you know, sometimes your pets eat them a lot. They probably should be eating about 30 to 50 every day. But going through all those crickets, you know, the cost can add up. We definitely understand that. So raising your own crickets, it's not challenging, it's not difficult, and you only need some basic supplies from Lowe's or Home Depot or any type of hardware store. So what I'd like to go with you over today is how you can set up your own cricket breeding area and just start raising your own crickets. So the first thing you're going to want is plastic tub. Now, so I have two of them. I'm going to make two here today, and each of these tubs, these are 56 quart tubs. I bought them at Home Depot for $8 a piece, and they are 12 inches tall, and you're looking at 23 inches wide, and then about 16 inches long. So this is a 56 quart tub, and this is perfect. Each one is perfect for 500 crickets, because I have 1,000 crickets here that I'm going to divvy up in between each tub. So once you have your tub here, you got to use your bedding material. By far, the best bedding material to use with crickets is a substance called vermiculite. It's very dry, and it's an excellent substrate for crickets because it's very absorbent. Crickets, depending on what you use, they can get a little smelly. So if you use vermiculite, that's going to help drastically control the odors. And this is what we got for vermiculite. This is 2 cubic feet of it. I got this at Home Depot, and it was 20 bucks for this bag. But you know, like I said, this stuff is very light, and practically no weight to it at all. So what you're going to want to do then, take your tub and line maybe about the first 2 inches with the vermiculite, just so you have a nice substrate for your crickets to move around on. There we go. Spread it around. So looking aside, yeah, it might be an inch. Could probably go a little heavier. Crickets aren't going to burrow in it. They just use it to walk around on. And the benefit of using this is that it's very absorbent. So you know, when the crickets defecate and go to the bathroom, this is going to control that odor. So this is perfect. This is what you want. Large plastic tub with some vermiculite on the bottom. So this is step number one. The next step is, when you raise your crickets, they need a separate substrate to lay their eggs in. And that other substrate is topsoil. Topsoil is a lot denser. It's a lot denser than vermiculite. It retains moisture a lot better. With these cricket eggs, you're going to need those cricket eggs to be in a nice humid environment, and that topsoil is going to help keep the humidity up. So, you know, something you can use, Tupperware. I got this Tupperware at the dollar store, and this is a perfect size. This is just a sandwich Tupperware package. So what you want to do is just take one of them like this. You want to fill it with your topsoil. Just like that. Okay, now that's where your crickets are going to lay their eggs. So just take this, find a corner, kind of bury it a little bit. Just kind of maneuver the bedding around there. Kind of want to fill in the gaps. You don't want your crickets getting stuck back there. So there. Okay, here we have our two cricket habitats. Both of them, we have the same amount of the vermiculite for the bedding, and we have our topsoil in the egg depository where the female crickets will lay their eggs. So now it's time to introduce our crickets to their environment. Okay, so I'm going to pretend to be you guys. I just got 1,000 crickets in the mail. So as you can see, we package them in screen containers, and I got 1,000 quarter-inch crickets. Quarter-inch crickets, they're only about 7 days old. They're not quite ready to breed yet. If you're looking for crickets to breed right away, then you might want to consider like the 5/8 inch. They're about 10 to 12 days old. The reason I recommend going with something a little younger, because then it gives them time to acclimate to their new environment. After the transit, they can get a little stressed out, and if they're sexually active, they might not adjust as quickly as younger crickets can. So that's why I think the quarter-inch, starting with quarter-inch, might be a better plan than going right away with crickets that can start breeding right away. So here, I already opened up the box, so we already got some. One egg crate, put it in there. Take the other egg crate, put it in the other one. And just gonna pop them in. You know, the transit's rough on them, so they're gonna be jumping. Not sure what's going on, so they're gonna be jumping everywhere. And you know, if you're capable of getting every last cricket, and tell me your secrets, because I'm not sure how exactly, you know, how to not get some runaway crickets. Okay, so that was a box of 1,000, and you know, I don't know exactly if I exactly have 500 apiece, but it's good enough. So after the transit, these crickets are severely dehydrated, so you're going to need to give them moisture right away. Sometimes people like to put in little tubs of water. That's okay, but that can actually cause your crickets to drown. Something I like to use are slices of tangerines or oranges, watermelon, pineapple, real juicy fruit, because that has enough substance and hydration to get your crickets hydrated after their long transit. And you know, something I actually like are these little cups. These little cups of oranges. They sell these for $1 at the dollar store. So, you know, these cups, they're saturated in water. I already dumped out the juice. So I'm just going to go ahead and put these mandarins inside the cricket habitat. And in a few minutes, you're going to see these crickets swarming around these mandarins, because they are thirsty. Okay, so as you can see, our crickets are fed. They are starting to swarm the orange slices. They're getting their hydration. They're also getting viable substance and nutrition. And so really, they're going to live in here for about a week. So in 1 week, I'm going to come back and I'm going to check in on their tubs of topsoil. What I'm going to be looking for are cricket eggs. And as I start to see more and more cricket eggs, there's a point where they're no longer going to lay cricket eggs in this because it's going to be too many. So what I will then do is lift this up and put it into a new tub without any other crickets. Then those crickets will hatch and you'll have your pinhead crickets isolated all by themselves. And so, you know, in about a week after that happens, I'll film it, let you guys see it, and we'll review it. So, talk to you then. Okay guys, we're back. It has been about 2 weeks since we put together our rearing bins, and that has allowed our crickets about 7 to 10 days to breed and lay eggs inside their egg containers. So what we have here, we took out the 2 containers, and now it's time to make the incubator. So the incubator bin is very similar to the rearing bin, but it's probably a little simpler to make. It requires less actual material. Now, one thing I wanted to go over that I didn't mention before was as your egg bins have been sitting inside the rearing bins, it's a good idea just to check on their moisture. Now, you don't need a hydrometer or anything sophisticated. You can just use your hands and see if it's damp. Just make sure it has a nice dark color to it, and if not, all you need to do is just take a spray bottle filled with water and you just want to spray the topsoil down. That'll help keep the topsoil nice and damp, and it'll greatly increase the chances of all the eggs hatching successfully, which will increase your cricket yield. So now that we've removed our egg containers from the rearing bins, these containers are filled with eggs. Now, you're not going to see any on the top. The crickets like to burrow into the topsoil and lay their eggs down into the topsoil. Just give it about 7 days after your 3/8 inch crickets have been resting inside the rearing bin, and you'll know that it's time to get their incubator bin put together. And putting their incubator bin it's a lot simpler than the rearing bin. So all you need to do is take another container, just like similar to the rearing bin, and just place in the egg crates. And that's all you do. A container like this, you could actually fit, there's enough space in here to fit 2 more, but since we only made 2, we're just going to put 2 in here for our demonstration. Now, you can definitely just keep it like this, but what you're going to want to do is locate this into some place that has a consistent temperature of about 90 degrees. These incubators, these eggs are going to need 90-degree temperatures consistently in order for them to mature and to hatch. Now, what you can do if you don't have an environment that naturally holds that temperature, you can just get a heating pad and place it underneath. You can take the ceramic lights or the heat lamps that you use for your terrariums for your pets and place it on top. The only issue with that is you're going to be dehydrating your topsoil faster than you would if you didn't need it. So just make sure you always have a water bottle. You're checking it every 1 day or 2 days, and just make sure that it looks damp on the surface. You don't want to fish your hands through it too much because you could disturb the eggs. But once you have that set, just let this sit for about a week, and after a week, you'll start seeing some crickets slowly start to hatch out, and they'll probably start hatching about 100 a day, and soon enough, this whole thing will be filled with little pinhead crickets. And once you have your pinhead crickets, you just remove them into a new rearing container like we made 2 weeks ago, and just allow them to grow, allow them to propagate, and just make sure you're feeding them the same way. And that's how you start your cycle. That's how you start your cricket breeding cycle. So that's we're just going to give this bin 7 days and see what happens. Okay guys, welcome back, and so here's our incubator bin. We have had it sitting for about 8 days so far, and as you can see, we are seeing some pinhead crickets start to hatch from their eggs and start to habitate inside our incubator. Here's a close-up. You can see them hopping around a little bit. So always got to make sure your soil's moist because there's still eggs to hatch inside of there. I'm probably going to squish a few when I put this back down. What you can do, you can give them potato slices. That will help them. That can feed them. Or you can go with some orange slices, or even consider watermelon. Juicier the better. But we just had some rotten potatoes sitting around, so I just kind of use that up. And same thing, just want to make sure you're lightly misting this. Now this still looks fine, so I'm not going to mist it, but your crickets also need water. So in a tub like this, there's a little channel around the perimeter. So I might go ahead actually and just mist it a little bit. What I expect to happen will be the water will run down into the channel, and our little crickets can just get their hydration. And as you can see, they're starting to go towards the water already. But that's it. So what you want to do here is do your best to catch some of these. I mean, it's real difficult. You can see that they're hopping around, but just catch some, put them in a new rearing container, and it's always a good idea to mark the side of the container with a date, just to keep track of where you're at with the rearing process. And just feed them, water them, and just keep that cycle going. And that's how you breed feeder crickets for your pets. Comment below, let us know if you have any questions, or you can email us at contact@thecritterdepot.com. Thanks a lot.
That's right.
When you have left your system for too long, your mealworm system, and you come back and find that you have a situation like this, where you've got beetles along with mealworms, along with pupa, all in the same container. And you also have some of the exoskeletons on top, and there's frass in there. I mean, you've left this for a couple of weeks and gone on vacation. There's some things you have to do to get it back to where it needs to be. And so I have set up a system whereby I can do that fairly easily, and I'm going to show that to you today. So this is going to be a little bit of a longer video, but I wanted to show you kind of what I do to make sure that I could get my containers back in working order pretty quickly. So the first thing that I do is that I have this vacuum system here, and it's just a vacuum head that I bought online. This one is a Wen bucket vacuum head, and it doesn't come with anything but the top unit and the hose, and you're supposed to attach it to either a 5-gallon bucket or to these containers that I also bought on the web. They're
pet food containers. And I find that it fits, you know, it doesn't snap on, but it creates enough of a seal that it protects it from blowing everywhere once you turn it on. And so I've got it plugged in right now, and you can see I have it labeled exoskeletons. What I have in here are essentially all of the castings of the exoskeletons of the mealworms as they grow up, because they molt, and when they molt, they create these fine exoskeletons. Okay, I'm sure there's another name for it. It's a chitin-based, molting. And so anyway, what I do is I first try to get that off of the top layer of the box, because that creates it just goes everywhere. I mean, it's so thin, it'll blow around everywhere. So people just blow on the top of the lid, and they blow it to one side and then pick it up by hand and throw it away. I find that it's actually useful because I can put it in my garden. It's another garden amendment, and it also, people will buy it. So I haven't had anybody buy mine, but I'm just in the beginning processes of my mealworm farm. So the first thing that I'll do is I will take my vacuum and I'll vacuum that up. So let's do that real quickly, and I'll show you how easy that is. And what I do is I take the hose and I just run it very, gently, kind of about that level, if you can see. I don't go all the way down because I don't want to suck up the mealworms and all of that, but I do it about an inch above, and I just kind of go around and just kind of keep it about the same height, and see if I can get as much of those exoskeletons as possible. So let's give that a whirl here. And you can see it's not picking up the worms, it's just picking up the skins, the shed. Thing that I do now that I've got those sheds off of the top of the container is I want to sift out the frass. This is just my methodology. I mean, you could adopt a different one, but you see all that fine material in there? That's the frass. That's essentially the poop or the castings of the mealworm. They can't process that any further, so I want to get that out of there so I can put fresh wheat bran in at the end of this process. And so what I have done is I use this sifting method, and I bought these off of Amazon, and they're sifting pans, and they come in different size meshes. You can see that they have some that are, and I bought a set. There's some that go up to like a 1/2 inch, which I think that one is. This one I think is like a 1/8 inch. And what I use is this one, which is it's labeled GP2-130, and I think it's a 1/30th of an inch mesh, and that allows the frass to go through, but keeps everything else on top, so that it will only let the poop essentially go down to the bottom, and then I'll take the poop in that bucket and I'll put it into my frass container, which you can see is almost full. So this is what I'm trying to get out of the tray. So I'll just dump the whole thing. I'll just dump the whole thing into the top there. And I wanted to point out too, I mentioned in my first video that I use these food safe non-BPA, they're heat trays. They're like trays that you would see when you go to a catering event or something. I use them for 2 reasons. Or 3 reasons actually. They're food safe, so I know that my mealworms are not going to be eating or getting into their system leaching any kind of bad chemicals. They're dark, they're black, and mealworms and darkling beetles like dark environments, so it helps with that situation too. And width-wise and lengthwise, it gives me enough area to grow worms in each container, but when I go to work with the container, as you can see, it doesn't spill everywhere. It's not so wide. It's not so wide as I see some people have these really wide trays. Well, when you go to do it like I do it, where you dump into one of these containers, you'll have stuff fall off the sides, and it just gets real messy. So I find that this size is real convenient. I think it's considered a half tray. I forget what it's called, but if y'all are interested, shoot me a comment, and I'll try and find out the details on this. But they come in a lot of different styles. Some have different type of lips and everything. I had to do a lot of research on it, and I found one that really works. They're not the cheapest, but they work great, and they're very sturdy. I mean, there's no give to them. They're not weak or anything. So once I have it in my bucket, I will just essentially shake my bucket back and forth. And for those of you that have allergies, I'd recommend you put a face mask on so that the frass dust doesn't come up and affect your lungs. But I don't do it very very rough. I just kind of shake it a little bit just to get all of that frass to fall, as you can see. I'm just trying to get that frass separated from the rest. And you can see when I do that, there's very little wheat bran left. That means that they were essentially, needing to have more food source, because I was almost to the end of their food source there. Okay, so once I have it shaken out like that, there's the frass, there's the rest. You're not going to have any mealworms falling through because the mesh is too small. I'll then put it back into my container, okay? And you can see the mealworms, even those small ones, they can't get through that mesh. It's too small. So I'll just tap. And another reason why I like the width of these things is it's almost the width of the mesh of these sifters. So when I do this, I can kind of tap it like that, and I don't have a whole lot of mealworms falling off either side, okay? So there we have it. So I'll take the frass, and I'll dump it into my frass bucket, and I'm done with that. So what you're left with is a tray that has mealworms, it has pupa, which are those white things there, it has the beetles, of course, and you got to find a way to separate all of that out. And the reason that I want to separate it is if you have beetles in here and you leave them, they'll do two things. They'll try and find a mate and make eggs and to make more mealworms, and they'll also search for a source of moisture because they need to keep hydrated. And if they can't find moisture, if you don't have carrots in there and you neglect your trays again, they're going to go after these pupa, because these pupa are like little packets of essentially liquid, right? They're transforming into beetles, and as they go through that metamorphosis, they're just full of liquid. And so the beetles here, and you leave them, they'll do two things. So there we have it. So I'll take the frass, and I'll dump it into my frass bucket, and I'm done with that. So what you're left with is a tray that has mealworms, it has pupa, which are those white things there, it has the beetles, of course, and you got to find a way to separate all of that out. And the reason that I want to separate it is if you have beetles in here and you leave them, they'll do two things. They'll try and find a mate and make eggs and to make more mealworms, and they'll also search for a source of moisture because they need to keep hydrated. And if they can't find moisture, if you don't have carrots in there and you neglect your trays again, they're going to go after these pupa, because these pupa are like little packets of essentially liquid, right? They're transforming into beetles, and as they go through that metamorphosis, they're just full of liquid. And so the beetles will start to attack them to get that moisture if they don't get it from another source, and they'll essentially kill the pupa, and you'll see a lot of, you know, dried up pupa like this one, you know, desiccated, completely desiccated pupa that are never going to make it into beetles. They're just, you know, they're just detritus that's in here. So you want to separate your pupa and your beetles as soon as you can, and that way you have just a tray full of mealworms, and you can put your beetles in another tray like I've shown you before, a separate tray where they can reproduce and create more eggs. And I don't want them in here creating eggs, because then when I go to separate my frass and I go to put the frass in this frass bucket, well, you're going to one day see little things crawling around in here, and they're going to be little baby mealworms, right? So I don't want any eggs in my frass. So what I do is I have used some other sifting devices that I've bought that are made out of wood that have slats in them, and you can try to separate your pupa that way. But I have found that they're not effective for me for two reasons. One, they're made out of like a balsa wood, and the slats in the bottom are just too flimsy, and they break with just no exertion at all. They end up breaking. And second, the slats run kind of lengthwise with the sifter, and I have a hard time using it inside my tray. So what I did is I had a buddy. He and I came up with a design, and he has a CAD system, and he cut these out for me from stainless steel, 1/16 inch stainless steel, and you can't really go much thinner than that because the stainless steel will start to warp, and it's very hard to weld. You can see he only welded them very, in just a few spots around, because otherwise it burns too hot, and you can't burn through. He doesn't have the right kind of welder for that. But in any event, we designed this on his CAD system, and it's got these slats in there that are 0.125 inch wide. That's what that indicates. And we sent it off to the design off to a place in Houston. They cut it out, and then they sent us the pieces back, and we welded them together. And it creates this sifter that I can use. And so what I do is, when I'm ready to sift, I will shift everything in the tray to one side like that, and I'll put my sifter in here, and you can see it fits perfectly inside my tray. I designed it that way. And so I'll just start scooping the mealworms and the beetles and everything into my sifter tray. And if you're squeamish, you don't have to do it by hand. You can get a spoon or something and do it that way. But I find this is just as easy as anything. And it's okay if you leave a few mealworms on this side. What you're trying to make sure you get are all the pupa, all the white things, and all the beetles. Now, some of the beetles will fall through the slats. Unfortunately, I played around with this, design a couple of times, and I just didn't have the money to keep going. And so maybe in the future I'll figure out what size would be good to separate out the beetles. But if you go too small on your slats, then neither your beetles nor your mealworms will fall through, and it kind of defeats the purpose. So once I kind of have it like that, I'll just take this and I'll start to shake it. And you can see why the design of the slats being kind of horizontal instead of vertical helps me to keep this thing inside the tray and still shake back and forth and get that separation that I'm looking for. So, and you can see there. So what happens is you end up with a bunch of pupa. Now, sometimes you'll have beetles in here too, but you can see that I'm just ending up with a bunch of pupa. And the reason that happens is the pupa have a head on it. They have this kind of alien-like quality to them, where they have this kind of wider part where the head is. Well, that head can't go through. The tail might dip down, but the head can't go through. So you end up with your pupa separated. And so what I'll do then is I'll take it over here to this other device that I have my buddy weld for me too. and it's just a kind of a little housing unit that I can put the pupa on top, and I'll just put them on there like that, and they stay there. And he made a little lip on it for me. You can see I can rest this on there. He made a little lip on both sides, and in front and back it's not as high, so I can tap and get all the pupa to fall through back onto this top part, and they will essentially stay there and develop into beetles. And once they turn into beetles, like this one here, they'll eventually find their way over, crawl off the edge, and they'll try to go underneath this because it's dark and they like to be in the dark environment. And the beetles can't crawl back up this stainless steel; it's too slick for them. So it protects your pupa while they're developing into beetles from the beetles attacking them to get to that moisture that they have inside. And so you get a better rate of return on pupa turning into beetles than if you left them in your tray. And so now that I have this set up like this, now that I've gotten most of the pupa out. Now some pupa will fall through. If the pupa is too small, I mean, it will fall through, but I don't worry about that too much. If they turn into beetles, I come back and take the beetles out and move them out later. You can see like there's a smaller beetle there that probably developed from a smaller pupa. But now that I've got most of my pupa out of here, I now separate the beetles. And so I have two buckets. And in one bucket, I will put the beetles that look healthy and well-formed. I don't care if they're smaller or not. They look healthy and well-formed. I put them in this bucket. And once I get all my beetles in here, I will transfer them to my beetle tray. If there are any beetles that don't look healthy or don't look fully formed, I can just show you one in here.
Hi everyone, so I wanted to come on here and show you the carnivore's creation. So this is a habitat for insect-eating plants, right? So Venus flytrap, pitcher plant, sundew, cobra plant, trumpet plant, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what comes in the kit. So it comes with the actual dome, right, and the pellets. It comes with the seeds, stickers. It also comes with 2 snake figurines and gravel. So it's very simple. You take your pellets, you put them in there, unwrapped of course, with water. It expands. You put your seeds in there, and you fill the top with the gravel. So everything is covered with the rocks as shown on this box. Alright, and you watch them grow. This is the little pamphlet that it came with to give you information about each plant, how it works. Alright, and on the flip side we have information about how to care for them and how it looks after 3 months, 6 months, and also 1 year. Alright, and last but not least, there's a purchase registration card that you will fill out and send in to register the product. So this is for ages 8 and up, definitely not for younger children. This is actually going to go to my nephew. His birthday is in September. So thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Hoping that someone would let us use their house for 15 minutes to film.
You want to do it right now?
If it's possible.
Is it just you guys?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, 15 minutes in and out.
I suppose that's all right.
That's great. Sorry to disturb you. This is my crew, small crew.
LD, aka the independent variable. Trap gun, I was serving up the whole way. Go that baby. Put it close out, baby. Put it close out, baby. Say that money. You say that money. Say that money. The rag gang got it all wrong. We ain't about to go and spend money just to flex on them. We ain't really got it like ya. I'm a type of motherfucker that'll check the check, do the math. I ain't never getting robbed. Those margaritas not going on my card. I ain't about to split. the restaurant, working that way. Hold up, you ain't heard of Lil Day, young L, the Jew biz major. Fuck you know about the world he raised in. I've been saving money since a motherfucker 13. I wear the same pair of jeans every day. Free sandwiches, homie, 2 stamps away. Book flight December, but I leave in May. Drugs are generic, but still work the same. I get logins for Netflix from my cousin Greg. Thanks, Greg. I'm a rapper. I'm shooting a music video where the premise is how can I make the most epic rap video ever without spending any money?
Because the song is called Save That Money, and it's all about saving money as opposed to spending it. It'd be like if I could grab one of these McLarens for like 15 minutes.
I swear to God, nigga. All of my bitches be scared of me, I put that rod in them. All of them bitches acting thoughtless, I disregard them. All of them bitches acting holy, ain't got no God in them. I can teach little niggas something like a Christian. I can take
When we get our Fabfit Fun boxes, we know it's going to be a great day.
We love getting full-size home, fashion, beauty, and wellness products delivered right to our door.
You get over $200 worth of products for only $49.99.
And with so many ways to customize, I know that I'm getting products that I love.
Some of these products by themselves will cost you more than the entire box.
It's like a gift from me to me.
Trust us, you're gonna love it.
Use code AMAZE for $10 off your first box. Go to FabFitFun.com.
Over the last 2 months, I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind.
After 3 months, I've actually lost a little over 16 pounds. Actually, almost 17. I didn't tell you that. Almost 17.
We've been doing this for 6 weeks, and I've lost 10 pounds.
I dropped 12 pounds with like the beginning of 6 weeks. I was not expecting it to go that fast.
It's been 9 months, and I've lost 57 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Yo, what's going on, Surfer Squad? Tanner here. For some time now, you guys have been asking for a complete room tour. You're going to see how all of the animals are doing, how all of the setups are doing, and in this one, I'm going to do exactly that. I figured it would be the perfect video considering everything that's going on right now. So I'll bring you guys into the animal room, show you how everything's doing, and this is going to be a long one, so let's get right into it.
30 minutes.
As we enter into the room here, on the right you're first greeted by what I've called the Nano Rack. It's just a repurposed bookshelf with recessed lighting in the top and bottom shelves, and it houses a lot of nano setups and minis that I've done over the years. And it looks pretty cool now, but a lot of this is going to change in the future, so I'll show you how everything looks now, and then once you see it again, things are probably going to be a lot different. Starting at the top shelf on the left, we have the Sundew terrarium. It's looking pretty cool. Most of the plants are doing extremely well, except for probably the Sundew. The one looks like it died off pretty much completely in the bottom shelves, and it houses a lot of nano setups and minis that I've done over the years. And it looks pretty cool now, but a lot of this is going to change in the future, so I'll show you how everything looks now, and then once you see it again, things are probably going to be a lot different. Starting at the top shelf on the left, we have the Sundew terrarium. It's looking pretty cool. Most of the plants are doing extremely well, except for probably the Sundew. The one looks like it died off pretty much completely, and then the other one has some just really small growth to it. It's not really doing too much, so probably something in here is not optimal. I think that I may have accidentally watered it with regular tap water a couple of times, so that may have had something to do with it, but I mean, overall it looks cool. When you see it from afar up close, it looks like a neat setup, so can't really complain about that too much. To its right, we have the Ficus silicofolia bonsai tree. I think it turned out pretty neat. I know that a lot of bonsai people didn't like it. They thought it wasn't very good, and even if that is the case, I enjoyed it. I enjoy how it looks now, and can't wait to see how it progresses because it is doing pretty well. It's getting a lot of new growth on it as of late especially, and I can't wait to see how it progresses in the future here. We also have the Mini Moss Mountains over here. This is a pretty neat one. I love how it looks. It's just like a little scaled down thing. Now the only problem with it is I have to water it daily because the water all gets sucked up into the sponge or evaporates, so you just got to keep on the watering with that one, and it does alright. To its right we have the Dish Moss Garden. You'll notice that I have a lid on it now. I found that I was just watering it way too frequently and I was getting sick of that, so to
To make things easier for myself, I just made a little glass box to put over top. It's not perfect, but I just needed something quick to keep the moisture in. I'll probably make it look a little cleaner in the future, but I like how that one's turning out. And the last one on this shelf is the Foggy Riparian Bull. It looks pretty good, and really the only plant that didn't take was the horsetail. Everything else is doing really well though. And one of the highlights of this one is the red root floater. It turned really red in this setup, and I honestly can't say I've had it turn that red in other ones, but I don't know if it's the way the lighting is, the nutrients, something in here is just making it really red, and I like to see that. But overall, this one's doing pretty well, and it's grown in quite a lot since whenever we first set it up. And on the next shelf down, we have some books and other odds and ends, and on the left here, we have the 2 mini complete tanks. This is the original mini complete tank that I turned into a paludarium. It looks alright. There's a little bit of algae growth and stuff like that in there, but I don't really do anything to it. I just kind of let it do its thing, and as you could see, the Anubias is doing quite alright. It's got a lot of roots, some good growth to it, and it looks nice. And on the right, we have the actual mini complete paludarium. It looks pretty neat. It has some decent growth and stuff to it, but like the other one, I don't really do any upkeep with it. I just kind of let it do its thing, and however it turns out, it turns out. And on the third shelf down, we have the pond-themed riparium. It looks pretty neat right now, but not as good as it did a few weeks ago. I pulled some plants from it, so it just doesn't look very full. And the reason I did that is I'm actually going to take this setup down to redo it here shortly. I just have a better idea for it that I think will look much cooler than it does now, and I can't wait to show you guys that one. So stay tuned for that. We also have the little Blackwater nano tank. Not much to talk about with this one. We got some cool duckweed growth on the top, which I think looks neat with all of the roots, but you can hardly see in it because of all the tannins and that sort of thing, so really not too much to update on that one. And lastly, on the right here, we have the nano riparium, which is in total disarray. If you saw last week's video, I took it apart for a lot of the plants and that sort of thing, and I just want to redo it at some point. I think I could do much better, make a much more impactful scape on this small of a scale than I did with this one. So at some point we'll do that, but for now, this tank and this tank are both going to come down, and I'll do something much cooler. And right behind here we have my workstation and the first of 2 terrarium shelves. I originally built this a while ago so that it fits right into the window and all of the terrariums can be lit by natural light. Obviously that's much easier and more cost effective, so we don't have to use artificial lighting, and the terrariums do quite well with it. I recently made some modifications to accommodate the moss strip wall terrarium. All I did was cut the width of this shelf a little bit, put a support in there, and the terrarium fits right in. While we're talking about that terrarium, it's doing quite well. All the mosses are growing in extremely well, and overall I really like it. It's probably one of my favorites on this shelf right now, and it just looks really cool. On this shelf we also have the moss ball tree ecosphere. I really don't do much with this other than occasional water changes, but it looks pretty good. It's doing well. Over to the right here we have the Valentine's Day terrarium, which I believe I said I'd never show it again on the channel, but my wife ended up bringing it home from work and it's doing really well. There we are. Behind it we have the Ants Canada Challenge terrarium. I still have to get this to the winter. We were going to meet up sometime in December, but there's supposed to be a snowstorm or something like that, so we didn't end up meeting up, and obviously right now we can't do that as well. So maybe someday I'll get this to the winter, but for now I'm just taking care of it. It's doing extremely well. And over here we have the tiny moss tree themed terrarium. It's doing alright. A lot of the mosses have overgrown quite a bit, so I gotta get in there and trim them up and get this looking proper again, but because of all of the moss growth, it just doesn't look as crisp as it did whenever I first set it up, but I like it nonetheless. And back here we have the ecosphere in a terrarium. The terrarium portion of it is way overgrown and it needs some maintenance. It's just not looking proper, but although it's hard to see, the ecosphere portion is actually doing really well. There's no algae in there. The Anubias is growing quite a bit, and it looks pretty neat. So
I get that, but I just think, like, you don't know if it could be working even better. And I think you should look at me as an opportunity to find that out. So what are your biggest strengths? Well, my flow is crazy. I can switch that amazing. For example, I could be like, ain't nobody fucking with Lil Diggy when he get up on this shit and spit it, take a ridiculous rhythm. This shit like it's never been dated. The rhythm is never predictable, cause I can switch and deliver this shit in whatever cadence you feel is preferred. Alright, I get it. Top of that, lyrically, I'm pretty damn clever. Gotta learn by the bitch, gotta learn never.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Vivarium build. Without any delay, let's get right into making the new 180 gallon Vivarium. As I typically do, we'll start out this build with the false bottom.
If you recall, this enclosure previously housed my king snake Houdini, so I already had an egg crate false bottom made. However, I needed to make some modifications so that this false bottom would be suitable for the new vivarium. That said, I removed the planters and filled in the holes with more egg crate attached with zip ties. You'll notice that the egg crate is already covered in a layer of carbon fiberglass window screen mesh. As many of you know, this is my preferred barrier in most cases. Originally, I used this barrier to keep mulch from falling down into the main false bottom area, so I used a relatively coarse mesh because it was cheaper at the time. That being said, this mesh is just too coarse for the substrate that we will use in just a moment. So I covered the egg crate in an additional layer, but this time with weed control fabric. This isn't the same thing as weed blocker, which I've advised in the past is not the best solution. Unlike weed blocker, this allows water to readily pass through it, while also retaining a substrate. You might be wondering why I used this instead of a finer mesh. Well, I wanted to try something new, and I believe this could be a better option than mesh moving forward. Anyways, I cut out a piece of the barrier and covered the existing mesh. Then I zip tied along the top corner, leaving some excess on the sides. With the false bottom completed, it was then placed into the enclosure. From there, I proceeded to put the Cocoa Husk liner backgrounds into their respective locations. If you recall, these are the same backgrounds from the previous build. They are essentially just a sheet of insulation foam with a few protrusions of expanding foam covered in Cocoa Husk liner. These could work as a decent background in their current state, but they don't have enough definition for my liking. So I got a really large piece of cork bark and propped it up in a good location using some bags of substrate. With the cork bark in place, a few additional elements were incorporated, including planters and accent cork bark pieces. To attach the planters, I simply wedged them in place or stuck them onto the background with a thumbtack. The cork accents, on the other hand, were stuck onto the background with a nail. Next, I got some great stuff pond foam and applied it to the background. My goal here was to add a lot of definition to the background and create a canopy area of sorts using the cork bark. This will become even more apparent as we progress through the build. After applying all of the pond foam, I let it cure for around 8 hours or so. Then I removed the bags of substrate, thumbtacks, and nails, and carved out the foam with a razor scraper. Doing this step correctly is pretty important. By carving out the foam, you not only get a better aesthetic, but you also expose the spongy interior of the foam itself. Whenever we add the silicone in just a moment, it will more readily stick to the spongy surface than the glossy, smooth surface of the newly cured foam. With the foam completely carved out, we'll move on to the next step, which is applying the 100% silicone. To do so, I like to caulk a generous amount of silicone in globs and then disperse it with the paintbrush. I find that this is easier and makes less mess. Next, I got a few handfuls of bark and threw them at the silicone. Normally, you could get away with simply dropping it in place, but since I'm building this vivarium in the upright position, I don't have much of a choice otherwise. The same thing was also done with some cocoa fiber. However, as I added the cocoa fiber, I pressed it into the silicone with my hands. This is really important for the longevity of your background, because otherwise the cocoa fiber is prone to fall out of the silicone over time. These same procedures were then repeated for the entire background. I should also mention that you could use cocoa fiber alone for this process, but using bark creates more texture and a better climbing surface for arboreal animals such as geckos.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's cool. Here's Bobby.
After the main part of the background was complete, it was time to add some additional hardscape elements, in this case manzanito wood. Using a board, I propped up the branch on the background. I also snipped off a few branches to create a better aesthetic. Then I repeated the same process for another branch on the right side. With these branches secured, some accent branches were then stuck directly into the foam. This works really well for small branches, but I don't recommend it for larger elements. Next, I got a can of Great Stuff Gaps and Cracks expanding foam and applied it over top of the manzanito wood. I ran out of pond foam and didn't want to buy more, so I used this foam instead. It works just as well, but unless you use black silicone, you may end up seeing the yellow foam through the silicone and cocoa fiber layer. Anyways, after the foam cured for a good 8 hours or so, I removed the support boards and carved it out like before using a razor scraper. After getting it all carved out, I covered the foam in silicone, bark, and cocoa fiber just like before. Now we'll make some jungle vines. You may have seen one in the previous clips and wondered what it was. Hobbyists have been making DIY jungle vines for years using various methods. I wanted to keep it simple using materials that I already had. So I got 3 different thicknesses of cotton rope. On that, if you're going to take the time and money to make jungle vines, be sure to get different thicknesses. Doing so will allow you to create a much more natural look, which is probably why you're making the vines in the first place. Anyways, creating the vines is quite simple. All that you have to do is get a length of rope, coat it in silicone, and then knead it into some cocoa fiber. With a thicker rope like this, it's a little more challenging because you can't do the entire rope in one go. Even the next thickness down is much easier because you can roll the rope into a ball to apply the silicone. Either way, just make sure you do your best to squeeze the cocoa fiber onto the rope. After you're done making the vines, be sure to let them sit out for at least 24 hours so that the silicone can cure. With the vines cured and ready to go, let's put them into the vivarium. In doing so, I wanted to twine as many together as possible, much like you'd see in nature. I also wanted the vines to look like they had competed against a tree and won the battle. What I mean is that in nature, vines are competitive. They will climb up and over trees and oftentimes kill them. Since the branches are from a dead tree, this will help create the aesthetic that I'm going for.
Fuck what I said.
You'll notice that I'm using super glue to attach these vines together and onto various surfaces. Before you get all up in arms about it, cyanoacrylate superglue is totally safe to use for applications like this if you allow for the proper dry time. In fact, it's often used in aquarium applications. I really wanted these vines to look like they were stuck to everything, and superglue allowed me to pull that off quite well. Now it's finally time to mix up the substrate. I do this all by sight and feel because I've mixed it up so many times, but if you want to get more information on it, be sure to follow the link. To start, I'm using about 1 part of cocoa fiber. Then I added roughly 2 parts of sphagnum moss. Next I added 1 part of bark, and roughly 1/2 part of lumpwood charcoal. Finally, I topped it off with the substrate from my 8-year-old vivarium. I did this because that substrate is extremely well established. Although I did have to add additional substrate to that vivarium over the years, the oldest portion of it is around 8 years old. There are also old roots, leaves, and other organic components that will serve as a quick food source for our microfauna. All things considered, a good substrate will serve as the foundation to your vivarium. If you want your plants to grow well and your microfauna to thrive, the substrate comes first. Now let's put the initial layer of substrate into the vivarium. There's about 20 gallons of substrate here, and in the end, I used all 20 gallons. That said, I like to add it as I go rather than all at once. As I've explained in previous videos, I also recommend sloping the substrate up toward the back of the vivarium, meaning that it's much thinner in the foreground than it is in the background. This will create a greater sense of depth, and allow you to provide an adequate amount of substrate for those large background plants. From there, it was time to pin the Ficus pumila onto the background. At first glance, this might seem like a total waste of time because the majority of ficus leaves died off later on. That's not a big deal though, because the stems and roots are still completely intact. Although I think Ficus pumila is an easy plant, and it's portrayed that way by others, it can be quite temperamental. In short, this plant hates change. Whether that be a change in temperature, a change in humidity, or something else, there will be some amount of acclimation die-off guaranteed. The severity of this, of course, is dictated by the amount of change. So, for those of you who have commented about having issues with this plant, give it time. Just because the leaves died off doesn't mean that the plant is dead. Once it becomes accustomed to its new environment, it will come back stronger and more dense than ever. The main thing that you want to avoid is having the stems dry out or melt back. In this instance, I had issues keeping the heat at the correct level. I accidentally left Houdini's heat lamp in the light compartment, and it was getting upwards of 86 degrees Fahrenheit, which is just way too hot, and much different than what the plants were used to. So a lot of the plants, and the ficus included, were actually melting back because they were literally being cooked by the light. It took me a day to realize what was going on, and once I removed the light, everything has been good since. Also, I'm keeping the humidity in this setup between 95 and 99%, which is much higher than it was before. Anyways, most of the plants that experienced acclimation issues have since bounced back and are showing off some new growth. That being said, it's a real shame that the ficus didn't stay as it was, but as time progresses it will quickly grow to look as it did before. After I got the ficus in place, I then gave the vivarium a decent spray down to start getting the humidity up to speed. Next we can plant and set up the rest of the vivarium. Rather than run off all the plants' names as I typically would, I'll put their names up at the end of the video, so stay tuned for that if you're curious. You may have wondered why I didn't put much on the left side of the setup. Well, I wanted to give ample room for my larger plants to grow, and this was the perfect spot. So I began putting the majority of my background plants in the left corner. During this part, and the entire build for that matter, I like to move the plants around until I get the placement just right. So you'll see me doing a lot of that throughout the build. As I've said many times before, when choosing your plants, be sure to choose a good variety. More specifically, plants that have different looking and different sized leaves. This will help you achieve textural contrast, which in turn will allow you to make a natural aesthetic quite easily. Of course, the placement of the plants is very important as well when trying to pull this off. That said, obviously you want to keep most of your larger plants in the background and the smaller ones in the foreground. However, I do recommend placing some tall plants in the foreground and vice versa. This will break up the landscape and in fact is a natural aesthetic. In nature, plants don't distribute themselves neatly by height, as you often see in people's setups. In line with that, I try to place the plants in a way that keeps you interested. Each plant acts as a focal point that draws your eye throughout the setup. Essentially, you want to create visual tension. There are countless ways to make tension in your composition, but in this instance, I'm mostly using the variation of plants to do so. Regardless, there is tension in nature, and that's exactly what I try to do when creating my naturalistic landscapes. Enough on that though, I just wanted to give you additional insight on how I set up my enclosures. You'll notice that I periodically spray the plants throughout the build. This is really important when building a large vivarium like this because there's relatively no humidity yet. Doing so will keep your plants hydrated and help you get a jump start on the humidity. Since I have the majority of the vivarium hardscaped with the background, I mainly need to add accent hardscape elements. So throughout the build, various twigs and other natural elements were placed among the plants. If you have the chance to, I recommend creating levels in the substrate with your hardscape elements. For example, I'm using this piece of cork bark to make the substrate higher in the background than it is in the foreground. Using the cork makes it look a little more interesting than simply sloping the substrate as I described earlier. At a certain point, I decided that it was time to start placing the leaf litter. I don't really like the look of leaf litter unless it's placed in a way that looks natural. That said, I like to place it as I'm planting the enclosure so that I can make it look like the plants are growing up from underneath it. However, you'll notice that I planted a lot of carpeting plants. Long term, I want them to cover up a greater portion of the leaf. Litter. For the last bit of planting, I'm adding some bromeliads and air plants. Do you remember that super glue from earlier? Well, super gluing these types of plants in desirable locations works really well. The super glue won't damage the plants at all, and it will allow you to anchor the plants before they do so naturally with their roots. Lastly, I added some of the microfauna, including springtails and dwarf purple isopods. I'm just starting out with these ones for now, but as we move forward, I'll add various other species.
That looks so cool.
We covered a lot of ground in this video, but the vivarium is far from complete. A lot of the plants really have to grow in, and many of them also have to bounce back from the issues I had in the beginning. Unfortunately, some of the plants died off completely, so they will need to be replaced as well. I also want to add a lot more plants, including more bromeliads and air plants, to name a few. There's quite a bit that I still have to do on my end before I even want to think about stocking this. I will do a follow-up video in about a month or so, and we can discuss more about stocking at that time. However, I did drop various hints throughout the video as to what I'm going to keep in this, so hopefully you were paying attention. Finally, I'll leave you with a few takeaways. Understand that you're not going to have 100% success. It could be something as simple as acclimation,
Just got done spraying it down with some F11. F11 is no joke.
Spray it on, and look at that shine. Nothing sticks. It's an amazing product.
I've been using Top Coat since I bought it in February. Couldn't be more pleased with the product. The best product I've used.
The second time using F11, really, really good.
Even the black look brand spanking new.
Thanks, F11. Got a customer for life.
Give it a try yourself. What do you got to lose?
Yo, what's going on, Surfer Squad? Tanner here, and I'm back with another Paludarium build. In this one, I'll transform a standard 20-gallon long aquarium into a tall skyscraper Paludarium with a waterfall. Let's get started. If you're anything like me, then you likely have a graveyard of old tanks that will probably never be set up again. I keep them around just in case I need them or for projects like this. Although this tank is old, it could be upcycled into something new, and that's exactly what I'll do. To do the job, I usually use a utility blade, a razor scraper, and a putty knife. I start by removing the silicone on the interior of the tank. Then I turn the tank upside down and cut through the trim. This usually takes a few passes, but afterward the trim can be removed with a putty knife and used for something else. I found that they repurpose well as shims for furniture. Anyway, I repeat the same process to the top trim. After that, the panes of glass can be separated. To do so, I start at the top of the tank with a razor scraper and slowly go down to cut through the seam. Sometimes it takes multiple passes to go all the way through. Once the seams on both ends of a pane are cut, the glass can be peeled back. The bottom seam is cut and the pane will lift away. I know that was a lot of tedious work, but I ended up with 5 perfectly good pieces of glass from materials I already had. These pieces still can't be used though. I went around and cleaned up all of the leftover silicone. I also sprayed down the glass and scrubbed them with Barkeeper's Friend using a microfiber cloth. This will remove any excess mineral buildup and gunk. They are of course sprayed down after that. With the panes cleaned up, I marked everything. I measured the pieces accordingly and clamped the straight edge to the table. I applied oil to the cutting tool and lightly rolled it along the glass to leave a line of grease. I didn't used to use oil, but it creates a much cleaner edge. Then I apply pressure and score the glass. From there, I line the score up with the edge of the table and apply even downward pressure. I laid all of the newly cut pieces of glass on the table and did a dry fit. Everything fit together properly. I took it apart and gave the edges of glass light sanding so they weren't sharp. Afterward, I rinsed away the debris. Once clean, I laid the pieces out and wiped areas that will be siliconed with rubbing alcohol to ensure the surface is clear of oil and debris. I also taped off the glass for cleaner beads of silicone. Per usual, I'll be using GE Silicone 1 to hold this together. I ran a bead along the appropriate spots and taped the pieces together. A bead of silicone was then ran along the inside of the tank. I cleaned this bead with my finger. Finally, the tape on the inside could be removed and the tank was left to sit for 24 hours while the silicone.
When we get our FabFitFun boxes, we know it's going to be a great day. We love getting full-size home, fashion, beauty, and wellness products delivered right to our door.
You get over $200 worth of products for only $49.99.
And with so many ways to customize, I know that I'm getting products that I love.
Some of these products by themselves would cost you more than the entire box.
It's like a gift from me to me.
Trust us, you're gonna love it. Use code AMAZE for $10 off your first box. Go to FabFitFun.com.
Over the last 2 months, I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind.
After 3 months, I've actually lost a little over 16 pounds. Actually, almost 17. I didn't tell you that. Almost 17.
We've been doing this for 6 weeks, and I've lost 10 pounds.
I dropped 12 pounds with at the beginning of 6.
Silicone cured. The next day I removed the tape on the outside of the tank. I scraped away excess silicone to reveal the finalized tank. To keep the water flowing in this setup, I use a KEDSUM submersible pump. I'll be using egg crate light diffuser held together by zip ties to make a cage for the pump. I put the pump in the tank and cut the egg crate down to size. I got 3 pieces and attached them together. This cage was siliconed onto the tank. I built another cage to go further up the back of the tank. This also is siliconed in place. To get this tank to work properly, I need to create shelves or overflow compartments. For that I'll use corrugated plastic. I measured and cut the plastic down to size. I scored it on one side to fold it over. After that I cut out the side pieces. A notch was made on the front as well. I marked the pieces at a few spots to drill holes. Zip ties were fed through these holes to keep everything together. Next I attached another section of egg crate to the top of the column in the tank. I then put the overflows in the appropriate spots. They fit properly, so I waterproofed the seams with silicone. I also stuck one of the shelves to the back of the tank with silicone. To escape this setup, I'll be using black lava rock of various sizes. Initially I wanted to use dragonstone, but I decided on lava rock because I have a ton of it. It's a good choice for a setup anyway, since it will wick water. I laid out the stones to get a good idea of how I wanted this escaped. Everything looked good, so I removed the stones and stuffed the egg crate with plastic bags. This will keep expanding foam out of all of the openings. With that taken care of, I put the stones back in the tank. To secure everything I used great stuff, pond and stone expanding foam. It was applied between all of the cracks and crevices. I let this cure for a few hours for stability. Then I foamed the remainder of the column and pressed stones into the wet foam. I let this cure for a few hours until I could turn the tank to an upright position. Now I'll conceal the overflow compartments. I covered the side and top of the removable one with stones using hot glue. I needed a quick solution that would allow me to easily get the stones attached, and hot glue is the best option. After that I applied silicone to the lower compartment and pressed stones into it. At this point I could remove the bags from the egg crate column. The pump was added to the setup, which is attached to a 1/2 inch PVC pipe. I placed the removable compartment over top of this pipe and marked for a hole. I used a diamond tipped hole saw to make the hole. The compartment was slid onto the pipe. I marked for the height of the pipe and cut it down shorter. A 45-degree elbow is placed over the pipe so that the water doesn't spray up into the air and out of the tank. Let's give it a test run. I filled up the tank with water and let it rip. It works perfectly. As you can see, the water overflows through the 2 compartments prior to making its way to the main water area. Now that we're sure everything works well, let's clean things up. To conceal the foam and imperfections, I use cyanoacrylate superglue and pulverized lava rock. As you've seen me do in other videos, I simply applied some glue and pressed the rock dust into it. The end result is a seamless look that gives the illusion this is a single piece of stone. Once everything was concealed with this technique, I applied more foam to all of the open areas on the background. I let this cure for a few hours, and instead of covering it with stones, I carved it out with a razor scraper. These portions of the background will be covered in moisture wicking mesh for moss growth. I measured it out and cut it down slightly wider than the width of the tank. I applied a few dabs of glue along the top and put the mesh in place. I peeled it back and repeated the process. As I worked from left to right, I cut off excess. Another reason I'm using the mesh is because I can fold it into the overflow compartments. These will double as a water reservoir for the mesh. The same process was repeated in the bottom of the tank. I also concealed the edges of the mesh with glue, stones, and dust. To conceal the pump compartment, I'll use a combination of Metalamat and wicking mesh. I slid a piece of Metalamat on the side. Then I covered another piece with mesh and concealed the egg crate. This will act as a growing surface for the moss while also capturing fine debris. Now we can finish scaping the setup with Dragon Root. I turned the tank on its side and experimented with various layouts. I decided that it looked best with roots coming from a single point and branching out from there. I felt this was the best way to showcase both hardscape materials. I then glued everything in place. Once I was able to get the tank to an upright position, I added smaller roots for more detail and texture. These two were glued in place and concealed with dust. To plant the background, I'll primarily use flame moss. I started by applying a few dabs of glue to the mesh and pressed moss on top of it. I did this to completely hide the pump area. Afterward, I sprayed the moss to keep it from drying out. I repeated the same process on the left side of the tank. From there I went to the top of the background and put a long strand of mesh into a crevice. This goes back into an overflow tray to wick water for the moss it's covered in. From there I filled the overflow with Metalamat for biological filtration. There are already a ton of surfaces, but it never hurts to have more. I put a strip of mesh in the compartment and over one of the larger stones. This will make it easier to keep the moss hydrated. I concealed the rest of the compartment with stones and added the moss atop the fabric. Then I proceeded to put moss in other nooks and crannies. I sprayed everything down before the remaining steps. For the water area, I'll be using some Anubias Nana Petite. I simply wedged off the rhizomes between the roots. I sprayed them down as well. I want the top of the setup to have an interesting look and a lot of texture. What better than a few rabbit's foot ferns? I think these will really do well in the setup and look perfect. What I did was situate them on the background and use stainless steel wire to hold them in place. I added some damp sphagnum moss to protect the roots. I repeated the process for the second fern. I wanted to include a few air plants, which consist of 3 Tillandsia ionantha. I also added a few vines of Fungus Pumila quercifolia for additional texture. Let's move on to the aquatic portion of this setup. I'll be using a combination of Fluval Stratum and Seachem Fluorite Dark. I poured a thin layer into the tank and distributed it with my brush. Then I capped everything off with black sand. I also worked in a few lava rocks throughout the scape. From there I added a scoop of Fritz ACCR water conditioner, which was provided by our channel sponsor, and filled up the tank. Once full, I added a few plants including Rotala indica and Cryptocorum wenti bronze. However, I later decided that I didn't like the look of any of this and felt they detracted from the scape, so I removed them. Instead of filling the space with more plants, I decided to go with more hardscape. I also added a few more Anubias and patches of moss throughout to complete the setup.
It's cool, man. Got red bottoms on. Life is good. You know what I mean?
$100,000 for the cheapest ring on the nigga finger, little bitch. I done flew one out to Spain to be in my domain, automata, bitch. Dropped $3 on the ring, cause it's been the truck, little bitch. I was in the trap, serving cocaine, they ain't been the same since. Granted, she was standing right there while I catch a play on the brick. I made them little niggas go haywire, Taliban in this bitch. I done been down bad in them trenches, had to ride with that stick. Who gave you pills, who gave that dust, Pluto sent you on the dick.
Wow, that looks so good.
Too many convicts that enrolled me to play in this shit. Drown boy nonsense, get old summer spreading this bitch. They had the counter like lighting it up, nigga, anybody.
And there you have it, the Skyscraper Waterfall Paludarium. I'm a fan of just about any project that includes moss and a waterfall. This one is no exception. I think the tank turned out really well and was a great use of an older aquarium. I also really like the layout of everything. My initial idea was to have the water area heavily planted, but after experimenting with a few things, I think this one is better to stay simple. With all of the detail work I put into the hardscape, it just didn't make sense to have a ton of plants. That said, I can't wait to see how everything looks as the moss matures. For those of you wondering, I am going to stock this tank, but I'll save that for another video. The planned inhabitants are currently going through quarantine. I'm open to suggestions though, because I could put what I got in a different setup instead of this one. Just for reference, the water area measures 12 by 12 by 12 inches. Anyway, what do you think of the final product? Let me know down in the comments. That's all for this one though. Until next time, Serpa Squad, take care and peace. Yo, what's going on, Serpa Squad? Tanner here, and I'm back with another Paludarium build. In this one, I'll transform a standard 20-gallon long aquarium into a tall Skyscraper Paludarium with a waterfall. Let's get started.
Yeah, that's what mine looks like. I do this.
If you're anything like me, then you likely have a graveyard of old tanks that will probably never be set up again. I keep them around just in case I need them or for projects like this. Although this tank is old, it could be upcycled into something new, and that's exactly what I'll do. To do the job, I usually use a utility blade, a razor scraper, and a putty knife. I start by removing the silicone on the interior of the tank. Then I turn the tank upside down and cut through the trim. This usually takes a few passes, but afterward the trim can be removed with a putty knife and used for something else. I found that they repurpose well as shims for furniture. Anyway, I repeat the same process to the top trim. After that, the panes of glass can be separated. To do so, I start at the top of the tank with the razor scraper and slowly go down to cut through the seam. Sometimes it takes multiple passes to go all the way through. Once the seams on both ends of a pane are cut, the glass can be peeled back. The bottom seam is cut and the pane will lift away. I know that was a lot of tedious work, but I ended up with 5 perfectly good pieces of glass from materials I already had. These pieces still can't be used though. I went around and cleaned up all of the leftover silicone. I also sprayed down the glass and scrubbed them with Barkeeper's Friend using a microfiber cloth. This will remove any excess mineral buildup and gunk. They are of course sprayed down after that. With the panes cleaned up, I marked everything. I measured the pieces accordingly and clamped the straight edge to the table. I applied oil to the cutting tool and lightly rolled it along the glass to leave a line of grease. I didn't used to use oil, but it creates a much cleaner edge. Then I apply pressure and score the glass. From there I line the score up with the edge of the table and apply even downward pressure. I laid all of the newly cut pieces of glass on the table and did a dry fit. Everything fit together properly. I took it apart and gave the edges of glass light sanding so they weren't sharp. Afterward I rinsed away the debris. Once clean, I laid the pieces out and wiped areas that will be siliconed with rubbing alcohol to ensure the surface is clear of oil and debris. I also taped off the glass for cleaner beads of silicone. Per usual, I'll be using GE Silicone 1 to hold this together. I ran a bead along the appropriate spots and taped the pieces together. Per usual, I'll be using GE Silicone 1 to hold this together. I ran a bead along the appropriate spots and taped the pieces together. A bead of silicone was then ran along the inside of the tank. I cleaned this bead with my finger. Finally, the tape on the inside could be removed and the tank was left to sit for 24 hours while the silicone cured. The next day I removed the tape on the outside of the tank. I scraped away excess silicone to reveal the finalized tank. To keep the water flowing in this setup, I use a KEDSUM submersible pump. I'll be using egg crate light diffuser held together by zip ties to make a cage for the pump. I put the pump in the tank and cut the egg crate down to size. I took it apart and gave the edges of glass light sanding so they weren't sharp. Afterward I rinsed away the debris. Once clean, I laid the pieces out and wiped areas that will be siliconed with rubbing alcohol to ensure the surface is clear of oil and debris. I also taped off the glass for cleaner beads of silicone. Per usual, I'll be using GE Silicone 1 to hold this together. I ran a bead along the appropriate spots and taped the pieces together. A bead of silicone was then ran along the inside of the tank. I cleaned this bead with my finger. Finally, the tape on the inside could be removed and the tank was left to sit for 24 hours while the silicone cured. The next day I removed the tape on the outside of the tank. I scraped away excess silicone to reveal the finalized tank. To keep the water flowing in this setup, I use a KEDSUM submersible pump. I'll be using egg crate light diffuser held together by zip ties to make a cage for the pump. I put the pump in the tank and cut the egg crate down to size. I got 3 pieces and attached them together.
Quality writing makes your schoolwork better. Meet Grammarly, the digital writing assistant that helps students create effective writing that delivers results. Getting in-depth writing feedback couldn't be easier. Suggestions are provided in real time to help you write clear and mistake-free sentences. These thoughtful suggestions help you tighten up important papers, group assignments, and even emails to your peers and professors. And Grammarly can check your text against billions of web pages to make sure your writing is original. You know that email you're nervous about? Grammarly can tell you if your tone sounds just right. Quality writing can make all the difference, whether you're at your desk or on the go. Customize your writing feedback based on what you're trying to do. Set your goals. When you're writing an essay for class or an email to a professor, to get tailored suggestions based on the context of your work. Write confidently knowing that Grammarly is there to help you share your perspective inside the classroom and out. Download today at Grammarly.com.
This cage was siliconed onto the tank. I built another cage to go further up the back of the tank. This also is siliconed in place. To get this tank to work properly, I need to create shelves or overflow compartments. For that, I'll use corrugated plastic. I measured and cut the plastic down to size. I scored it on one side to fold it over. After that, I cut out the side pieces. A notch was made on the front as well. I got 3 pieces and attached them together. This cage was siliconed onto the tank. I built another cage to go further up the back of the tank. This also is siliconed in place. To get this tank to work properly, I need to create shelves or overflow compartments. For that, I'll use corrugated plastic. I measured and cut the plastic down to size. I scored it on one side to fold it over. After that, I cut out the side pieces. A notch was made on the front as well. I marked the pieces at a few spots to drill holes. Zip ties were fed through these holes to keep everything together. Next, I attached another section of egg crate to the top of the column in the tank. I then put the overflows in the appropriate spots. They fit properly, so I waterproofed the seams with silicone. I also stuck one of the shelves to the back of the tank with silicone. To escape this setup, I'll be using black lava rock of various sizes. Initially, I wanted to use dragonstone, but I decided on lava rock because I have a ton of it. It's a good choice for a setup anyway, since it will wick water. I laid out the stones to get a good idea of how I wanted this escape. Everything looked good, so I removed the stones and stuffed the egg crate with plastic bags. This will keep expanding foam out of all of the openings. With that taken care of, I put the stones back in the tank. To secure everything, I used great stuff, pond and stone expanding foam. It was applied between all of the cracks and crevices. I let this cure for a few hours for stability. Then I foamed the remainder of the column and pressed stones into the wet foam. I let this cure for a few hours until I could turn the tank to an upright position. Now I'll conceal the overflow compartment. I covered the side and top of the removable one with stones using hot glue. I needed a quick solution that would allow me to easily get the stones attached, and hot glue is the best option. After that, I applied silicone to the lower compartment and pressed stones into it. At this point, I could remove the bags from the egg crate column. The pump was added to the setup, which is attached to a 1/2 inch PVC pipe.
I placed the removable compartment over top of this pipe and marked for a hole. I used a diamond tip tool saw to make the hole. The compartment was slid onto the pipe. I marked for the height of the pipe and cut it down shorter. A 45-degree elbow was placed over the pipe so that the water doesn't spray up into the air and out of the tank. Let's give it a test run. I filled up the tank with water and let it rip. It works perfectly. As you can see, the water overflows through 2 compartments prior to making its way to the main water area. Now that we're sure everything works well, let's clean things up. To conceal the foam and imperfections, I use cyanoacrylate superglue and pulverized lava rock. As you've seen me do in other videos, I simply applied some glue and pressed the rock dust into it. The end result is a seamless look that gives the illusion this is a single piece of stone. Once everything was concealed with this technique, I applied more foam to all of the open areas on the background. I let this cure for a few hours, and instead of covering it with stones, I carved it out with a razor scraper. These portions of the background will be covered in moisture-wicking mesh for moss growth. I measured it out and cut it down slightly wider than the width of the tank. I applied a few dabs of glue along the top and put the mesh in place. I peeled it back and repeated the process. As I worked from left to right, I cut off excess. Another reason I'm using the mesh is because I can fold it into the overflow compartment. These will double as a water reservoir for the mesh. The same process was repeated in the bottom of the tank. I also concealed the edges of the mesh with glue, stones, and dust. To conceal the pump compartment, I use a combination of Metalamat and wicking mesh. I slid a piece of Metalamat on the side. Then I covered another piece with mesh and concealed the egg crate. This will act as a growing surface for the moss while also capturing fine debris. Now we can finish scaping the setup with dragon root. I turned the tank on its side and experimented with various layouts. I decided that it looked best with roots coming from a single point and branching out from there. I felt this was the best way to showcase both hardscape materials. I then glued everything in place. Once I was able to get the tank to an upright position, I added smaller roots for more detail and texture. These two were glued in place and concealed with dust. To plant the background, I'll primarily use flame moss. I started by applying a few dabs of glue to the mesh and pressed moss on top of it. I did this to completely hide the pump area. Afterward, I sprayed the moss to keep it from drying out. I repeated the same process on the left side of the tank. From there I went to the top of the background and put a long strand of mesh into a crevice. This goes back into an overflow tray to wick water for the moss it's covered in. From there I filled the overflow with Metalamat for biological filtration. There are already a ton of surfaces, but it never hurts to have more. I put a strip of mesh in the compartment and over one of the larger stones. This will make it easier to keep the moss hydrated. I concealed the rest of the compartment with stones and added the moss atop the fabric. Then I proceeded to put moss in other nooks and crannies. I sprayed everything down before the remaining steps. For the water area, I'll be using some Anubias Nana Petite. I simply wedged off the rhizomes between the roots. sprayed them down as well. I want the top of the setup to have an interesting look and a lot of texture. What better than a few rabbit's foot ferns? I think these will really do well in the setup and look perfect. What I did was situate them on the background and use stainless steel wire to hold them in place. I added some damp sphagnum moss to protect the roots. I repeated the process for the second fern. I wanted to include a few air plants, which consists of 3 Tillandsia ionantha. I also added a few vines of Fungus Pumila quercifolia for additional texture. Let's move on to the aquatic portion of this setup. I'll be using a combination of Fluval stratum and Seachem Fluorite Dark. I poured a thin layer into the tank and distributed it with my brush. Then I capped everything off with black sand. I also worked in a few lava rocks throughout the scape. From there I added a scoop of Fritz ACCR water conditioner, which was provided by our channel sponsor, and filled up the tank. Once full, I added a few plants including Rotala indica and Cryptocorum wenti bronze. However, I later decided that I didn't like the look of any of this and felt they detracted from the scape, so I removed them. Instead of filling the space with more plants, I decided to go with more hardscape. I also added a few more Anubias and patches of moss throughout to complete the setup. And there you have it, the Skyscraper Waterfall Paludarium. I'm a fan of just about any project that includes moss and a waterfall. This one is no exception. I think the tank turned out really well and was a great use of an older aquarium. I also really like the layout of everything. My initial idea was to have the water area heavily planted, but after experimenting with a few things, I think this one is better to stay simple. With all of the detail work I put into the hardscape, it just didn't make sense to have a ton of plants. That said, I can't wait to see how everything looks as the moss matures. For those of you wondering, I am going to stock this tank, but I'll save that for another video. The planned inhabitants are currently going through quarantine. I'm open to suggestions though, because I could put what I got in a different setup instead of this one. Just for reference, the water area measures 12 by 12 by 12 inches. Anyway, what do you think of the final product? Let me know down in the comments. That's all for this one though. Until next time, Serpa Squad, take care and peace.
A couple of nines. I thought this Christmas was nothing but lies. Esa boca mejor maricón le da puto de más y chulo. But the wild out. Ain't no love for the other side or anybody who won't smoke. When I die, I'm coming out at the end of it. Who never lost hope? The wrong way, the wrong way, wrong road. Snakes in the grass, slips in the fast back. I just bought a fucking lawnmower. I admit it, I just came back in a way. I had it when I did it. I didn't want a couple of Grammys, but I sold my soul to get them. For the fucking recognition. Fuck's the difference, I'm that cracker. Fuck the rules. I ain't got too much to lose. Y'all been eating long enough, man. My stomach should be full. Mama pay. Fuck you think? Woo!
Hold on
they doing everything we do? Bro, they was doing everything we've been doing since
That's just the whole shit.
They've been copying me all day. Watch really? Yeah, watch this.
It's TV night, which in the past usually meant takeout night. Not anymore. Now I've got...
Yo, what's going on, Surface Squad? Tanner here. This isn't the video I had lined up for this week, and in fact, I was working on a terrarium build that's over on the shelf there, nearly complete, but I just couldn't get the video done in the amount of time that I had set aside. I took this week off, or I should say the beginning of this week off, to spend time with my family, and really just be away from the computer, be away from the projects, and just relax for a second, because that's something that I really don't do very often, and I just wanted to take the time to do so. In doing that, I wasn't able to get that video done in time, so I figured I'd do a little 2019 recap, sort of like what I did last year for 2018, and just tell you guys a little bit about what happened this year. Well, to start, 2019 has been one of the craziest years yet for this channel. As many of you know, I've only been consistently uploading since the end of 2016, so all of this growth really has happened in the past 3 years. Although my channel's been around since 2013, but I didn't really upload much before that. However, 2019 puts all of the previous years to shame, and I'll give you the stats. I gotta get out the paper here because I can't possibly remember any of this stuff, but I'll do 2018 on the screen as well, and the lifetime, just to give you a frame of reference. In 2019 alone, the videos were viewed 22,844,098 times. In my mind, that's crazy because that's more than half of the lifetime views in this year alone. The channel was also
Cause you been taking dicks in the fucking back home. You the rest of them, you the benefits. The rest of them, you the benefit. I'm Drew. This way. DNA. The moment y'all been waiting for, like California was rainfall, and that drought y'all been rainfall is my downfall from the 8 Mile to the...
And that protects our customers 24/7.
Sorry I'm late, everybody, and apologies for my appearance.
You're fine.
Y'all gotta move. Give me some room. Give me some room. Give me the juice. How about the coupe? How about the coupe? How about the shoe? Y'all gotta move. Y'all gotta move. Give me the juice.
What's up, Surface Squad? Tanner here, and I'm back with yet another terrarium build. About 18 months ago, we made the Venus Flytrap terrarium, which was a highly requested project. Since then, I've received countless suggestions to do projects focused around other carnivorous plants. In this one, I'll tackle the plant I've received the most requests for, which is the sundew. In case you're not familiar with what a sundew is, I'll give a basic rundown. Drosera, or what we usually call sundew, are a really interesting carnivorous plant. One of the first things you'll notice is that they are covered in tiny hair-like structures known as trichomes. These have little sticky drops of a substance called mucilage, which attracts and captures unsuspecting insects. This plant also responds to stimuli and will wrap around ensnared prey items. Drosera will also secrete enzymes to break down captured prey and absorb nutrients from them. There are a lot of sundew to choose from, but for this one, I'll be using Drosera tokyensis. These are well suited for long-term success in a terrarium. This plant will do best with bright lighting, high consistent humidity, and an appropriate substrate. All of these were removed from the planters, and the existing substrate was removed. Afterward, they were dipped in distilled water to remove any excess debris. I also got a few cuttings of Ficus pumila quercifolia for additional ground coverage. Before planting, I split the Acorus into smaller portions. I also moved the smaller sundew to a different location. From there, I proceeded to plant a few segments of Acorus.
Hoy ya es tarde, ¿verdad? Ya son las 11. Te desperté. Oh, ¿estás cayendo? ¿Trabajaste hoy? Oh, wow. Ok, te dejo lo más... no sabía que era tan temprano, no me había fijado la hora, pensé que era más temprano que lo que es. No. Ay, no, I'm sorry. No. Hey, antes de que te vayas te quería preguntar a ver si tenías una pistola de cock.
¿Qué?
Pistola de cock. Cock es lo que usan en los baños para hacerlo waterproof, contra el agua. Y es un pedazo de metal que se parece a pistola y se le mete un tubesote y luego se le aprieta para aplicar el silicono al baño para que se haga contra el agua.
¿Tú quieres silicone?
No, el silicone yo lo voy a conseguir. Yo lo que quiero es la pistola porque no tengo la herramienta, no tengo la pistola.
Yo tengo una, pero es de caliente.
No, esa es una silicone gun. Necesito algo más grande. Bueno, es que me acuerdo haberla visto cuando limpiamos en el shed. Me acuerdo haberlo visto, pero no sé si Gabriel se la llevó o qué.
Oh, no, llevó todas sus cosas.
Oh, alright then. No, entonces está bien, voy a ver los precios en la Home Depot, a ver si salen baratos.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye. I sound like a record player, broken record player. I sound like a broken record player. I sound like a broken record player.
When your child struggles, you don't always know what to do. They may have any number of learning, behavioral, or social issues, and you've been struggling to find solutions that work specifically with your child. Brain Balance Achievement Centers is a drug-free, whole-child approach that gets to the root of the issue, an imbalanced brain. When your child's brain is back in sync, they will overcome struggles that once seemed impossible. Contact Brain Balance to schedule a personalized assessment.
I always imagined myself in a Mercedes-Benz. Then the A-Class came along, and I realized it's this one. And it's now. It's really high-tech, and it feels like it was made.
Chorus in the background. Then the strawberry begonia was planted just to the right of the rock formation. The remaining chorus segments were added to the background. At this point I decided to add more ground coverage, so I got a pile of flame moss and chopped it up into smaller pieces for better distribution. With this I filled in the remainder of the foreground. Crevices between the rocks were also filled in with any excess. The Fucus Pumila were then added to the foreground. As always, these will add some great texture with their tiny leaves. Last, I added the Selaginella. This is one that I'm really going to have to keep in check because it has the potential to grow out of control. Then onto the finishing touches, tiny pieces of lava rock. These are placed throughout to create additional textural contrast. complete the process, I sprayed everything down with distilled water. I also wiped the exterior of the container with a microfiber cloth.
Over the last 2 months, I've lost about 20 pounds, which blows my mind.
After 3 months, I've actually lost a little over 16 pounds. Actually, almost 17. I didn't tell you that. Almost 17.
We've been doing this for 6 weeks, and I've lost 10 pounds.
I dropped 12 pounds with the beginning of the 6th week. I was not expecting it to go that fast.
It's been 9 months, and I've lost 57 pounds. That's a lot of weight.
Take Eric Holder.
There you have it, the completed Sundew terrarium. All in all, I think it turned out pretty well. I kept it simple so that it would be easy to maintain and leave space for the Sundew to grow. Most of the other plants I'll keep well trimmed since the focus of this terrarium is intended to be the Sundew. My only real complaint at this time is that I wish I would have had more than 2 to start. I'm really excited to have finally made it though, because I've had these plants for a few months now. In case you're wondering, this one will most likely require daily misting. It's also being kept under artificial lighting, as I don't think it would get enough in front of the window. Anyway, I can't wait to see how it progresses, and I really hope you enjoyed it. On that, I'll see you on the next one, Surfer Squad. Take care, and peace.
Go to Amazon real quick. All the shipping prices are moving the same. eBay.
waterfall pond.
This is what fresh looks like. And this is what fake supermarket fresh looks like. Say goodbye to supermarket fresh and say hello to AeroGarden fresh. This is AeroGarden, and this is everyday fresh. No herbicides, no pesticides, always non-GMO. Who knew fresh could have no off-season? Who knew locally grown could mean 5 feet away? And who needs farm to table when you have plant to plate? With AeroGarden, grow delicious herbs and heirloom vegetables right on your counter in a beautiful and sleek garden that's right at home in any kitchen. There's no sunlight necessary and no green thumb required. So you get the harvest without the hassle. AeroGarden has everything you need to get growing in minutes. Just drop in the pods, add water and plant food, and watch them grow. With our easy-to-use control panel, you'll always get the right light, and no worries about when to add water or how much to feed. AeroGarden Fresh means all year-round natural fresh. You'll grow 5 times faster than soil. Watch it sprout in days, harvest in just weeks, and enjoy over and over for months. You can grow the freshest herbs, the tastiest vegetables, even the most beautiful flowers. There's an AeroGarden for every home and every budget. And AeroGarden makes a great gift with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Come see what everyone is talking about. It's easy, it's fresh, it's AeroGarden. So don't be fooled by fake supermarket fresh. It's not really fresh unless it's AeroGarden fresh.
To keep your aquarium at its
Get
best,
growing today
you need to
with
keep your
AeroGarden.
Penguin Power Filter in good shape. Strong
Available at
filtration is
Amazon
the
and
most
these fine
important part of
retailers.
keeping a healthy aquarium, and with monthly filter cartridge changes, you can be sure your aquarium is healthy. First, unplug your Penguin. You should never attempt to service your filter while it's still running. Next, remove the filter cover and set aside. Then carefully remove the bio wheel by the plastic end. Do not touch the middle fabric section. This is the bio wheel's wet-dry bacteria bed. It is crucial to the water quality of your aquarium. It is never necessary to replace your bio wheel unless there's a rip or tear in the fabric. Remove your old right-size filter cartridge and dispose. Once every 6 months, check your impeller. The impeller is a small magnetic piece at the end of the intake tube that spins within the power filter, moving the water from the tube through the filter body. It can become tangled or broken. Don't worry if it's a little slimy or green. That's normal. If the impeller doesn't spin easily or is missing a blade, it will need replacement. Seat the intake tube back into the body of the Penguin. Next, replace the cartridge. Rinse a new right-size filter cartridge using room temperature water to remove particulates and dust. Slide the new filter cartridge into the Penguin. Then replace the bio wheel and make sure it spins. You may need to fill the back of the Penguin up with some aquarium water to prime the motor. Replace the filter cartridge.
I always knew that there is danger, but never
With regular maintenance, your
it is
Marineland Penguin
until
Power
I
Filter
experienced
will
it.
keep your aquarium healthy
and
and
after I
vibrant.
saw a lot of people, how much loving and caring they are towards the people whom they don't know. That changed my heart a lot, that I also need to be like looking forward to help the person who is in need, and that I also should be generous. That has impacted my life so much.
What's up, Surfer Squad? Tanner here, and this is the 5-month look at the BioOrBear terrarium. It looks like a little jungle now. Although most of the plants have grown in really well and the Begonia Rex has bloomed, I encountered an issue with this setup. Long story short, I went on a business trip and didn't prep it well enough before my departure. During my absence, it wasn't watered enough and dried up to the point that a lot of the plants perished. Unfortunately, it just hasn't been the same since. Although I wish that wouldn't have happened, I always knew that I'd redo it for something more unique. And this one will do exactly that. Let's dismantle the current setup. In doing so, I made sure to carefully remove all of the plants, hardscape, and botanicals. I wanted to preserve everything for future setups and for the redo. In fact, I repurposed the pagoda stone from the initial setup in the DIY patio pond from last week's video. When all was said and done, the only remaining component was the substrate, which as you can see is quite dry. It wouldn't work like this, so I got it rehydrated. To get the job done, I simply dumped some water into the substrate and mixed it around. By the title of the video, you know that I'm adding a pond to this scape. My initial idea was to use a piece of metallic for future setups and for the redo. I made sure to carefully remove all of the plants, hardscape, and botanicals. I wanted to preserve everything for future setups and for the redo. In fact, I repurposed the pagoda stone from the initial setup in the DIY patio pond from last week's video. When all was said and done, the only remaining component was the substrate, which as you can see is quite dry. It wouldn't work like this, so I got it rehydrated. To get the job done, I simply dumped some water into the substrate and mixed it around. By the title of the video, you know that I'm adding a pond to this scape. My initial idea was to use a piece of Metalamat as an insert to create a pond basin. As I tried this, I realized it wasn't going to work because I couldn't get the pond big enough. Eventually I scrapped this and went on to a more practical idea. I cut out a small sheet of pond liner that was left over from the DIY pond build. I put the liner in the hole that I dug out previously and did my best to have it lay flat on the bottom. After that I could start incorporating the hardscape. For this one I'm using Sabriu stone, which is a nice, inexpensive stone that will bring great character to any build. The stones were placed around the edges of the liner to make a section for the waterfall on the left and for an embankment elsewhere. With most of the rocks in place, I added the pump. I'm just using a little nano submersible pump with a 3/8 inch final tube. I hid the pump under a stone and ran the tube up to the waterfall formation. After that I worked in the remainder of the stones to complete the scape. Now it's time to foam the waterfall. For this one I'm using Great Stuff Gaps and Cracks expanding foam. I didn't need much at all for this build, just a little bit in between the rocks that make up the waterfall. I also applied some under this overhang rock to create some stability. I let the foam cure overnight and then removed the excess by hand. Let's test out the pond. I filled it up with some water and let it rip. Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's turn up the flow. I don't know about you, but I think that looks much better. With the water feature up and running, I could remove the excess pond liner. In doing so, I trimmed it down, making sure to leave about a 1/2 inch gap above the water line. This will ensure that nothing leaks and that I can have a variable depth of water. It still looks pretty rough, but now you can get a better idea of how it's going to look at the end.
I've lost 13 pounds so far, and I'm only on week 5.
I've been doing Noom for...
Before adding more substrate, I went and chopped up some pond underlayment into small pieces. I put these pieces into cracks between the substrate and the rock so that minimal, if any, substrate will get down into the water. Currently the pond looks really out of place because the landscape doesn't match. Using the same custom ABG mix as the initial build, I drastically changed the topography of the land. It didn't take much, but it sure made a world of difference. After that I got a pack of command decorating clips for cord management. I stuck a few of these to the back side of the container and ran the pump's cord through them. Don't worry, I'll do more to hide this later on. Now on to the remainder of the hardscape, which consists of manzanita wood. Although the scape could totally work with just stones, it never hurts to add some wood. It took me quite a while to get this just right, but the extra time is always worth it. Let's bring the Bio-Orb to life with the plants. First up is the rough maidenhair from the previous build. These ferns really appreciate consistent conditions, so hopefully it will forgive me for moving it around. I also have 2 Pelea Glowstar ferns. These are a nice compact fern with deep green foliage. Every setup usually benefits from a nice pop of red, so the Begonia Rex Rumba from the previous setup was planted into this one. Hemigarphus Raponda was included as well for its fine textures and purple leaves. Lastly, I used a few cuttings of Metalamat as an insert to create a pond basin. As I tried this, I realized it wasn't going to work because I couldn't get the pond big enough. Eventually I scrapped this and went on to a more practical idea. I cut out a small sheet of pond liner that was left over from the DIY pond build. I put the liner in the hole that I dug out previously and did my best to have it lay flat on the bottom. After that I could start incorporating the hardscape. For this one I'm using Seiryu Stone, which is a nice, inexpensive stone that will bring great character to any build. The stones were placed around the edges of the liner to make a section for the waterfall on the left and for an embankment elsewhere. With most of the rocks in place, I added the pump. I'm just using a little nano submersible pump with a 3/8 inch final tube. I hid the pump under a stone and ran the tube up to the waterfall formation. After that I worked in the remainder of the stones to complete the scape. Now it's time to foam the waterfall. For this one I'm using Great Stuff Gaps and Cracks Expanding Foam. I didn't need much at all for this build, just a little bit in between the rocks that make up the waterfall. I also applied some under this overhang rock to create some stuff that will bring great character. The liner that was left over from the which is a nice with most for the waterfall on the left and for an embankment elsewhere. With most of the rocks in place, I added the pump. I'm just using a little nano submersible pump with a 3/8 inch final tube. I hid the pump under a stone and ran the tube up to the waterfall formation. After that I worked in the remainder of the stones to complete the scape. Now it's time to foam the waterfall. For this one I'm using Great Stuff Gaps and Cracks Expanding Foam. I didn't need much at all for this build, just a little bit in between the rocks that make up the waterfall. I also applied some under this overhang rock to create some stability. I let the foam cure overnight and then removed the excess by hand. Let's test out the pond. I filled it up with some water and let it rip. Well, that was anticlimactic. Let's turn up the flow. I don't know about you, but I think that looks much better. With the water feature up and running, I could remove the excess pond liner. In doing so, I trimmed it down, making sure to leave about a 1/2 inch gap above the water line. This will ensure that nothing leaks and that I can have a variable depth of water. It still looks pretty rough, but now you can get a better idea of how it's going to look at the end. Before adding more substrate, I went and chopped up some pond underlayment into small pieces. I put these pieces into cracks between the substrate and the rock so that minimal, if any, substrate will get down into the water. Currently the pond looks really out of place because the landscape doesn't match. Using the same custom ABG mix as the initial build, I drastically changed the topography of the land. It didn't take much, but it sure made a world of difference. After that I got a pack of command decorating clips for cord management. I stuck a few of these to the back side of the container and ran the pump's cord through them. Don't worry, I'll do more to hide this later on. Now on to the remainder of the hardscape, which consists of manzanita wood. Although the scape could totally work with just stones, it never hurts to add some wood. It took me quite a while to get this just right, but the extra time is always worth it. Let's bring the Bio-Orb to life with the plants. First up is the rough maidenhair from the previous build. These ferns really appreciate consistent conditions, so hopefully it will forgive me for moving it around. I also have two Pelea Glowstar ferns. These are a nice compact fern with deep green foliage. Every setup usually benefits from a nice pop of red, so the Begonia Rex Rumba from the previous setup was planted into this one.
Let me see. How cute. How cute.
Yeah. So can I get food?
No?
Can I get food?
You're fat.
I don't want food. Oh, I got a haircut too.
Yeah, I know, I see that. Looks good.
Yeah.
Sometimes people had a hard time trying to communicate
What
with
are you
him,
in the mood for?
trying to understand him. People just didn't know how to relate to Jordan. These differences
Cheaping a
were
lot.
causing people
I don't think there's
to
anything
not
open right now, kid.
how to interact with him. The real issue was socially. Academically, Jordan has always been at the top of the class.
You want the
as a
coupon special?
And Jordan very often couldn't relate to other people. Brain balance gave me
You want the
an
coupon
action
special?
plan on how I could best help Jordan. Jordan is much more engaged in his everyday conversations. Jordan is now wanting to attend after-school socials and go to events
What do you have a
that
job
he
doing?
never would want to go to before. Brain balance has helped our family tremendously.
That household, eh?
The result of the assessment actually gave me the why. I am completely amazed to see the changes in Jordan. The people at Brain Balance loved Jordan and our family like we were truly
What? I can't hear you.
of their family. Anybody who is using a light bulb, this is where you can find it.
Alfredo. Chicken, the fettuccine chicken Alfredo.
It's all still out there. Say hello to the world again in an all-wheel drive Mazda CUV.
Or the chicken nuggets, the jalapeno one, or the jalapeno.
Hold on, give me a second. Let me see something.
My phone's gonna die.
Put on the charger. It was only 2 years ago though.
Coupon special, and either the fettuccine chicken Alfredo bread bowl, or the basically chicken nuggets, and it's like jalapeno or Hawaiian sweet sauce, sweet spicy sauce.
Hold on. Alright, I got the coupon special in the cart. It's got one Italian sausage and one pepperoni. Wait, what? Yeah. That's not it, right?
What?
Hold on. Because you guys ordered recently, but it's not on here. It's gonna be on the Colt thing.
Oh yeah.
Hold on, let me check the other one though. This one was ordered. Hold on. On the 31st. Hold on, let me check. Because I'm on quick order. I want to see what. Oh, that's when we ordered wings.
Yeah. Also, Wingstop sounds bomb right now too.
I'm going to lay this brick as perfectly as a brick can be laid. You do that every single day. And soon you have a brick.
Fight you, Andrew. Come on.
Hey, are you awake? I know how hard it can be. Sometimes just getting out of bed is a hassle. You feel tired, fatigued, a little lethargic. You don't really feel like getting up. Maybe you hit the snooze alarm a few times. I have some answers. Come on, get up. As we age, we start to lose that sparkle. We're walking down the street, people aren't making eye contact. We're wondering what happened to the vibrant energy that we once had. What has made us invisible? We just chalk it up to getting older.
You had a very great opportunity that I handed to you.
Energizing
That in my
electric
face.
energy that you once had.
You deserve that.
It's not coffee. Follow me, and I'll tell you what it is. Listen, coffee definitely won't help you with that presentation at work. It's not going to help you plan that dinner, and it definitely won't help you pick your kids up afterwards. Eventually, you're just going to crash and burn. Now, what if there was a delicious, organic way from Mother Nature herself that not only boosted our energy up sky high, but also had zero crash and increased our mood? Well, I've got news for you. Mother Nature did create several of these amazing superfoods for us to boost our energy, confidence, and smiles without any of the jitters or the crash. Let me introduce you to some of my favorite superfoods so you can break through that 2 o'clock crash and have consistent energy all day long. Let's go to the kitchen.
The first one is this funny looking thing right here. This is the cordyceps. I love cordyceps. It's an adaptogen that helps your body fight stress and toxins in daily life while simultaneously stopping fatigue in its tracks. Next up, we have Siberian ginseng. Now this baby is used by Olympic athletes to handle the stress and sometimes overtraining. We need things like Siberian ginseng to actually help us manage the stress of everyday life. Another one,
hold on, I'm working on it, kid.
rhodiola,
Let me call you back.
used by ancient Greeks to maintain high energy levels throughout the day, and it can be used to have that newfound, eye-opening, vivid, visceral motivation that you've been looking for, my friend, without the crash as well. The next one is reishi mushroom. It's been scientifically proven to regenerate the liver cells, which is that giant organ shaped like a little football right here that detoxifies your whole entire body. It's responsible for you guys. And if you want to feel more energized from it, reishi really helps with that. More reishi, more healthy liver cells, more energy, and a better, happier you. And we put them all in one delicious drink called Organifi Red Juice right here. All you need to do is take 1 scoop out of this. I like it in about 10 to 12 ounces of cold water. I put it in just like so. I take my spoon and I mix it up, and in less than 10 seconds, I have an amazing glass of Organifi Red Juice. You just mix it up, you drink it. 2 p.m. is usually when I have it, and I avoid the crash. It's so good. You're absolutely going to love it, my friend. We added our favorite antioxidants, so many more ingredients in here, including delicious blueberry, strawberries, cranberries, raspberry extracts, plus only 2 grams or less of this natural, totally natural sugar. So it's low carb and totally keto just for you. So if you want to give yourself Mother Nature's greatest 100% natural, organic, clean energy, click here, click in the link below, and grab your 30-day supply of Organifi Red Juice. Go ahead, move forward, click the link. I'm Drew Canoli. Remember, we're in this together, and I'll see you soon.
We asked real customers what they really love about Spectrum Internet and TV.
Spectrum Internet has the fastest speeds for everything I do. Spectrum is the fastest.
I got all my shows, and he's got all his shows.
I can watch a new movie every night.
Get Spectrum Internet and TV from $44.99 a month each with no contracts. Click to learn more.
Well, I feel like a prince, I'm feeling myself. I'm loaded with bills, cause I wasn't blessed with no Uncle Phil. Don't know how it feels. I wanted to flex, they told me to chill. I'm making a flip, my life is a flick, now load up the film.
You feeling like me? I feel like a prince that turned to a king. Found me a queen, started a family and got me a team. On top of my dreams. Joiner, I know you inspired by me, like I was inspired by Nelson Mandela. I give him a rose for every endeavor. A shout out to Julius Erving, one of the legends I worship. Muhammad Ali put to work and he was the champ, the greatest, he earned it. I love that you think that I'm perfect, but I had plenty mistakes and burdens. My grandmama thought I was worth it. She always guided me when I was searching. I wouldn't be me if it wasn't for her. I wouldn't be Willie, I couldn't be me Before all the iTunes and the fans had to get CDs still. 60 million records sold, I was on fire. I ain't even need a grill. Did it all with no cuss words. I ain't had to curse just to keep it real. Me and Jazz in the late 80s. Writing rhymes, make tapes daily. Fresh Prince make the babes crazy. Rest in peace to James Avery. Even when the streets call me corny, I still ain't never let the hate break me. I just wanted the respect first. I still ain't never letting fame change me. New me, but I'm old school. Big Willie on the Pro Tools. Still fresh and I'm so smooth. I still got on my old shoes. I give Jada 1,000 kisses. Ain't nothing changed since '02. Martin Lawrence get a rose too. He a legend and a goat too. Man, I love how you break the rules. Pushing limits and you make it cool. Joyner Lucas wasn't made to lose. You a legend in the making too. What a beauty, my life's a movie. I swear I'm only on take 2. All my kids turned out great, and I know your son gonna be great too. Brick by brick, building a wall that no one could break. Flip by flip, glad I could help so you could be straight. And life's a trip, but who could relate? The legends are gone, but it ain't too late to give them a rose and carry the grace, cause not every hero was wearing a cape.
I'm feeling like Will, I feel like a prince, I'm feeling myself. I'm loaded with bills, cause I wasn't blessed with no Uncle Phil. Don't know how it feels, I wanted to flex, they told me to chill. I'm making a flip, my life is a flip.
No matter where you are in life, the University of Louisville will meet you there, delivering online education that can define your career and change your life. The University of Louisville, wherever you are.
We asked real customers what they really love about Spectrum Internet and TV.
Spectrum Internet has the fastest speeds for everything I do. Spectrum is the fastest.
I got all my shows, and he's got all his shows.
I can watch a new movie every night.
Get Spectrum Internet and TV from $44.99 a month each with no contracts. Click to learn more.
It's my birthday, I'm about to get lit. Might blow a bag on the drip. Make it all back on a quick flip. Ayy, I just need cake and a thick bitch. Ayy, I ain't have much, just a wish list. Not a broke nigga doing big shit. I got the gun lock loaded, I'm ignorant. So keep one eye open like Slick Rick. I got the drip game, nigga, I'm the big man. Switch lanes on him, hit the mid-range. Keep the big strap on me like a hitman. It go click-clack, Willow while a big bang. I ain't never been shit, ain't shit changed. But niggas get lame when you get fame. Can't sleep at night till I get brains. Got a mean-ass pipe in a dick game. I got a bitch on my sofa. I got a chip on my shoulder. You gotta live with your karma. And if you get hurt, then you got what you supposed to. I got hitters all over. Told them this is all over. I take the kids on drugs, I line them all up and get them all sober. I got a little check that I cashed out, ayy. Credit card maxed out, ayy. I get lit, then I act out, ayy. I ain't wanna do it, but I blacked out, ayy. They say I need to be safe. I think I need to be straight. Fix your vibes, you need to be laced. You just need God or you need me mace. I left my bitch, maybe we just need space. I got gunners like Chris, like Niecy. I got brothers like Tip, like Breezy. I got stunners like Wayne, like BG. I got a hood bitch all about the bread, and she only give me head cause the bed too squeaky. I'm too smart for a hoe try G me. A bitch would be dumb if she ever try leave me. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, moreno, gringo, hembra, vato, gangsters, hustlers, killers, follow. I'm the realest nigga I know. I just hit the fucking lotto. I just hit the fucking lotto. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, moreno, gringo, hembra, vato, gangsters, hustlers, killers, follow. I'm the realest nigga I know. I just hit the fucking lotto. I just hit the fucking lotto. Why do I feel like Manson? Smoke y'all niggas, I feel like I just got cancer. Hey, murderous spree's my anthem. All of y'all clowns is banter. Still can't pull your pants up. Kidnap kids like Amber. Hold a little nigga for a ransom. I moved from the trap to the mansion. Went from the hoopy to a phantom. If niggas got stuff, don't amp 'em. I never been pretty, but my mom think I'm handsome. I hate niggas that flex on camera. Little kids always trying to throw tantrums. Oh, you motherfucking dry you in a hamper. I got a bitch on my sofa. I got a chip on my shoulder. You gotta live with your karma, and if you get hurt, then you got what you supposed to. I got hitters all over. Told them this is all over. I take the kids on lean and get them all clean and give them all soda. Watch how I do it, I demonstrate. Ooh, I ain't gotta move, I renovate. I don't really pray, I meditate, yeah. I ain't gotta jump, I levitate. Always on time, I'm never late. I was outside like every day, trying to turn water into lemonade. Now I'm booed up like LMA. I just want to get away. Oh, you don't want war with a rich nigga. You should hit the gym, get a bit bigger. I ain't got patience for bitch niggas. Wrap you in the basement with big tiggers. Your bitch is a thot, you had kids with her. Your watch look lit, but my wrist lit her. You thought he had a plan to the fifth hitter. Say uno, dos, tres, cuatro, moreno, gringo, hembra, vato, gangsters, hustlers, killers, follow. I'm the realest nigga I know. I just hit the fucking lotto. I just hit the fucking lotto. Say uno, dos, tres, cuatro, moreno, gringo, hembra, vato, gangsters, hustlers, killers, follow. I'm the realest nigga I know. I just hit the fucking lotto. I just hit the fucking lotto.
Hey, that is cool. I gotta go to sleep soon.
Shit, I freaking ordered it.
Oh my, it's cool then. I'll eat it.
You're dork. Why'd you call me and ask for food and then say no?
I called you. I asked you like 3-4 hours ago.
I didn't get those messages, kid. I told you. My phone wasn't even on me. I was live streaming. My phone was on my bed on the charger.
Alright, I'll eat it then. Thanks, Dad.
I got you what you wanted. You said Alfredo bread bowl and then the coupon.
Yeah.
Alright. I got a honey promo, so it was cool. I got like $3 off.
Alright. Thanks, Dad. Love you.
Alright, love you too, bro.
Come on,
The more that she need, the more that she cry, the harder to trust. The more that I lie, the more that she dies. The more I realize I'm harder to love. I'm harder to teach, my heart is the beat. And I'm a drum, I'm harder to keep, but harder to sleep. Scared of the dark, I'm not gonna run. I'm harder to break, but harder to make. You get in my way, I'm drawing my gun. I'm not gonna play, I'm not for the games. I'm not gonna change. Put that on my son, put that on my mom, put that on my sis, put that on my bitch and all of my hoes. Put that on my team, put that on my G's. I say what I mean, you already know. Put that on my city, put that on my Bentley. I got me a Beamer, I wanted a rose. Sip on some Henny and ride with the semi.
Michael's mega clearance event is going on now. Up to 7.
Alright, so here's the components that you get in the Zoo Med Naturalistic Terrarium Waterfall Kit. You're going to get 1 bag of hydro balls. Depending on the size of the setup that you're doing, you're going to need multiple bags. Today we're working with a 18 by 18 by 24 naturalistic terrarium, and we're going to use 4 bags. You're going to get a little waterfall pump, and this is what's going to drive your water from the top of your log or the top of your cork and basically bring it back down to the water reservoir. You're going to get a hose attachment. This hose is going to attach on here, and of course you can cut it to size, and basically the hose will basically bring the water back up top and bring it back down over a piece of wood. Obviously there's an instructional booklet too. It is very, very useful. And the last component will be a screen mesh. It comes in 2 different sizes for 2 different terrarium widths. So this one here happens to be 18 by 18, and basically this is going to keep all the eco-earth or other substrates from falling through and potentially clogging the pump. Always a good idea to test your terrarium before you actually start building anything, especially if it's water-based, just to ensure that there's no leaks. So we're just going to add a little bit of water, and we're going to try to make sure that there's no leaks before we get started to avoid potential disaster. All right, so we're going to position our fountain pump in place, and basically what you want to do here, we're just going to run the cord underneath the actual cork flat. This is a Zoom Ed naturalistic cork flat. It is measured for this terrarium here, so it'll fit it perfectly. And it's made from natural cork, and it can be fully submerged. So because we know we're going to build our waterfall on the right, I'm going to put the pump here on the right. And we also have a little slot for the actual cords to go through. You can put up to 3 cords on one side and 3 cords on the other. So if you choose to put other things inside, you have those slots available there. So our pump is in place now. And before you start building any of these kind of waterfall setups, you kind of want to visualize what you want to do. What I mean by that is either find a nice piece of Mopani wood, it can be Malaysian driftwood, it can be really any wood or cork, and try to kind of visualize what you want to do. So we know that with this setup, we're going to have water flowing from up here, so I know I can put my pump on the right side here. So now we're going to continue along, and we're going to pour our hydro balls that we have pre-washed. And like I mentioned, we're going to use 4 bags. We're going to pour in the bottom. And the hydro balls also act like an indicator as to where you keep your water level. So that way your substrates really never should be submerged in water fully. All right, so next step is we're going to be adding our screen layer. And for this portion, I like to lay it out and see which way it fits better. It is perfectly, 18 by 18, but what we're going to do here is we'll make sure it goes the full length of the setup. And it goes end to end, which here it does. And now we're going to mark where we're going to actually make a little cut in here so that this hose can come through this. But you want to make this as tight as possible. Again, just to ensure that as little debris gets through as possible, which can end up clogging your pump that's underneath. Just make a tiny little cut. Don't make this cut very big because you want to be able to force the hose through so it's a nice tight seal. Now, one thing to keep in mind too is always keep in mind you don't want to pull the hose out, because if you end up doing that, you'll have to start over again and you won't be very pleased with the result. So what we're going to do here is alright, going to slide that down. Remember, the whole time I am keeping the hose in the bottom. I'm not trying to pull it out.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool. How was your day?
We're just going to add a little layer, especially around the area here where the tube penetrates through the screen. And we're also going to put some around the outside edges. And this is strictly in an attempt to make sure that we get as little eco-earth or other substrate to fall through and potentially clog the pump in the long run. All right, and now we are ready to start adding our eco-earth. And eco-earth is natural coconut fiber. You are able to compost it if you choose to. There is a natural substrate. I personally prefer to put a lot of water in. As you can see, it's really saturated. The reason I like to do this is you'll actually be able to almost mold it to a certain extent. It'll hold its shape a lot better. So when you're trying to pack it in behind the wood, I just prefer to work with it really wet. And in the end, you're just going to get some leftover water that you can then dispose of. So now we're just loading up the eco-earth.
What? Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa! That's cool. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah.
Flash, bro!
Oh shit, I forgot. Idiot.
Now we're just going to fill in everything in behind here it's a good idea to just use one hand to hold the wood in place and with the other hand just fill it in. Alright, so once everything is filled in on the main waterfall feature, you can start to kind of fill in or try to visualize what we're going to do on the other side. Alright, so we're just going to position this naturalistic cork round in there, and they're going to most likely plant a bromeliad or something along those lines, or a live plant in there. So we're just going to, again, lay it in there. We're going to elevate it a little bit using our Eco Earth. Alright, now we're ready to throw some live plants in here. So we're going to be taking the plants out of their pots. We're going to be planting them, and always make sure that you're using plants that are suitable for the type of reptile or amphibian that you're keeping in there. So we're going to do something a little bit non-traditional here. We're going to actually bury and hide this hose for the fogger, and it's basically going to feed the fog through here, through this cork round, and basically just have it slowly trickling through. And in order to keep it from fully just pouring out, we're going to add a little bit of terrarium moss in the cork. Put a little bit of moss inside the actual tube here. What we've got here is our ZoomEd Reptisun LED UVB light. It's a combination hood that has a T5 high output UVB fixture that is attached to a Reptisun LED fixture. So what it does, it not only gives you full spectrum lighting and also gives you a nighttime blue lunar effect, it also has a UVB portion built in. Alright, we're also going to install a ZoomEd Reptifogger. We're going to sit it on top in this application. Of course, you can always sit it beside the tank or underneath the tank. In this case here, we're going to sit it up top, and also because we've installed the fogger hose inside of the tank. So this is fully flexible. It'll bend in any shape, and it'll keep that form. So you can reptile a lot better. So we're going to ZoomEd Sphagnum Moss, and we're just going to add a little layer, especially around the area here where the tube penetrates through the screen. We're also going to put some around the outside edges, and this is strictly in an attempt to make sure that we get as little Eco Earth or other substrate to fall through and potentially clog the pump in the long run. Alright, and now we are ready to start adding our Eco Earth, and Eco Earth is natural coconut fiber. You are able to compost it if you choose to. There is a natural substrate. I personally prefer to put a lot of water in. As you can see, it's really saturated. The reason I like to do this is you'll actually be able to almost mold it to a certain extent. It'll hold its shape a lot better. So when you're trying to pack it in behind the wood, I just prefer to work with it really wet. And in the end, you're just going to get some leftover water that you can then dispose of. So now we're just loading up the Eco Earth. You always want to try to get a sense of where your water is going to be coming. So it's a good idea to pre-test it, and this can be accomplished by simply pouring a little bit of water where you'd like the water flow to come. So that way you get the full benefit of the waterfall. Now we're just going to fill in everything in behind here. It's a good idea to just use one hand to hold the wood in place, and then with the other hand just fill it in. Alright, so once everything is filled in on the main waterfall feature, you can start to kind of fill in or try to visualize what we're going to do on the other side. Alright, so we're just going to position this naturalistic cork round in there, and they're going to most likely plant a bromeliad or something along those lines, some live plant in there. So we're just going to, again, lay it in there. We're going to elevate it a little bit using our Eco Earth. All right, now we're ready to throw some live plants in here. So we're going to be taking the plants out of their pots. We're going to be planting them, and always make sure that you're using plants that are suitable for the type of reptile or amphibian that you're keeping in there. So we're going to do something a little bit non-traditional here. We're going to actually bury and hide this hose for the fogger, and it's basically going to feed the fog through here, through this cork round, and basically just have it slowly trickling through. And in order to keep it from fully just pouring out, we're going to add a little bit of terrarium moss in the cork. A little bit of moss inside the actual tube here. What we've got here is our ZoomEd Reptisun LED UVB light. It's a combination hood that has a T5 high output UVB fixture that is attached to a Reptisun LED fixture. So what it does, it not only gives you full spectrum lighting and also gives you a nighttime blue lunar effect, it also has a UVB portion built in. We're also going to install a ZoomEd Reptifogger. We're going to sit it on top in this application. Of course, you can always sit it beside the tank or underneath the tank. In this case here, we're going to sit it up top, and also because we've installed the fogger hose inside of the tank. So this is fully flexible. It'll bend in any shape, and it'll keep that form. So you can apply it to anywhere in the cage you need. So once that twists on there, the only thing left to do is add water. This is a water bottle. You may also use a larger water bottle, like a 2-liter pop bottle, if you require more water.
Wow.
Once you screw this portion on here, this will act like a valve.
Yeah.
Once you put it in there, you'll notice now the water will take some time. If it doesn't go in right away because the fogger is not perfectly level, give it a light squeeze and make sure those bubbles are going in there. What's happening right now, it is filling the inside of the fogger.
Yo, go to the front
There's a
door,
little floating valve inside the fogger that basically tells the fogger if there's enough water for it to run or not. That's basically a safety feature, so when the fogger runs out of water, it will turn itself off rather than burning out. And once the bubbles are done flowing on the bottom, it means that there's enough water in there, and we're going to wire it up, we're going to plug it in, and then we're going to run our waterfall. So stay tuned for the final part.
No, I'm calling him. I should call them. Yo, guess what?
What?
I ordered it to the wrong address.
Oh.
They're like already dropping it off right here too.
Go get it.
Yeah, but how am I gonna get it to you? Can you pick it up or no?
I can't.
You want me to order it again?
No, just get it. Eat your pizza, Dad.
That's not for me. I don't want it.
Well, yeah, but now you gotta eat it.
I didn't check the stupid address, bro. I'm so used to it being on auto order for you because I hardly order it out.
I can ask you, you can take me.
See if they can come have you pick it up. Or, you know what? I should call them and see if they can take it to you. Hold on. Yo. Yeah, it's outside, I think. Yeah, you're gonna have to. I know. I can reorder it. I can just reorder it. Want a pizza? You'll have pizza.
It's cool.
You don't want it?
I gotta go to sleep anyway.
That was kind of quick. Here, let me call him real quick. Hey, Ralph, let me borrow your phone. You never know. Let me see your phone. You using it? Where's my phone? Call my phone. My phone has charge?
Hey everyone, and welcome back to a long-awaited and highly requested demonstration. In this video I will show you how I built a custom 190-gallon plywood reptile cage completely from scratch. However, saying that it's just a reptile cage is a bit of an understatement. This tank was designed with versatility and efficiency in mind. That said, this exact design can be used for an array of different environments, including a desert setup, a tropical setup, a semi-aquatic setup, or anything in between. With minor modifications, it can also be altered to fit your specific vision or intended purpose.
No, not you.
When designing this enclosure, I considered various elements from similar types of enclosures, both in the realm of manufactured and DIY projects. I determined what I like, what I don't like, and what can be improved. With that in mind, I tried to keep this enclosure as functional and aesthetically pleasing as possible. Being a DIY project, it was also very important to build this as cheaply as possible. As you can imagine, a manufactured 190-gallon setup bought at the store isn't cheap. So let's take matters into our own hands and make something that's arguably better than what you could buy at the store. The last thing I will say is that this is not a beginner build. It requires a decent amount of advanced techniques, and specific tools are also required. Regardless, if you are patient and crafty, you could easily create what you are about to see. So without any further delay, let's begin. I started out by cutting a few pieces of 3/8-inch thick plywood to various sizes with my table saw. I went with this plywood because it was pretty cheap, running at about $16 per 8x8 foot sheet. I should also mention that cutting this plywood would have been much easier with a circular saw, but I didn't have one at the time. Depending on the size of enclosure you wish to make, you could choose a thinner or thicker plywood accordingly. However, this design uses a lot of techniques to strengthen the overall build, so in most cases, you shouldn't have to go any thicker than what I've used. Here are all of the pieces that I just cut out, which will be used to make the shell of the enclosure. These two will become the sides, this one the back. This one will create a substrate tray, and this is one, along with a few other boards which will create a light compartment. Each individual section will be explained in greater detail as we go through this build. With these pieces cut, let's put them together. In true DIY fashion, I'm doing this entire build myself. That said, I propped up the two side panels using some 5-gallon buckets full of rock. I also have these boards elevated on some 2x4s, so that I can easily attach clamps in just a moment.
She says she can't cancel it.
With these panels in a manageable position, I grabbed the board that will create the substrate tray. After applying some wood glue, I temporarily clamped this board in place on either side using a bar clamp.
Well, let me know if you change your mind.
Alright, bye then.
Love you too, Papa.
Rather than clamping the boards down until the glue dried, I attached the boards together using some 1-inch construction screws. Before doing so, I made a few lines to indicate the thickness of the side boards. Then I marked a few dots to indicate where the screws will go in, and I pre-drilled the holes. Pre-drilling is
I'll go get it,
extremely
bro. It's
important
cool.
so that the
Stay here.
screws don't split the plywood.
Hear me?
Michael's
Yeah.
Mega Clearance event is going on
You're
now.
falling asleep, bro. It's cool. Go to bed.
Up to 70% off yarn, jewelry, kids activities, summer decor, and more.
Are you keeping in there?
Yeah. Said she left the store at 11:49 2 minutes ago. TA 1209.
So we're going to do something a little bit non-traditional here. We're going to actually bury and hide this hose for the fogger, and it's basically going to feed the fog through here, through this cork round, and basically just have it slowly trickling through. And in order to keep it from fully just pouring out, we're going to add a little bit of terrarium moss in the cork.
The fogger for.
little bit of moss inside the actual tube here. What we've got here is our ZoomEd Reptasun LED UVB light. It's a combination hood that has a T5 high output UVB fixture that is attached to a Reptasun LED fixture. So what it does, it not only gives you full spectrum lighting and also gives you a nighttime blue lunar effect, it also has a UVB portion built in. Alright, we're also going to install a ZoomEd Reptifogger. We're going to sit it on top in this application. Of course, you can always sit it beside the tank or underneath the tank. In this case here, we're going to sit it up top, and also because we've installed the fogger hose inside of the tank. So this is fully flexible. It'll bend in any shape, and it'll keep that form. So you can apply it to anywhere in the cage you need. So once that twists on there, the only thing left to do is add water. This is a water bottle. You may also use a larger water bottle, like a 2-liter pop bottle, if you require more water. Once you screw this portion on here, this will act like a valve. Once you put it in there, you'll notice now the water will take some time. If it doesn't go in right away because the fogger is not perfectly level, give it a light squeeze and make sure those bubbles are going in there. What's happening right now, it is filling the inside of the fogger. There's a little floating valve inside the fogger that basically tells the fogger if there's enough water for it to run or not. That's basically a safety feature, so when the fogger runs out of water, it will turn itself off rather than burning out. And once the bubbles are done flowing on the bottom, it means that there's enough water in there, and we're going to wire it up, we're going to plug it in, and then we're going to run our waterfall. So stay tuned for the final part.
Is it here? Yeah. Oh, dang it. I don't want to spend and waste food, bro.
He said he'd come for it, but he'd have to ask to see if they could pick it up. They haven't responded or what?
Nah, you wanna message him, see if he'll come and get it or no?
Yeah.
I'll FaceTime him, bro. It's cool. Oh.
Yeah. On my phone, yeah. By your phone? Yeah. take the pocket? Yeah, I'm gonna pocket on the I'm gonna pocket, please. Why did you say something on your phone? That? I did. Oh, the double phone fucking. Let's sit in the next one. Please leave your message for a big. You were gonna sleep. You falling asleep? No. Please leave your message for a. Don't call me. I just don't want to start munching on the pizza, bro, and then like show up and be like, oh. You told me before that he's going to sleep, no? Offer that he could go. But you said no, you can't. You said no. I heard him. I'm not saying you don't want to sleep, but I'm going to start doing that now. I'm saying because you said he was going to sleep. Yeah. Why does it do that? I'm trying to get it done. Why don't I get it? You know what? Oh, because I'll say something? You can't record what it is. Bro. You being honest, though. Oh, wait. Not on the Joe. Yeah, right. Macadamia. That's right. That's all I know is salt. Mom's Leonard about to break though. He's late for me. You know how old up today? Like 8 in the morning? You been awake since? Yeah, yo, that ice cream hit the spot though, huh? What? You know what was in that ice cream? What? Oh yeah, the fucking toasted strudel. It was waffle, toasted strudel, ice cream, peanut butter, and jam. Did it not taste great? The peanut butter, not really. It was too much for me, but. Toasted strudel. With the ice cream. Yeah, after about an hour or two. I did. I don't know. You want to put on that right there? Yeah, the phone. Oh, you put it right there? Yeah.
The fucking person parked across the street.
Who did? So you had to go? Across the street?
Yeah, because I don't want to go. I just don't want to go. Are you starting to get money from YouTube again or no?
Yeah.
You are? Is it good?
You keep on finding a way to get.
I'm telling you, just delete a bunch of videos that you didn't get views on or private them. The ones that are like. Here? Yeah. What's it called? What are the crystals again? Whatever. There's no way to get there. It's supposed to be expensive. So, not even bike.
You ain't gonna ride that far, man.
I can take the train and ride from downtown to Boston.
An electric skateboard. So you go 20 miles per hour.
I do all.
At night.
I'm too skinny. And I look too white.
That's where I would be afraid of too.
I could be riding it.
Not just that, bro.
What?
Eating at 20 miles per hour. So what happened last time you did it? But you can control that. You can go 5 miles per hour. But I think it'd be a good way for you to go up and down the train.
Wait, it's called. You touch it or you can grab it?
You get yourself on the bowl and you grab it, bro.
That's neat. You never get orange soda.
Why?
They just get like Sprite.
Why?
They taste like shit really bad.
Orange soda don't change teeth.
Well, also it does, but.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Who said that?
All the health YouTube channels that I watch.
Not food coloring, kid. Oh, that's probably what they use. Food coloring.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
it makes you wonder. We drink Coke, and why doesn't our tea come out black? You think we drink enough Coke for our tea to be black, or coffee, or stuff that's just not clear like water. And how much of that crap actually stays in our body, bro?
I mean, you eat stuff that's brown all the time.
Maybe that's why black people are really black, bro.
They look like poop.
They don't eat poop, stupid.
That was a joke. What do they eat?
Genetically speaking, or here in America?
Genetically, they ate grass,
wheat, buckwheat,
grass,
whey,
grass,
Stuff they grow in Africa.
Grass,
Barley.
sand, and coconut.
That's islanders. Black people and islanders. It's from Africa. It's different.
Grass, sand, and coconut.
It's different.
You never seen the palm trees in the Sahara Desert? Grass, sand, coconut. And what do Mexicans do? Revoltes and Rospados.
I wonder I'd be like,
Now imagine if you like BMX and shit. That was fun. I was watching Stratocamers old gold medals and stuff like that.
oh, that fool was on one, bro. He was really good, too.
You can tell there's no one better than him when he was doing it.
Have you seen the video of his actual accident? Yo, he slammed so hard.
His head just...
He just went straight down, boom.
He's such an amazing dude, though. For the way he took in all that. You hear me?
Yeah.
His attitude about it.
He says that that's what his life wants of him, so live up to it or whatever. That he lays no.
That's the hardest thing.
Success, I know.
No, like about him.
He's so driven. He went from not being able to walk. They said that he wouldn't be able to walk. Riding ramp again. That's just hard, bro. I love that thing.
That's what I'm saying. His personality goes harder than his BMX.
I like big ones.
See what it looks like now? See what he looks like now?
Ooh, big one.
Yeah.
What is that, bro?
He looks like a biker.
Skinnier or fat? He looks like he's going to be fat.
He's not fat, right? He looks like Jamie Ford kind of.
What does he?
His body type?
Yeah.
Like how Jamie Ford is like bigger, but not fat.
Right? Yeah, bigger. He turned him into a pro. When they first started, he didn't even know how to ride bike. Scotty Kramer pushed him. And now he does like front flip off his bike and does all kinds of pro tours and shit.
And players and stuff.
You gotta love people like that. Even the people around that turn the people around them. Many white people will turn it. They're like Jesus when they walk through. They're like Jesus when they walk through a door, and then they're all, "I make you professional." You hear the, "Oh," and then those come out of their fucking clothes.
The Oprah Winfrey of
you be a pro, and you be a pro, and you be a pro. Pretty much.
I guess the first one I said.
No, go ahead.
Where I put it? Look, I think Roger's mad.
He didn't get mad. He even called me and told me he didn't want food right before I ordered. Like, no, it's okay, Dad. But I had already ordered. My dumb ass went to post it wrong night. And they would have redirected to out of their area.
Well, you know what they say about dumbasses? They're always putting the wrong answers. Am I right or am I right?
You're right today. Well, then it's not. Shit.
What?
No, I swallowed the chicken, but I inhaled the chicken into my lungs. It's still there. It's gonna go down. Fuck. I hate when that's weird.
You good?
Yeah, that's me drink. My trade. You know how much food goes actually down your lung in your lifetime, bro? Pounds. It's crazy how your body metabolizes it through your lungs. There's some people that accidentally inhale other shit. And later on when they cremate them, they find there's metal.
That's another thing. How does your body differentiate food and liquid?
The same thing.
I know.
Any kind of food has life. Food is a moisture.
I know, but it's full of.
If it's chicken, it's water attached to protein molecules. If it's pasta, it's water attached to carbohydrates.
I'm just saying, full. You only have two different holes for two different things. So why doesn't the liquid just come out of the blood?
You need to stop that evolution.
Because that's what I'm saying.
Every living creature on the planet has a set of lungs. Every plant on the planet uses a form of respiration also. Only they breathe, which is crazy because if plants were to evolve into like a human form, they probably have that ability. The plants breathe through their cell wall. You ever remember that in science?
Yeah.
A plant receives oxygen by sucking in the molecules through its skin. Like a bee. They suck in the carbon dioxide. They breathe carbon dioxide. We breathe oxygen. But if a plant were to turn into a human form where they could detach roots and start moving, they'd be healthier than us because they could breathe. They can breathe carbon dioxide, which is toxic to us.
There's a lot of that bad for them too.
What's bad for them is no nutrients, no sunlight, water. We can last longer than a tree without water. Although some trees out there have evolved to the point where they, even if they dry out, their roots down below underneath the earth stay alive. And then those cells will reproduce, bring the tree back to life. There's some trees that are evolving to that yearly brush fire thing. And the brush fire comes through, it scorches the earth, and then the grow. Those are the kind of trees that consider plants.
What we need to do is find an organism that can breathe fire, like a dragon, but like inhale fire, or like has an immunity to it, and that's how it grew. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thought. Like some kind of organism in lava or something. No, there is too. Like
there's some found at the bottom of the ocean near volcanic.
Okay, underwater volcano.
Underwater volcano. And they thrive. And guess what they eat? Sulfur. Which is toxic to any other living creature on the face of the planet. Except for them. Guess what Jupiter's surface is composed of? Like 80% of its surface is composed of sulfur. They say they can probably find those same creatures living on the face of planet Jupiter, and they can't here on the planet Earth. Some scientists believe that that's the case. Those living creatures that we found deep down in the ocean, similar creatures can probably be found on Jupiter. They're compared. And if that's the case, because there's living creatures actually adapting to sulfur, that there's a possibility of life on Jupiter.
There's a cooler one than that. They can live in the volcano. They can survive underwater. And they can survive in the vacuum of space.
Right.
It's a little
cockroaches.
Right.
Yeah, they survive everything else, including nuclear blast. Yeah.
They're like just some really fucking tiny organisms. Is it just because of the people? You think your teeth so weird?
I haven't tried that.
No, like Domino's Pizza always does that thing. It's too salty or something.
It's really garlic.
Or like garlic or something. I don't know. I think way too much for me.
I love their sausage. It's just never enough. It's so small. The pieces are tiny. But if you get one individual sausage and compare it to the flavor of what Italian sausage could taste like, I think Domino's is pretty good. Best pizza I've ever had was the lamb. It feels better than that, but it's not mine compared to the other.
And I think it has like two flavors. This way, like microscopic. It's a weird
Parmesan? That looks like an airbrush.
Organism that survive. Oh, they're called tardigrades. There we go. They're the first known animal to survive after exposure to outer space. In 2007, dehydrated tardigrades were taken into low Earth orbit on the Photon entry mission carrying the Biopan astrobiology survey. They're called tardigrades and they look fucking.
They use them as guinea pigs to find out if they would die. You're an astronaut, bro.
Well, it's an animal the size of. It's not even as big as like the tip of your finger.
Want me to show you something?
What's what they look like?
Yeah.
And grossed out.
So.
They're kind of adorable, but they're ugly.
They're like microscopic pet hippos.
They look pretty cool. Look.
Yeah.
They look kind of gross too, but they're like an adorable gross.
Let me show you where I'm into. I'm going to do this to the aquarium. Come here. Bring the chair, you might have to sit down. I ain't keeping you that long. So do you see the tank that I got?
You got a tank? For what?
You got that?
I want it.
For what?
It's a waterfall. Alright, now watch this video.
You're gonna use it for an animal?
No. It's kind of just as good though.
Serpa Design Terrarium?
Yo, what is going on, Serpa Squad? We got that moved in here, but the animal room is in
complete disarray. So give me a day or two. I'm gonna get this cleaned up.
This is his house.
We'll talk about that. Here we are a few days later. Everything is all cleaned up and in its respective location, at least for now. Things are going to change more as we move into the future, like this 40-gallon rack, for example. I just put it there because it fit and it was an easy move. The bullfrogs are still in these tanks, and I didn't want to have to move it because if I do, I got to take all the tanks off, and the bullfrogs are going into the 75-gallon rack here soon. So once they go into there, I'll move this, and then those 40 gallons will be empty. So again, let me know what you guys want to see with those. I got some ideas, so I'm definitely open to suggestions. And the 75-gallon tanks, they're going to be done relatively soon, maybe a couple of weeks. I had a slight issue with the one underneath. I'll tell you what, I checked it about 5 times to make sure that it wasn't tempered, and I drilled through it, and sure enough, it was tempered. Obviously, you saw a few weeks ago that I drilled in the backs of the tanks. That was fine, but I thought it would be easier to drain the tanks if I had bulkheads on the bottom to drain them out. Just be a little bit easier, so I started with that one. It cracked, and I got to get a replacement tank. The one on top, though, that's going to be done here pretty soon. That might be next week's video. Anyway, what do you want to hear about this tank? If you recall last October at Coachella, I linked up with Custom Aquariums. We got to talking, they liked what I was doing and said they wanted to work with me, so I was like, for sure, I definitely would do that. So, I designed this tank myself. Of course, I did take into consideration all the ceiling heights and everything like that. And initially, I was going to build the stand myself too, but they said, hey, we can send you that too. So they built the tank and the stand and sent it to me free of charge, so I didn't pay for any of this. Although I don't receive any compensation for talking about it, simply the product. So I just want to let you guys know about that. But anyway, this thing almost didn't fit into the room. Now, as I just said, I designed it to fit in the room, but the thing that I didn't take into consideration was the stand. Because again, initially I was going to do that myself, but if you see, it's raised up off the ground a little bit, so it has wheels on it, casters, which is nice because if I want to move this tank, I could literally just slide it across the room, no problem, all by myself even. That would be different once it's filled with water, but we wouldn't be moving it like that, and most likely we're not going to move it again. I think this is a great spot for it. It's really front and center when you kind of walk into the room. It's the first thing that you see, and it actually fits in space better than the 40-gallon rack did. It's not quite as deep, and it really doesn't obstruct with the window at all either, so it's a good spot, I think. Initially, this tank was delivered to me by freight. It was sent into the garage on a pallet, and I was just going to pay somebody to move it. I got several quotes. I had one company come out, they looked at it, and they said that wasn't something they were going to be able to do, so I reached out to a different company, and they wanted to charge me $1,300, which at the time seemed like a lot, but if you take all things into consideration, it's actually kind of a good price. Because moving something like this, it's dangerous. You could break it. If they break it, they have to pay for it. All that kind of stuff. So if you get a quote like that for moving something of this nature, it's actually not that bad. But at the time, I thought that was a lot of money, so I didn't take it. And one thing led to another, and it was like, okay, we're gonna move this ourselves.
I imagine
and that ended up being a much harder task than I initially anticipated. Unfortunately, around the same time, everything started
a mile worth of fucking living order.
And I wasn't able to get anybody over here to help me move this, so it's kind of sat idle in the garage for about 6 months. During that time, I was still able to order stuff online, though, so I ordered suction cups to be able to lift this thing. Each suction cup can hold 240 pounds, so we would have been able to lift this with 4 of them, but it's not really a 4-person job, so I got 6 of them. And I figured, they're a good thing to have around, because if I run them with these other tanks, they'd be a lot easier to move with suction cups than lifting it up from the bottom and potentially crushing your fingers. Anybody who's moved big tanks knows what I'm talking about. As I was planning things out, I thought this can't be too bad. All that we have to do is just lift up the tank real quick, that's the hardest part, and set it on the stand. The stand could be wheeled into the room, and it's easy peasy, right? Well, it didn't end up being that easy, unfortunately. 2 weeks ago, I planned for everybody to come over to help me move this, And I even built this little ramp so that we could just wheel the tank up the ramp and through the doorway. But when one of my friends came over, he said, I don't think this is going to work. The issue that we had that I didn't anticipate is that once the tank is on the stand, we can't just wheel it through the doorway because it's too tall. So unfortunately, I didn't have anything else that we could wheel this in on. And I said, it's going to be too hard for us to try to carry this thing through the doorway. It's just going to be too heavy, and we'll end up dropping it, or someone's going to get hurt, something like that. So we planned again for the next week. In between, I went out and got some skates, each of which is rated at 1,000 pounds. So once we get this onto the skates, we can move it no problem. Getting the tank on the skates was pretty easy since they're pretty much the same height as the pallet. So we literally just had to lift it up an inch, go over a little bit, and set them on there. And it was actually quite easy to slide up the ramp and into the room, but it was a little bit harder to get up onto the stand. With a little bit of muscle and finagling, all 5 of us were able to get it on the stand, and then I rearranged the room and got it where it is now. I really wish I could have filmed some of that, but I didn't feel like dealing with the camera during that. I just had to focus on the tank and make sure that we moved it safely without anybody getting hurt, and luckily we were able to do so. That also leads into why I couldn't get it in the right corner. As you see, I have the bulkhead here, and it's just maybe about a ½ inch too low, so unfortunately I couldn't slide this under there. We already had it up on the stand, and I'm like, okay, we'll just leave it there, it's fine. Now that we finally got this handle, I think we'll probably get a much better sense of how large it actually is. It's huge, and whenever you see it on camera, I'd imagine it probably looks smaller than it actually is. Whenever you see the thing in person, it's like something you would see that's really bad. I cannot wait to get it set up. I'm telling you, you haven't seen anything like this yet. I haven't really done anything like it yet, and it's going to be awesome. For the past 6 months, I've been gathering up all the materials for this. I have a great collection of parts, gave a lot of really neat plans, backgrounds ready to go. I have all the equipment as well. And with most of my other projects, I'll do a single video that kind of encompasses the entire project, but due to the scale of this and all the things I'm doing with it, I think I'd rather do 4 separate videos, so I'll do one on the architect for the background, one on the plans, one on the equipment, and one on talking it. I think with that, you guys can learn more from it, and like, you fucking positive, and I can actually elaborate on some of the things I'm doing and why.
Get your shit straight.
What I'm using, why I chose the plan, how I selected them, everything like that. So I can really just elaborate on each thing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I haven't been able to capture it on film, and I filmed this bit previously, and I was talking about it, but I just couldn't find them. So he stayed up front, the other one stayed back. We have some
No.
And my future plans
that's his outdoor turtle farm.
75-gallon pallet
He has an outdoor turtle
farm.
farm.
Big plans for this. I know you guys are going to enjoy this.
I want one.
Be sure to do so and turn on notifications.
They're not that big.
You're notified as soon as I upload those things. And until next time, Surface Squad, take care.
What? That thing is huge. Look at him. Compared to his size.
Trampoline is pretty big.
Yeah, but that takes some money, bro. And money.
But
look. Hold on. Okay, so this is the guy. I showed you the guy. This is what I want. Okay, I want to incorporate this.
You mean that?
No. This will sell it. I want it.
Oh, he's
not fucking cool.
He's the owner of it though, no?
No, he's not the owner. No. But now that I've seen that, I didn't see that until you came. Actually,
you know what I want?
But I want it.
You know what I want?
What? How much is it? What's the price? Where's the price?
Yeah, press on, motherfucker. Press on. What? You know what I want?
Yeah.
We should have a little section in here. I want a little spot for bonsai trees.
Yeah.
And like a little, like 4x4 foot, square feet.
This is not the skull one.
Zen garden. Listen to me, Dick.
Listen.
Bonsai trees and Zen garden.
I swear, look.
Tiny though, not big. There's this other guy that does it. He does it with fake stuff, but he makes it look like actual like waterfalls and stuff.
The thing that I want it with though?
What?
It'll be like having a pet.
With worms.
No.
Fish.
No.
People say fish or pets are stupid. Fish aren't pets, they're like, what are fish?
Why capture you?
Yo, she kinda banging though, bro. No. She is. That's weird. I never watched that one.
Why are you telling me this? Fast forward the video.
I don't know why. I know, but
the first thing I want to do is set up my work.
When in public, like I check out.
After that, I'll lay out the materials I'm going to use to make this terrarium. I'll go into specifics later in the video of the exact items and where to find them, and I'll also add links in the description. The reason you want to build terrariums for your carnivorous plants is because their environment is very specific.
You want to do them?
That's not saying anything though. Not thinking it's possible.
They're the predators of the plant world. And you can buy all of them. Look.
Carnivorous plants used to fly all laws in nature. They are plants that you see that shit?
Them motherfuckers were big. Yeah, could you see that shit? Wait, what was in there?
Dude. They are plants that eat animals.
This one on the fly. Those have little honey things that are sticky, and a bug gets caught on them like that.
With the very large
rat.
Mice, and even the rest. These deadly plants are my passion.
What did you stick your finger in?
Nothing. It won't hurt you. They drown in there, but then it's digestible.
And even after all these years, I still find carnivorous plants amazing. They evolved to eat animals so they can survive in extreme habitats where few other plants can grow. From the misty jungles of Asia to the summits.
You know who I want to be like? No.
All of these habitats have one thing.
I see all this cool shit, but I don't know who I want to be like. Yeah?
Is that not cool, dude? Look at poor rest of us die, bro.
Homies need to call out?
Kind of. But it's sticky and it's slippery.
I would think a rat would be able to eat it though. Bite it?
These things take out fucking grasshoppers and lizards, bro. When they get big enough. Have you just like that?
Yeah. Imagine the plants we haven't discovered. Isn't there still like...
These are kind of scary.
In the Amazon rainforest, isn't there like a bunch of space we haven't discovered yet?
Very rare, but yeah, there is some.
These are Sarracenia or pitcher plants. They come from North America, particularly in the southern USA, and they occur in a rainbow of colour forms and varieties and different variations and all shapes and sizes.
It's not rare. What? It says in terms of modern exploration, only a small percent of the forest has been conclusively mapped and charted, simply because it is so large and many areas
are mapped and charted, but not undiscovered. Mapped and charted is different.
Well,
mapped and charted is professional.
And they have a very clever way.
So you mean to tell me that the Brazilian people haven't been through that bit?
If they have, it needs to be mapped and charted.
That's if you want to develop it, like
if there's Brazilians that are not mapping and charting it, it means that those Brazilians are some fucking tribe out there that are living out there.
Well, kind of both, because people are not allowed to protect it. It's a protected environment. There's laws against.
Yeah, there's laws against fucking
develop it. The only way to map
no, there's laws against developing it. There's not laws against mapping and charting it. We know where Antarctica is. We're not gonna fucking build on
nobody
it.
has fucking charted or mapped it. There's no road.
Antarctica?
Yeah.
It's not charted and mapped. Map just means on a map and it's charted as an area. It still has sections. They're saying that the Amazon rainforest hasn't had sections.
Once they're inside,
crazy, right?
very, very
like a death trap.
And
some of them are adapted to where this thing, it actually closes. Yeah. So the bug gets, because down inside is like honey. It secretes like this sweet nectar. the vine, it'll feel the bug crawl down. So the wolf takes its time getting down there to be able to drink the juice. The flute will actually close, trapping it. And it has nowhere to go. Plus on the way back up, there's some that have hairs that point down that won't let it, kind of like horns. And there's others that have a slippery slope, and they can't get out of it. And then it'll just die in there, rot, and then digest.
Most species can survive frost and even freezing. And in many parts of the temperate world, like here in England, you can make fantastic bog gardens with them, all growing outside. Trumpet pitcher plants are really easy to propagate. As each plant grows, it forms a rhizome.
He has some very
little buds
distinguishable
develop, and
eyes.
these eventually grow off as separate growth points that form branches on the rhizome. It's very, very easy to separate the divisions of the rhizome.
You don't want to take those carnivorous plants.
So let's go through that process.
There's a lot of stuff that has a
The
pink
plants will actually get to a certain size where you
there's a lot of things that have a pink below.
anyway. The rhizomes will eventually creep over the side of the
Yeah,
plant.
but you want to
Very gently.
Yeah, they rather have a chinchilla.
Yeah, that's done, by the way, in
I mean, it's cool,
but
but even from like an evolutionary standpoint, I still think the chinchilla is more interesting than the carnivorous plant. Because the chinchilla is a carnivorous living ball of beans. Those things are cool. When they create those little environments and stuff.
I could do that with that tank. But bigger. The bigger surface.
The pump was turned on once
He
more.
has a pump in there. Actually flowing water through the, turning it into a waterfall within a fucking huge base. Those are living floating plants. They're like miniature lily pads. But they're alive. They actually have roots and everything. No hairs.
Dude, I wouldn't mind having a frog.
We might be able to get away with having a frog.
Like Naruto.
Without having to like register it or whatever.
No, there's not. Search up Naruto frog on YouTube.
On YouTube?
Yeah, they have names for it. Naruto frog. Search up frog. And then let's go down. So wait. Go up a little bit. Down.
It's real?
No, go down. No, wait. Go down. Wait.
That guy.
Yeah. Let's go up. Naruto versus Gaara. Go down. Down. Naruto versus Gaara. Click on. Imagine having a frog like that. Oh my god.
They're real?
It's some actual Naruto. What do you mean real? What? What do you mean they're real? Is that a real frog?
Yeah. They look like it.
Oh yeah, they're probably based off of real frogs and shit. Don't close it. I gotta see that shit. Are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Dude, I wasn't fucking wanting to be in that shit. I'm like, I think please.
You weren't in that shit.
No, it's not. I saw it. I can see the fucking camera. Yeah. All the way down. Good night, Dad.
something's about to happen, but I don't know what. If that means what I think it means, we're in trouble. Big trouble. And if he is bananas, as you say, I'm not taking any chances. You're just one of the stars.
I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slap box? They said I rap like a robot, so call me rap. But for me to rap like a computer, must be in my jeans. I got a laptop in my back pocket, my pinnacle walk when I hat cock it. Got a fat knock from that rat profit, made a living and a killing off it. Ever since Bill Clinton was still in office, with Monica Lewinsky filling on his nutsack. I'm an MC, still as honest, but as rude and as indecent as all hell. Syllables, killaholic, kill 'em all. This flibbity, gibbity, hibbity, hip hop. You don't really want to get into a piss and match with this rappity rat hack and a mac in the back of the yak, backpack, rap, crap, jab, kitty, yak, nap. The exact same time I attempt these lyrical acrobat stunts while I'm practicing that, I'll still be able to break a motherfucking table over the back of a couple of faggots and crack it in half. Only realized it was ironic, I was under aftermath after the fact. How could I not blow? All I do is drop F-bombs. Feel my wrath of attack, rappers are having a rough time period. Here's a maxi pad, it's actually disastrously bad. For the whack while the masterfully constructing this masterpiece. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. Will there be truth for the blueprint? Simply rage and youthful exuberance. Everybody loves the roof of it. Taking to school with this music, cause I use it as a vehicle to bust the rhyme. Yeah, I lead a new school full of students. Me, I'm a product of our kids.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. Why?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa!
What in the fuck are you thinking? Little gay looking boy. So gay I can barely say it with a straight face looking boy. You witnessing a massacre like you're watching a church gathering take place looking boy. Boy, Ray, that boy's gay, that's all they say looking boy. You get a thumbs up, pat on the back, and a way to go from your label every day looking boy. Hey looking boy, what the Ray looking boy, I'ma work for everything I have, never ask nobody for shit, get out my face looking boy. Basically boy, you're never gonna be capable of keeping up with the same pace looking boy. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god. All my people from the front to the back nod. So wait, I'm racing around.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing? Doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. Why?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa! Whoa!
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa! That's cool. Cool.
But I gotta keep a few punchlines just in case, cause even you unsigned rappers are hungry, looking at me like it's lunchtime. I know there was a time where one side was king of the underground, but I still rap like I'm on my Pharaoh munch grind. So I crunch rhymes, but sometimes when you combine up here with the skin color of mine, you get too big and here it comes trying to censor you like that one. P1 when I tried to take 7 kids from Columbine, put them all in a line at an AK-47, a revolver and a knife. See if I get away with it now that I ain't as big as I was, but I'm morphing into an immortal coming through the portal. You're stuck in a time warp from 2004, and I don't know what the fuck that you mind for. Your pointless is proposal with fucking corals. You like normal for being normal, and I just bought a new ray gun from the future just to come and shoot you like when Fabulous made on the cable channel. So Ray J went straight to the radio station the very next day. Hey, Fab, I'ma kill you. Lyrics coming at you with supersonic speed. I'm a human, you assuming I'm a human. What I gotta do to get it through to you? I'm superhuman, innovative, and I made a rubber. So anything you say is singing off of me and it'll glue you and devastating more than ever demonstrating how to give a motherfucking audience a feeling like it's levitating, never fading. And I know the haters are forever waiting for the day that they can say I fell off to be celebrating. Cause I know the way to get it motivated. I make elevating music. You make elevator music. Oh, he's too mainstream. Well, that's what they do when they get jealous. They can use it. It's not hip-hop, it's hot. Cause I found a hella way to fuse it. With rock, shock rap, with die. Don't lose yourself and make them lose it. I don't know how to make songs like that. I don't know what words to use. Let me know when it occurs to you while I'm ripping any one of these verses. The verses you curtain from inadvertently hurting you. How many verses I gotta murder to prove that if you have this nice songs you can sacrifice virgins to? School flunky, pill junkie, but look at the accolades. These skills brung me, full of myself, but still hungry. I bully myself, cause I make me do what I put my mind to when I'm a million leagues above. Ill when I speak in tongues, but it's still tongue-in-cheek. Fuck you, I'm drunk. Satan, take the fucking wheel. I'm asleep in the front, pumping heavy D in the voice. Still chunky but funky, but in my head there's something I can feel tugging and struggling. Angels fight with devils, and here's what they want from me. They're asking me to eliminate some of the women hate, but if you take into consideration the bitter hatred I had, then you may be a little patient and more sympathetic to the situation and understand the discrimination. But fuck it, life's handing you lemons, make lemonade then. But if I can't battle the women, how the fuck am I supposed to bake them a cake then? Don't mistake it's a fatal mistake if you think I need to be overseas and take a vacation to trip abroad and make a fall on a face. And don't be a retard, be a king, think not. Why be a king when you can be a god?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. Why?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa! That's cool. Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa!
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. Why?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa!
What is up, guys?
Knock, knock, let the devil in. Shotgun, pip, pip, palace in the felt bin. Cock
Revealing that mamas and losing their marbles too. You marvel that Eddie Brock is you, and I'm the suit, so call me Venom. I got that adrenaline momentum, got going with 'em, never gonna slow up in 'em, ready to pass any momentum, taking his time to go get 'em, they ain't gonna know what hit 'em, when they get me with the venom. I got that adrenaline momentum, got going with 'em, never gonna slow up in 'em, ready to pass any momentum, they ain't gonna know what hit 'em, when they get me with the.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son's asked to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta.
What's going on? It's Paul. Listen, I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think we're going to be able to get M to do this video. I haven't talked to him in about 2 or 3 weeks, honestly. He said he was going up north, and anyway, I think you're going to have to figure out how to do this without him. Sorry.
Fuck, man. What's up, bro? Eminem can't make the video shoot.
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you about it. As soon as I found out you were really want stage, I went to by, but I have a plan. Hear me out. We got him a body double.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, I'm being serious. They look identical. Same flow.
Do you even hear the shit that's coming out of your mouth? You have a body double? You want me to go on set with the same guy?
I know. It sounds crazy.
She feel like the ocean, all I'm drinking smoke from Doja, and I feel like smoke. Ride, don't blink, ride, leave it to the double stick thighs, twin sisters. Drop it down and wobble, wobble up, mommy boot it up, stick it down and gobble, gobble.
Mama, party girl, she just wanna have fun.
Hello guys, do you want to receive a shout out in the next video? Then you only have to turn the notification bell on, like this video, and comment vibes. Don't cheat, I will check every step. Best of luck.
Can't argue with these lazy bitches, I just raise my price. I'm a boss, I'm a leader, I pull up in my two-seater, and my mama was a savage. Niggas got this shit from Tina, I'm a savage. Yeah, classy, bougie, ratchet. Sassy, moody. My breath right quick. He ain't never seen it in a dress like this. He ain't never even been impressed like this. Probably why I got him quiet on the set like this. Like it, love it, need it, bad, take it.
Mama, party girl, she just wanna have fun.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son's asked to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep it down because my older son's girlfriend is over and they're in their room doing their thing. So I have to not disturb them whatsoever, because you know how kids are. But the reason I'm making this video is because I just received a package from Amazon, and it is my son's bed. The reason I'm making this video is
you don't wanna fight with us. We big dogs, you don't fight the wolves. It's in my backpack. And you brought your game to school. You never play the game. You was heated when you seen me. I always kept it cool. I always kept it cool. Who's next? Yo, Pierre, you wanna come on? Ice up. Ice what? Whoa, whoa, baby.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. What?
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good.
All I got is bubblegum and dick. Bed rock, leg lock, and pussy pop a diddy bop. We in this bitch doing a 5-5-5. She going dumb, but
I leave stains all on his sheets. He know better than no fuck around, no bitch fucking with me. I won't hesitate to get a bitch gone ASAP, no Rocky. I throw that ass back to see if he gon' catch it. I ain't athletic, but it's tennis for the niggas. Yeah.
rainbow tree, plus I got this running me. Shirley dancing on me, she smell the green on me. She straight from California, freaky, yeah, she wanna. Tell me she like boys and girls, oh well, that's all.
Cause that bitch go pew when I shoot, it's on me. It's on you. Copy that nigga tryna copy what I do. Damn, that bitch go pew when I shoot.
I ain't gotta get naked for no tennis bracelet, but I need 20 bands for a fucking anklet. He gave me net, now I got protect. These bitches only want that shit cause they her future said. All on the internet.
Info. I'm out of there. I'm gone. Big rack. They long.
Shorty said you tryna kick it. I'm in the mouth, son, like a dentist.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. What?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not. You know, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now. Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video because my son has to be with his girlfriend.
I've been trapping on my own, couple
I've been on my rock star shit. Bitch, get the fuck off my dick. Girls can't never say they need it. Girls can't never say.
What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good. What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. What?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
You know, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa!
Do you got any G for your gut? Every time I'm calling, she say she gon' call me back. I told her call me Rocky. She say she not gon' call me that. You say you come with a lot, well baby I want all of that. Her mama a party girl, she just wanna have fun too. Like.
Carol Baskin killed her husband, whacked him. Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Fed them to tigers, they snacking. What's happening? Carol Baskin.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son's left to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep it down because my older son's girlfriend is over and they're in their room doing their thing. So I have to not disturb them whatsoever because you know how kids are.
Kids, a dog bed for Ziggy and a king.
They make dog beds. I didn't even know that. And they're really nice.
Hit you with that
Oh my God!
Oh my! 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I'm waiting for. You know what I'm waiting for.
Я звоню в последний миг, планы.
When the beat drop, I'ma give it straight to him like, give it to him, 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 give it to him. Now slide to the beat like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him.
Я как будто главный тренер, если буду в настроении.
No more. I wanna but I'm broken hearted. Cry, but I like to party. Touch, but I got nobody. Here on my own. I wanna but I'm broken hearted. Cry, since the day we.
the Reek. I am the Reek. Don't be afraid. She won't hurt you. She needs your help.
Who is she?
She is Alessa.
And who are you?
I have many names. She won't hurt you. She needs your help.
Who is she?
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son
Who is she?
She is Alessa.
And who are you?
I have many names.
You.
I have many names.
And who are you?
I have many names. She is Alexa.
And who are you?
I have many names. She is Alexa.
And who are you?
I have many names. She is Alexa.
And who are you?
She is Alexa.
And who And who are you?
I have many names.
And who are you?
I have many names.
And who are you?
I have many names.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. What is up, guys? What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep it down. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because what is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep it down because my older son's girlfriend is over and they're in their room doing their thing. So I have to not disturb them whatsoever because you know how kids are. But the reason I'm making this video is because I just received the package and I gotta keep it down because my son left to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep because my son left to be with his girlfriend, and I gotta keep it down because my older son's girlfriend is over and they're in their room doing their thing. So I have to not disturb them whatsoever because you know how kids are. But the reason I'm making this video is because I just received the package. Making this video because I just received the package. I just received the package. I just received the package from Amazon, and it is my son. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left.
And who are you?
I have many names.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon, and it is my son's bed. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon, and it is my son's bedding. This never happens. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once, I got a chance to try and put the bedding down and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully, I can capture that reaction. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making
And who are you?
I have many names.
because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon.
And who are you? And who are you?
I have many names.
Because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon. Because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon, and it is my son's bedding. This never happens. I just received a package from Amazon, and it is my son's bedding. This never happens. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for one, my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon. And it is my son's bedding. from Amazon. This never happens. It never gets. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon. This never happens. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once, I got a chance. This never happens. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once, I got a chance to try and put the bedding down and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully, I can capture that reaction and he doesn't just come bursting into the house and I'm unable to get the footage. But for now, I'm going to take it to the room. I'm going to go ahead and put his bedding down, just so that you guys know it's an anime-inspired bedding. It has all these anime and Japanese. Once I got a chance to try and put the bedding down and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully I can capture from Amazon. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once I got a chance to try and put the bedding down and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully I can. So for once I got a chance to try and put the bedding down and surprise him. To try and put the bedding down and surprise him. Never happened. So for once I got a chance and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully I can capture that reaction. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once I got a chance and surprise him when he gets home. Hopefully I can capture that. Hopefully I can capture him when he gets home. Hopefully I can capture that reaction and he doesn't just come bursting into the house and I'm unable to get the footage. And he doesn't just come bursting into the house. Come bursting into the house. And he doesn't just come bursting into the house. And I'm unable to come bursting into the house and I'm unable to get the footage. But for now, I'm going to take it to the room. I'm going to go ahead and put his bedding down, just so that you guys know it's an anime-inspired bedding. It has all these anime, and I'm unable to get the footage. But for now, I'm going to take it to the room. I'm going to go ahead and put his, and I'm unable to get the footage. But for now, I'm going to take it to the room. I'm going to go ahead and put his bedding down. Just so that you guys know it's an anime-inspired bedding. It has all these anime and Japanese iconic figures. Bedding. It has all these anime and Japanese iconic figures, including Goku, Sonic, One Piece. I mean, it has basically any anime character you can think of. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting. It has all these anime and Japanese iconic figures, including Goku, Sonic. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting. It has inspired betting. Into the house. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting. Inspired betting. It has all these anime and Japanese iconic figures. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting. It has all these anime and Japanese iconic figures. You guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting. It has all these anime and Japanese anime. That you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting and Japanese iconic figures. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired betting and Japanese iconic figures. And Japanese iconic figures. Japanese betting and Japanese iconic figures, including Goku. Iconic figures, including Goku, Sonic, One Piece. I mean, Japanese iconic figures, including iconic figures. Goku, Sonic, One Piece, Sonic, One Piece. I mean, it has basically any anime character you can think of is on this betting. And my son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. One Piece. I mean, it has basically any anime character you can think of is on this betting. And my son, as you will see from when I walk into Goku, Sonic, One Piece. I mean, it has Sonic, One Piece, Sonic. Sonic, One Piece. I mean, One Piece. One Piece. I mean, it has basically any anime. One Piece. I mean, it has basically any. I mean, One Piece. I mean, it has basically any anime. Basically any anime character you can think of is on this bedding. You can think of is on this bedding. And my son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. Bedding. And my son, as you will see from when I walk. And my son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. So I'm going to surprise him with it, put the bedding down, and hopefully when he gets here I'll get the footage of him being surprised by the new bedding. I got it on Amazon. It wasn't as cheap as just any regular comforter, but I wanted to keep it true to what he is and what he likes. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. And my son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. So I'm going to surprise him with it, put the bedding down, and hopefully when he gets here I'll get the footage of him being surprised by the new bedding. I got it on Amazon. It wasn't as cheap as just any regular comforter, but I wanted to keep it true to what he is and what he likes. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero. His favorite character. His favorite character at the moment is. Favorite character at the moment. Favorite character at the moment is My Hero. His favorite. His favorite. His favorite. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween that is Midoriya, basically. And that's what he's going to dress up for to be this year. I'm going to jump into his room. It is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween that is Midoriya, basically. And that's what he's going to dress up for. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween.
you?
I have many names.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because That is Midoriya, basically, and that's. So he's gonna dress up for Halloween. That is. costume for Halloween. What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good? What's up?
Chilling?
Yeah.
Cool.
What's up?
How was your day?
Good. Why?
Because you were gone all day, that's why. Where are you going? Wait, where are you going? No, you're not.
Come to my room.
No, you're not going to your room. I don't want you in your room right now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna follow you though.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
What happened? Whoa!
And who are you?
I have many names.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once, I got a chance. Hopefully, I can capture that reaction. Hopefully, I can capture. Hopefully I can capture that reaction and he doesn't just come bursting into the house. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime inspired. Just come bursting into the house. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime inspired bedding. In Japanese iconic figures, Goku, Sonic, One Piece, basically any anime character you can think of. My son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween. That is Midoriya, basically. And that's what he's gonna dress up for to be. That is Midoriya, basically. And that's what he's gonna dress up for to be this year. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his shit around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well. As you can see, he is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which I'll probably censor out, but... That is Midoriya, basically. And that's what he's gonna dress up for to be this year. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his shit around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his shit around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his shit around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well. All his shit around. Around. Get around. Get around. Shit. Shit around. Shit around. Shit around. Shit around. Shit around. Around. Shit around. Shit around. All shit around. Put the fix all shit around. Put the bedding. Fix all shit around. All shit around. Fix all shit around. Get around. Get around. 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 Get around. Get around. Fix all get around. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all get around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all get around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well. Around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well. As you can see,
Minutes later. 15 minutes later. 15 minutes later. Twenty minutes later. A few moments later. A few moments later. Minutes later. A few moments later. A few. A few moments later. A few moments later. Later. A few moments later.
A few moments later. A few moments later.
T-Mobile and Sprint have merged. Now that Sprint is a part of T-Mobile, we have more towers, more engineers, and more coverage than ever before. This is not just a bigger network, it's a better one. And now you can get an awesome network at an amazing price. Welcome to T-Mobile, America's largest 5G network.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
A few moments.
As you can.
A few moments later.
As you can.
A few moments later. A few moments later. A few moments later. A few moments later.
As you can.
A few moments later.
As you can see, he is big on anime. As you can see, as you can see, as you can see.
A few moments later.
As you can see, he is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which I'll probably censor out, but we got Naruto. As you can see, he is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which...
A few moments later.
As you can see, he is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which I'll probably censor out, but... As you can see, he is big on anime. As you can see, he is big on anime. As you can see, he is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which I'll probably censor. He is big on anime. As you can see, he is big. That's his girlfriend, by the way. He is big on anime. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way. He's got... That's his girlfriend, by the way, which I'll probably censor out, but... Anime. That's his girlfriend, by the way, which... That's his girlfriend, by the way. Which I'll probably censor out, but... That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way.
That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way.
That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. By the way. Which I'll probably censor out. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Which I'll probably censor out, but... We got Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Which I'll probably censor out, but... We got Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Which I'll probably censor. That's his girlfriend, by the way. 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 Which I'll probably censor out, but we got Naruto. We got That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. But he's got his son Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff, including Big Hero 6, Ultron. He likes Rick and Morty. He also loves Overwatch. I mean, but he's big on the anime stuff. This is his mouse pad. As you can see, that's basically a one-piece keyboard mouse pad setup. I believe that's Luffy. Big on anime. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. Got Naruto. Got Naruto. Got Naruto. Got Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. That's his girlfriend, by the way. Got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. But he's got his son Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff, including Big Hero 6, Ultron. He likes Rick and Morty. He also loves Overwatch. I mean, but he's big on the anime stuff. This is his mouse pad. As you can see, that's basically a one-piece keyboard mouse pad setup. I believe that's Luffy. Yeah, that's one of his favorite characters, I believe. And here's his costume. Basically, Midoriya, those are his leggings. These are his gloves. All leather, by the way. Or at least pleather. I mean, I didn't go all out expensive, but I didn't buy the cheap one either. And that's basically the hoodie. It comes with the rabbit ears. I mean, for you guys that are One Piece aficionados. But this is what's gonna hurt. This is how he left this shit. And I just washed, which is probably why he left it like that. I washed it, gave it to him to put on his fucking bed. Now it's not done. So I'm gonna have to put the mattress protector on because I washed those. His other mattress protector on because I washed that. This is all his previous bedding right here. His comforter. His pillow was even washed. His bed sheets were washed. That cover was washed. And this is a look at the pillow that came with it. As you can see, let's see if I can recognize any of these motherfuckers, because I'm not as big on anime as he is. I do know some people, though. I know that's Sailor Moon. That's obviously Naruto. This is Goku. That's Ash. Sonic the Hedgehog. Who else? Oh, that's Midoriya right there on the bed sheet. This is actually a duvet set, guys. So it's gonna go over the comforter that he already has. I can't tell who that is. It kind of looks like Boruto, but I can't tell. I know that's the master or the teacher. What's his name? Uzumaki? No. Makashi? Ikashi? This is sick, though. He's gonna love this, bro. Oh, there's Luffy right there. This is so wet. So I'm gonna get this puppy on. Leave the camera right here. And then I'm gonna go to work. Trying to get. Let's see if I can recognize it. Washed. His bed sheets were washed. That cover was washed. And this is a look at the pillow that came with it. And this is a look at the pillow that came with it. Washed. And this. Oh, there's Luffy right there. This is so wet. So I'm gonna get this puppy on. Leave the camera right here. I'm gonna get this puppy on. Get this puppy on. What's up, bro?
What's up?
How we doing?
Good.
Japanese show that I loved when it first came out. Inspired Betty and Japanese iconic figures, Goku, Sonic, One Piece, basically any anime character you can think of. My son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very big on anime. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's My son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very My son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, is very My son, as you will see from when I walk into his room, my son is very big on anime. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his shit around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well.
A few moments later.
As you can see, he is big on anime. That's his girlfriend, by the way. We got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. That's his girlfriend, by the way. We got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. But he's got his son Goku in the back. A lot of That's his girlfriend, by the way. We got Naruto. We got Naruto. He's got more Naruto. That's his girlfriend, by the way. We got Naruto. More Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom. More Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. Deadpool's at the bottom because more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. Deadpool's at the bottom. Deadpool's at the bottom. Deadpool's at the bottom. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's also into comics. But more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom because he's got his son Goku in the back. A lot of pop. Deadpool's at the bottom. Deadpool's at the bottom, but he's got Deadpool's at the bottom, but he's got his son Goku in the back. But he's got his son Goku in the His son Goku in the back. Deadpool's at the bottom. His son Goku in the back. A lot of pop. His son Goku in the back. In the back. A lot of pop stuff. Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff. Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff. Son Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff. Including Big Hero. A lot of pop stuff. Including Big Hero 6, Ultron. He likes Rick and Morty. He also loves Overwatch. stuff. Pop stuff. A lot of pop stuff. Including big pop stuff. including Big Hero 6, Ultron. A lot of pop stuff. A lot of pop stuff.
And who are you? And who are you?
Have many names.
What is up, guys? The reason I'm making this video is because my son left to be with his girlfriend. I just received a package from Amazon. It never gets here when they're not here. That never happens. So for once, I got a chance. Hopefully I can capture that reaction and he doesn't just come bursting into the house. Just so that you guys know, it's an anime-inspired bedding. In Japanese iconic figures, Goku, Sonic, One Piece, basically any anime character you can think of. My son is very big on anime. His favorite character at the moment is My Hero Academia. I believe it's Midoriya. And I just bought him a costume for Halloween. I'm gonna jump into his room, fix all his around, put the bedding down, and then hopefully when he gets home, I get his reaction. Let's hope this video turns out well.
A few moments later.
As you can see, he is big on anime. That's his girlfriend, by the way. We got Naruto, more Naruto. Deadpool's at the bottom. His son Goku in the back. A lot of pop stuff.
it. Next year, right? Let's go.
I do appreciate his enthusiasm, though.
He's a no skin as well. I don't think he was a no skin. He from